Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 26 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 3, Announcement of the Conception of Jesus, its supernatural character, Visit of Mary to Elizabeth. Section 26, Jesus begotten of the Holy Ghost. Criticism of the orthodox opinion. The statement of Matthew and of Luke concerning the mode of Jesus' conception has, in every age, received the following interpretation by the Church: that Jesus was conceived in Mary not by a human father, but by the Holy Ghost. And truly, the Gospel expressions seem, at first sight, to justify this interpretation, since the words πριν he sun elthein autus from Matthew chapter 1 verse 18 and epi andra ou ganusko from Luke chapter 1 verse 34 preclude the participation of Joseph or any other man in the conception of the child in question. Nevertheless, the terms pneuma agion and dunamis hupisiston do not represent the Holy Ghost in the sense of the Church, as the third person in the Godhead, but rather the Spiritus Dei, as used in the Old Testament, God in his agency upon the world, and especially upon man. In short, the words en gastri ekusa ek pneumatos agiou in Matthew, and pneuma agion epel ihusetai epi se, etc., in Luke, express with sufficient clearness that the absence of human agency was supplied, not physically after the manner of heathen representations, but by the divine creative energy. Though this seems to be the representation intended by the evangelists in the passages referred to concerning the origin of the life of Jesus, still it cannot be completed without considerable difficulties. We may separate what we may term the physico-theological from the historical-exegetical difficulties. The physiological difficulties amount to this, that such a conception would be a most remarkable deviation from all natural laws. However obscure the physiology of the fact, it is proved by an exceptionless experience that only by the concurrence of the two sexes is a new human being generated, on which account Plutarch's remark, Paidion udem ia pote guni legetai poisai dica quenen ias andros, and Cerinthus's impossible, become applicable. It is only among the lowest species of the animal kingdom that generation takes place without the union of sexes, so that, regarding the matter purely physiologically, what Origen says in the supernaturalistic sense would indeed be true of a man of the like origin, namely, that the words in Psalm 22 verse 7, I am a worm and no man, is a prophecy of Jesus in the above respect. But to the merely physical consideration a theological one is subjoined by the angel, in Luke chapter 1 verse 37, when he appeals to the divine omnipotence to which nothing is impossible. But since the divine omnipotence, by virtue of its unity with divine wisdom, is never exerted in the absence of an adequate motive, the existence of such, in the present instance, must be demonstrated. But nothing less than an object worthy of the deity, and at the same time necessarily unattainable except by a deviation from the ordinary course of nature, could constitute a sufficient cause for the suspension by God of a natural law which he had established. Only here, it is said, the end, the redemption of mankind, required impeccability on the part of Jesus, and in order to render him exempt from sin, a divinely wrought conception, which excluded the participation of a sinful father, and severed Jesus from all connection with original sin, was necessary. To which it has been answered by others, and Schleiermacher has recently most decisively argued this side of the question, that the exclusion of the paternal participation is insufficient, unless indeed the inheritance of original sin, on the maternal side, be obviated by the adoption of the Valentinian assertion, that Jesus only passed through the body of Mary. But that the gospel histories represent an actual maternal participation is undeniable. Consequently, a divine intervention which should sanctify the participation of the sinful human mother in the conception of Jesus must be supposed in order to maintain his assumed necessary impeccability. But if God determined on such a purification of the maternal participation, it had been easier to do the same with respect to that of the Father, than by his total exclusion, to violate the natural law in so unprecedented a manner. And consequently, a fatherless conception cannot be insisted upon as the necessary means of compassing the impeccability of Jesus. Even he who thinks to escape the difficulties already specified, by enveloping himself in a supernaturalism, inaccessible to arguments based on reason or the laws of nature, must nevertheless admit the force of the exegetical historical difficulties meeting him upon his own ground, which likewise beset the view of the supernatural conception of Jesus. Nowhere in the New Testament is such an origin ascribed to Jesus, or even distinctly alluded to, except in these two accounts of his infancy in Matthew and in Luke. The history of the conception is omitted not only by Mark, but also by John, the supposed author of the fourth gospel and an alleged inmate with the mother of Jesus subsequent to his death, who therefore would have been the most accurately informed concerning these occurrences. It is said that John sought rather to record the heavenly than the earthly origin of Jesus. But the question arises whether the doctrine which he sets forth in his prologue, of a divine hypostasis actually becoming flesh and remaining immanent in Jesus, is reconcilable with the view given in the passages before us, of a simple divine operation determining the conception of Jesus. Whether, therefore, John could have presupposed the history of the conception contained in Matthew and Luke. This objection, however, loses its conclusive force if in the progress of our investigation the apostolic origin of the fourth gospel is not established. The most important consideration, therefore, is, that no retrospective allusion to this mode of conception occurs throughout the four gospels, not only neither in John nor in Mark, but also neither in Matthew nor in Luke. Not only does Mary herself designate Joseph simply as the father of Jesus, in Luke chapter 2, verse 48, and the evangelists speak of both as his parents, in Luke chapter 2, verse 41, an appellation which could only have been used in an ulterior sense, by one who had just related the miraculous conception. But all his contemporaries in general, according to our evangelists, regarded him as a son of Joseph, a fact which was not unfrequently alluded to contemptuously and by way of reproach in his presence. See Matthew chapter 13, verse 55, Luke chapter 4, verse 22, and John chapter 6, verse 42. Thus affording him an opportunity of making a decisive appeal to his miraculous conception, of which, however, he says not a single word. Should it be answered that he did not desire to convince respecting the divinity of his person by this external evidence, and that he could have no hope of making an impression by such means on those who were in heart his opponents, it must also be remembered that, according to the testimony of the fourth gospel, his own disciples, though they admitted him to be the Son of God, still regarded him as the actual son of Joseph. Philip introduces Jesus to Nathanael as the son of Joseph, in John chapter 1, verse 46. manifestly in the same sense of real paternity which the Jews attached to the designation, and nowhere is this represented as an erroneous or imperfect notion which these apostles had subsequently to relinquish. Much rather does the whole sense of the narrative, which is not to be mistaken, exhibit the apostles as having a right belief on this point. The enigmatical presupposition with which, at the marriage in Cana, Mary addressed herself to Jesus, is far too vague to prove a recollection of his miraculous conception on the part of the mother. At all events, this feature is counterbalanced by the opposing one, that the family of Jesus, and, as appears from Matthew 12:46 and following, compared with Mark 3:21 and following, his mother also were, at a later time, in error respecting his aims, which is scarcely explicable even of his brothers, supposing them to have had such recollections. Just as little as in the Gospels is anything in confirmation of the view of the supernatural conception of Jesus to be found in the remaining New Testament writings. For when the Apostle Paul speaks of Jesus as made of a woman, in Galatians 4:4, this expression is not to be understood as an exclusion of paternal participation, since the addition made under the law clearly shows that he would here indicate, in the form which is frequent in the Old and New Testament, for example, Job 14:1, Matthew 11:11, human nature with all its conditions. When Paul, in Romans 1:3 and 4, compared with 9:5, makes Christ according to the flesh descend from David, but declares him to be the Son of God according to the Spirit of holiness, no one will here identify the antithesis flesh and spirit with the maternal human participation, and the divine energy superseding the paternal participation in the conception of Jesus. Finally, when in the epistle to the Hebrews, 7:3, Melchizedek is compared with the Son of God, because without father, the application of the literally interpreted apatur to Jesus, as he appeared upon earth, is forbidden by the addition without mother, which agrees as little with him as the immediately following without descent. End of section 26. Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 27 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 3, Announcement of the Conception of Jesus, its supernatural character, Visit of Mary to Elizabeth. Section 27, Retrospect of the Genealogies. The most conclusive exegetical ground of decision against the supernatural conception of Jesus, which bears more closely on the point than all the hitherto adduced passages, is found in the two genealogies previously considered. Even the Manichaean Faustus asserted that it is impossible without contradiction to trace the descent of Jesus from David through Joseph, as is done by our two genealogists, and yet assume that Joseph was not the father of Jesus. And Augustine had nothing convincing to answer when he remarked that it was necessary, on account of the superior dignity of the masculine gender, to carry the genealogy of Jesus through Joseph, who was Mary's husband, if not by a natural, but a supernatural alliance. In modern times also, the construction of the genealogical tables in Matthew and in Luke has led many theologians to observe that these authors considered Jesus as the actual son of Joseph. But the very design of these tables is to prove Jesus to be of the lineage of David through Joseph. But what do they prove, if indeed Joseph was not the father of Jesus? The assertion that Jesus was the son of David, in which Matthew, in chapter 1, verse 1, prefaces the genealogy and announces its object, is altogether annulled by the subsequent denial of his conception by means of the Davidical Joseph. It is impossible, therefore, to think it probable that the genealogy and the history of the birth of Jesus emanate from the same author, and we must concur with the theologians previously cited, that the genealogies are taken from a different source. Scarcely could it satisfy to oppose the remark, that as Joseph doubtlessly adopted Jesus, the genealogical table of the former became fully valid for the latter. For adoption might indeed suffice to secure to the adopted son the reversion of certain external family rights and inheritances, but such a relationship could in no wise lend a claim to the messianic dignity, which was attached to the true blood and lineage of David. He, therefore, who had regarded Joseph as nothing more than the adopted father of Jesus, would hardly have given himself the trouble to seek out the Davidical descent of Joseph. But if indeed, besides the established belief that Jesus was the Son of God, it still remained important to represent him as the son of David, the pedigree of Mary would have been preferred for this purpose. For, however contrary to custom, the maternal genealogy must have been admitted in a case where a human father did not exist. Least of all is it to be believed that several authors would have engaged in the compilation of a genealogical table for Jesus, which traced his descent through Joseph, so that two different genealogies of this kind are still preserved to us, if a closer relationship between Jesus and Joseph had not been admitted at the time of their composition. Consequently, the decision of the learned theologians who agree that these genealogies were composed in the belief that Jesus was the actual son of Joseph and Mary can hardly be disputed. But the authors or compilers of our Gospels, notwithstanding their own conviction of the divine origin of Jesus, received them among their materials, only that Matthew, in chapter 1 verse 16, changed the original Joseph begat Jesus of Mary, according to his own view, and so likewise Luke, in chapter 3 verse 23, instead of commencing his genealogy simply with Jesus the son of Joseph, inserts being as was supposed. Let it not be objected that the view for which we contend, namely, that the genealogies could not have been composed under the notion that Joseph was not the father of Jesus, leaves no conceivable motive for incorporating them into our present Gospels. The original construction of a genealogy of Jesus, even though in the case before us it consisted simply in the adapting of foreign already existing genealogical tables to Jesus, required a powerful and direct inducement. This was the hope thereby to gain, the corporeal descent of Jesus from Joseph being presupposed, a main support to the belief in his messiahship, whilst, on the other hand, a less powerful inducement was sufficient to incite to the admission of the previously constructed genealogies, the expectation that, notwithstanding the non-existence of any real relationship between Joseph and Jesus, they might nevertheless serve to link Jesus to David. Thus we find that in the histories of the birth both in Matthew and in Luke, though they each decidedly exclude Joseph from the conception, great stress is laid upon the Davidical descent of Joseph. In Matthew chapter 1 verse 20, Luke chapter 1 verse 27, and chapter 2 verse 4. That which in fact had no real significance, except in connection with the earlier opinion, is retained even after the point of view is changed. Since, in this way, we discover both the genealogies to be memorials belonging to the time and circle of the primitive church, in which Jesus was still regarded as a naturally begotten man, the sect of the Ebionites cannot fail to occur to us, as we are told concerning them, that they held this view of the person of Christ at this early period. We should therefore have expected more especially to have found these genealogies in the old Ebionitish Gospels, of which we have still knowledge, and are not a little surprised to learn that precisely in these Gospels the genealogies are wanting. It is true, Epiphanius states that the Gospel of the Ebionites commenced with the public appearance of the Baptist. Accordingly, by the genealogies, which they are said to have cut away, might have been meant those histories of the birth and infancy comprised in the 2 first chapters of Matthew, which they could not have adopted in their present form, since they contained the fatherless conception of Jesus, which was denied by the Ebionites. And it might also have been conjectured that this section which was in opposition to their system had alone perhaps been wanting in their gospel, and the genealogy which was in harmony with their view might nevertheless have been somewhere inserted. But this supposition vanishes as soon as we find that Epiphanius, in reference to the Nazarenes, defines the genealogies, of which he is ignorant whether they possessed them or not, as reaching from Abraham to Christ. Consequently, by the genealogies which were wanting to some heretics, he evidently understood the genealogical tables, though in relation to the Ebionites he might likewise have included under this expression the history of the birth. How is the strange phenomenon that these genealogies are not found among the very sect of Christians who retained the particular opinion upon which they were constructed, to be explained? A modern investigator has advanced the supposition that the Jewish Christians omitted the genealogical tables from prudential motives, in order not to facilitate or augment the persecution which, under Domitian, and perhaps even earlier, threatened the family of David. But explanations, having no inherent connection with the subject, derived from circumstances in themselves of doubtful historical validity, are admissible only as a last refuge, when no possible solution of the questionable phenomenon is to be found in the thing itself, as here in the principles of the Ebionitish system. But in this case the matter is by no means so difficult. It is known that the Fathers speak of 2 classes of Ebionites, of which the one, besides strenuously maintaining the obligation of the Mosaic law, held Jesus to be the naturally begotten son of Joseph and Mary. The other, from that time called also Nazarenes, admitted with the Orthodox Church the conception by the Holy Ghost. But besides this distinction there existed yet another. The most ancient ecclesiastic writers, Justin Martyr and Irenaeus, for example, are acquainted with those Ebionites only, who regard Jesus as the naturally born man first endowed with divine powers at his baptism. In Epiphanius and the Clementine Homilies, on the other hand, we meet with Ebionites who had imbibed an element of speculative Gnosticism. This tendency, which, according to Epiphanius, is to be dated from one Elxai, has been ascribed to Essenic influence, and traces of the same have been discovered in the heresies referred to in the Epistle to the Colossians, whereas the first class of Ebionites evidently proceeded from common Judaism. Which form of opinion was the earlier, and which the latter developed, is not so easily determined. With reference to the last detailed difference, it might seem, since the speculative Ebionites are mentioned first by the Clementines and Epiphanius, whilst Ebionites holding a simpler view are spoken of by Justin and by Irenaeus, that the latter were the earlier. Nevertheless, as Tertullian already notices in his time the Gnosticizing tendency of the opinions of the Ebionites respecting Christ, and as the germ of such views existed among the Essenes in the time of Jesus, the more probable assumption is that both opinions arose side by side about the same period. As little can it be proved with regard to the other difference, that the views concerning Christ held by the Nazarenes became first, at a later period, lowered to those of the Ebionites. Since the notices, partly confused and partly of late date, of the ecclesiastical writers may be naturally explained as arising out of what may be called an optical delusion of the church, which, whilst she in fact made continual advances in the glorification of Christ, but a part of the Jewish Christians remained stationary, made it appear to her as if she herself remained stationary, whilst the others fell back into heresy. By thus distinguishing the simple and the speculative Ebionites, so much is gained, that the failure of the genealogies among the later class, mentioned by Epiphanius, does not prove them to have been also wanting among the former. And the less, if we should be able to make it appear probable, that the grounds of their aversion to the genealogical table, and the grounds of distinction between them and the other class of Ebionites, were identical. One of these grounds was evidently the unfavourable opinion, which the Ebionites of Epiphanius and of the Clementine Homilies had of David, from whom the genealogy traces the descent of Jesus. It is well known that they distinguished in the Old Testament a twofold prophecy, male and female, pure and impure, of which the former only promised things heavenly and true, the latter things earthly and delusive. That proceeding from Adam and Abel, this from Eve and Cain, and both constituted an undercurrent through the whole history of the Revelation. It was only the pious men from Adam to Joshua whom they acknowledged as true prophets. The later prophets and men of God, among whom David and Solomon are named, were not only not recognized, but abhorred. We even find positive indications that David was an object of their particular aversion. There were many things which created in them a detestation of David and Solomon. David was a bloody warrior, but to shed blood was, according to the doctrines of these Ebionites, one of the greatest of sins. David was known to have committed adultery, Solomon to have been a voluptuary, and adultery was even more detested by this sect than murder. David was a performer on stringed instruments. This art, the invention of the Canaanites, from Genesis chapter 4, verse 21, was held by these Ebionites to be a sign of false prophecy. Finally, the prophecies announced by David and those connected with him, and Solomon, had reference to the kingdoms of this world, of which the Gnosticizing Ebionites desired to know nothing. Now the Ebionites who had sprung from common Judaism could not have shared this ground of aversion to the genealogies, since to the Orthodox Jew David was an object of the highest veneration. Concerning a second point, the notices are not so lucid and accordant as they should be, namely, whether it was a further development of the general Ebionitish doctrine concerning the person of the Christ, which led these Ebionites to reject the genealogies. According to Epiphanius, they fully recognized the Gnostic distinction between Jesus, the son of Joseph and Mary, and the Christ, who descended upon him, and consequently might have been withheld from referring the genealogy to Jesus only perhaps by their abhorrence of David. On the other hand, from the whole tenor of the Clementines, and from one passage in particular, it has recently been inferred, and not without apparent reason, that the author of these writings had himself abandoned the view of a natural conception and even birth of Jesus, whereby it is yet more manifest that the ground of the rejection of the genealogies by this sect was peculiar to it, and not common to the other Ebionites. Moreover, positive indications that the Ebionites who proceeded from Judaism possessed the genealogies do not entirely fail. Whilst the Ebionites of Epiphanius and of the Clementines called Jesus only Son of God, but rejected the appellation Son of David, as belonging to the common opinion of the Jews, other Ebionites were censured by the Fathers for recognizing Jesus only as the Son of David, to whom he is traced in the genealogies, and not likewise as the Son of God. Further, Epiphanius relates of the earliest Judaizing Gnostics, Cerinthus and Carpocrates, that they used a gospel the same in other respects indeed as the Ebionites, but that they adduced the genealogies, which they therefore read in the same, in attestation of the human conception of Jesus by Joseph. Also the apomnemon umata, cited by Justin, and which originated among Judeo-Christian ground, appear to have contained a genealogy similar to that in our Matthew, since Justin as well as Matthew speaks, in relation to Jesus, of a genos tu David kai Abraham, of a spirma ex Jacob dia Iuda kai Psares kai Iesai kai David katerchromenon, only that at the time and in the circle of Justin, the opinion of a supernatural conception of Jesus had already suggested the reference of the genealogy to Mary, instead of to Joseph. Hence, it appears that we have in the genealogies a memorial, agreeing with indications from other sources, of the fact that in the very earliest Christian age, in Palestine, a body of Christians numerous enough to establish upon distinct fundamental opinions 2 different messianic tables of descent, considered Jesus to have been a naturally conceived human being. And no proof is furnished to us in the apostolic writings that the apostles would have declared this doctrine to be unchristian. It appeared so first from the point of view adopted by the authors of the histories of the birth in the first and third Gospels, notwithstanding which, however, it is treated with surprising lenity by the fathers of the Church. End of section 27. Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 28, of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 3, Announcement of the Conception of Jesus, its supernatural character, Visit of Mary to Elizabeth. Section 28, Natural explanation of the history of the conception. If, as appears from the foregoing statements, so many weighty difficulties, philosophical as well as exegetical, beset the supernaturalist explanation, it is well worth while to examine whether it be not possible to give an interpretation of the gospel history which shall obviate these objections. Recourse has been had to the natural explanation, and the 2 narratives, singly and conjointly, have been successively subjected to the rationalistic mode of interpretation. In the first place, the account in Matthew seemed susceptible of such an interpretation. Numerous rabbinical passages were cited to demonstrate that it was consonant with Jewish notions to consider a son of pious parents to be conceived by the divine cooperation, and that he should be called the Son of the Holy Spirit, without its being ever imagined that paternal participation was thereby excluded. It was consequently contended that the section in Matthew represented merely the intention of the angel to inform Joseph, not indeed that Mary had become pregnant in the absence of all human intercourse, but that, notwithstanding her pregnancy, she was to be regarded as pure, not as one fallen from virtue. It was maintained that the exclusion of paternal participation, which is an embellishment of the original representation, occurs first in Luke with the words άντρα ou ginosko from chapter 1 verse 34. When, however, this view was justly opposed by the remark that the expression πριν ἰσοῦν ἐλθεῖν αὐτοὺς in Matthew chapter 1 verse 18 decidedly excludes the participation of the only individual in question, namely Joseph. It was then thought possible to prove that even in Luke the paternal exclusion was not so positive. But truly this could be done only by an unexegetical subversion of the clear sense of the words, or else by uncritically throwing suspicion on a part of a well-connected narrative. The first expedient is to interpret Mary's inquiry of the angel, in chapter 1 verse 34, thus: Can I, who am already betrothed and married, give birth to the Messiah, for as the mother of the Messiah I must have no husband? Whereupon the angel replies that God, through his power, could make something distinguished even of the child conceived of her and Joseph. The other proceeding is no less arbitrary. Mary's inquiry of the angel is explained as an unnatural interruption of his communication, which being abstracted, the passage is found to contain no decided intimation of the supernatural conception. If, consequently, the difficulty of the natural explanation of the two accounts be equally great, still with respect to both it must be alike attempted or rejected. And for the consistent rationalist, a Paulus for example, the latter is the only course. This commentator considers the participation of Joseph indeed excluded by Matthew 1:18, but by no means that of every other man. Neither can he find a supernatural divine intervention in the expression of Luke 1:35. The Holy Ghost is not with him objective, an external influence operating upon Mary, but her own pious imagination. The power of the highest is not the immediate divine omnipotence, but every natural power employed in a manner pleasing to God may be so called. Consequently, according to Paulus, the meaning of the angelic announcement is simply this. Prior to her union with Joseph, Mary, under the influence of a pure enthusiasm in sacred things on the one hand, and by an human cooperation pleasing to God, on the other, became the mother of a child who on account of this holy origin was to be called a son of God. Let us examine rather more accurately the view which this representative of rationalistic interpretation takes of the particulars of the conception of Jesus. He begins with Elizabeth, the patriotic and wise daughter of Aaron, as he styles her. She, having conceived the hope that she might give birth to one of God's prophets, naturally desired moreover that he might be the first of prophets, the forerunner of the Messiah, and that the latter also might speedily be born. Now there was among her own kinsfolk a person suited in every respect for the mother of the Messiah, Mary, a young virgin, a descendant of David. Nothing more was needful than to inspire her likewise with such a special hope. Whilst these intimations prepare us to anticipate a cleverly concerted plan on the part of Elizabeth in reference to her young relative, in which we hope to become initiated, Paulus here suddenly lets fall the curtain, and remarks that the exact manner in which Mary was convinced that she should become the mother of the Messiah must be left historically undetermined. This much only is certain, that Mary remained pure, for she could not with a clear conscience have stationed herself, as she afterwards did, under the cross of her Son, had she felt that a reproach rested on her concerning the origin of the hopes she had entertained of him. The following is the only hint subsequently given of the particular view held by Paulus. It is probable, he thinks, that the angelic messenger visited Mary in the evening or even at night. Indeed, according to the correct reading of Luke 1:28, which has not the word angel, kai eselphon prosaltin epe, without ho angelos, the evangelist here speaks only of someone who had come in, as if in this case the participle eselphon must not necessarily be accompanied by tis, or in the absence of the pronoun be referred to the subject, the angel Gabriel, ho angelos Gabriel, from verse 26. Paulus adds that this visitant was the angel Gabriel, was the subsequent suggestion of Mary's own mind after she had heard of the vision of Zacharias. Gabler, in a review of Paulus's commentary, has fully exposed, with commensurate plainness of speech, the transaction which lies concealed under this explanation. It is impossible, says he, to imagine any other interpretation of Paulus's view than that someone passed himself off for the angel Gabriel, and as the pretended messenger of God, remained with Mary in order that she might become the mother of the Messiah. What, asks Gabler, is Mary, at the very time she is betrothed, to become pregnant by another, and is this to be called an innocent holy action, pleasing to God and irreproachable? Mary is here portrayed as a pious visionary, and the pretended messenger of heaven is a deceiver, or he too is a gross fanatic. The reviewer most justly considers such an assertion as revolting, if contemplated from the Christian point of view; if from the scientific, as at variance both with the principles of interpretation and of criticism. The author of the Natural History of the Great Prophet of Nazareth is, in this instance, to be considered as the most worthy interpreter of Paulus, for though the former could not, in this part of his work, have made use of Paulus's commentary, yet in exactly the same spirit he unreservedly avows what the latter carefully veils. He brings into comparison a story in Josephus, according to which, in the very time of Jesus, a Roman knight won the chaste wife of a Roman noble to his wishes, causing her to be invited by a priest of Isis into the temple of the goddess, under the pretext that the god Anubis desired to embrace her. In innocence and faith, the woman resigned herself, and would perhaps afterwards have believed she had given birth to the child of a god, had not the intriguer, with bitter scorn, soon after discovered to her the true state of the case. It is the opinion of the author that Mary, the betrothed bride of the aged Joseph, was in like manner deceived by some amorous and fanatic young man. In the sequel to the history he represents him to be Joseph of Arimathea, and that she, on her part, in perfect innocence, continued to deceive others. It is evident that this interpretation does not differ from the ancient Jewish blasphemy, which we find in Celsus and in the Talmud, that Jesus falsely represented himself as born of a pure virgin, whereas, in fact, he was the offspring of the adultery of Mary with a certain Panthera. This whole view, of which the culminating point is in the calumny of the Jews, cannot be better judged than in the words of Origen. If, says this author, they wished to substitute something else in the place of the history of the supernatural conception of Jesus, they should at any rate have made it happen in a more probable manner. They ought not, as it were against their will, to admit that Mary knew not Joseph, but they might have denied this feature, and yet have allowed Jesus to have been born of an ordinary human marriage, whereas the forced and extravagant character of their hypothesis betrays its falsehood. Is not this as much as to say, that if once some particular features of a marvellous narrative are doubted, it is inconsequent to allow others to remain unquestioned? Each part of such an account ought to be subjected to critical examination. The correct view of the narrative before us is to be found, that is indirectly, in Origen. For when, at one time, he places together, as of the same kind, the miraculous conception of Jesus and the story of Plato's conception by Apollo, though here, indeed, the meaning is that only ill-disposed persons could doubt such things, and when, at another time, he says of the story concerning Plato, that it belongs to those mythi by which it was sought to exhibit the distinguished wisdom and power of great men. But here he does not include the narrative of Jesus' conception. He in fact states the two premises, namely, the similarity of the two narratives and the mythical character of the one, from which the inference of the merely mythical worth of the narrative of the conception of Jesus follows, a conclusion which can never indeed have occurred to his own mind. End of section 28. Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 29 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 3, Announcement of the Conception of Jesus, its supernatural character. Visit of Mary to Elizabeth. Section 29, History of the Conception of Jesus viewed as mythos. If, says Gabler in his review of the commentary of Paulus, we must relinquish the supernatural origin of Jesus in order to escape the ridicule of our contemporaries, and if, on the other hand, the natural explanation leads to conclusions not only extravagant but revolting, the adoption of the mythos by which all these difficulties are obviated is to be preferred. In the world of mythology, many great men had extraordinary births, and were sons of the gods. Jesus himself spoke of his heavenly origin, and called God his Father. Besides, his title as Messiah was Son of God. From Matthew chapter 1, verse 22, it is further evident that the passage of Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14, was referred to Jesus by the early Christian church. In conformity with this passage, the belief prevailed that Jesus, as the Messiah, should be born of a virgin by means of divine agency. It was therefore taken for granted that what was to be actually did occur, and thus originated a philosophical or dogmatical mythos concerning the birth of Jesus. But according to historical truth, Jesus was the offspring of an ordinary marriage between Joseph and Mary, an explanation which, it has been justly remarked, maintains at once the dignity of Jesus and the respect due to his mother. The proneness of the ancient world to represent the great men and benefactors of their race as the sons of the gods has therefore been referred to in order to explain the origin of such a mythos. Our theologians have accumulated examples from the Greco-Roman mythology and history. They have cited Hercules and the Dioscuri, Romulus and Alexander, but above all Pythagoras and Plato. Of the latter philosopher, Jerome speaks in a manner quite applicable to Jesus. Sapientiae principem non aliter arbitrantur, nisi de partu virginis editum. From these examples, it might have been inferred that the narratives of the supernatural conception had possibly originated in a similar tendency, and had no foundation in history. Here, however, the orthodox and the rationalists are unanimous in denying, though indeed upon different grounds, the validity of the analogy. Origen, from a perception of the identical character of the two classes of narratives, is not far from regarding the heathen legends of the sons of the gods as true supernatural histories. Paulus, on his side, is more decided, and is so logical as to explain both classes of narratives in the same manner, as natural, but still as true histories. At least he says of the narrative concerning Plato, it cannot be affirmed that the groundwork of the history was a subsequent creation. It is far more probable that Perictione believed herself to be pregnant by one of her gods. The fact that her son became a Plato might indeed have served to confirm that belief, but not to have originated it. Tholuck invites attention to the important distinction that the mythi concerning Romulus and others were formed many centuries after the lifetime of these men. The mythi concerning Jesus, on the contrary, must have existed shortly after his death. He cleverly fails to remember the narrative of Plato's birth, since he is well aware that precisely in that particular it is a dangerous point. Osiander, however, approaches the subject with much pathos, and affirms that Plato's apotheosis as son of Apollo did not exist till several centuries after him, whereas in fact Plato's sister's son speaks of it as a prevailing legend in Athens. Olshausen, with whom Neander coincides, refuses to draw any detrimental inference from this analogy of the mythical sons of the gods, remarking that though these narratives are unhistorical, they evince a general anticipation and desire of such a fact, and therefore guarantee its reality, at least in one historical manifestation. Certainly, a general anticipation and representation must have truth for its basis, but the truth does not consist in any one individual fact, presenting an accurate correspondence with that notion, but in an idea which realizes itself in a series of facts, which often bear no resemblance to the general notion. The widely spread notion of a golden age does not prove the existence of a golden age, so the notion of divine conceptions does not prove that some one individual was thus produced. The truth which is the basis of this notion is something quite different. A more essential objection to the analogy is, that the representations of the heathen world prove nothing with respect to the isolated Jews, and that the idea of sons of the gods, belonging to polytheism, could not have exerted an influence on the rigidly monotheistic notion of the Messiah. At all events, such an inference must not be too hastily drawn from the expression sons of God, found likewise among the Jews, which, as applied in the Old Testament to magistrates, see Psalm 82 verse 6, or to theocratic kings, see 2 Samuel chapter 7 verse 14, and Psalm 2 verse 7, indicates only a theocratic and not a physical or metaphysical relation. Still less is importance to be attached to the language of flattery used by a Roman in Josephus, who calls beautiful children of the Jewish princes children of God. It was, however, a notion among the Jews, as was remarked in a former section, that the Holy Spirit cooperated in the conception of pious individuals. Moreover, that God's choicest instruments were conceived by divine assistance of parents, who could not have had a child according to the natural course of things. And if, according to the believed representation, the extinct capability on both sides was renewed by divine intervention, see Romans chapter 4 verse 19, it was only one step further to the belief that in the case of the conception of the most distinguished of all God's agents, the Messiah, the total absence of participation on the one side was compensated by a more complete superadded capability on the other. The latter is scarcely a degree more marvelous than the former, and thus it must have appeared to the author of Luke chapter 1, since he dissipates Mary's doubts by the same reply with which Jehovah repelled Sarah's incredulity. Footnote: compare Genesis chapter 18 verse 14 from the Septuagint with Luke chapter 1 verse 37. End footnote. Neither the Jewish reverence for marriage nor the prevalent representation of the Messiah as a human being could prevent the advance to this climax, to which, on the other hand, the ascetic estimation of celibacy and the idea, derived from Daniel, of the Christ as a superhuman being contributed. But decided impulse to the development of the representations embodied in our histories of the birth consisted partly in the title Son of God, at one time usually given to the Messiah. For it is the nature of such originally figurative expressions, after a while to come to be interpreted according to their more precise and literal signification, and it was a daily occurrence, especially among the latter Jews, to attach a sensible signification to that which originally had merely a spiritual or figurative meaning. This natural disposition to understand the messianic title, Son of God, more and more literally, was fostered by the expression in the Psalms, chapter 2, verse 7, interpreted of the Messiah, "Thou art my Son, this day have I begotten thee." Words which can scarcely fail to suggest a physical relation. It was also nurtured by the prophecy of Isaiah respecting the virgin who should be with child, that it appears was applied to the Messiah, as were so many other prophecies, of which the immediate signification had become obscure. This application may be seen in the Greek word chosen by the Septuagint, parthenos, a pure unspotted virgin, whereas by Aquila and other Greek translators the word neanis is used. Thus did the notions of a Son of God and a Son of a Virgin complete one another, till at last the divine agency was substituted for human paternal participation. Wettstein indeed affirms that no Jew ever applied the prophecy of Isaiah to the Messiah, and it was with extreme labour that Schoitgen collected traces of the notion that the Messiah should be the son of a virgin from the rabbinical writings. This, however, considering the paucity of the records of the messianic ideas of that age, proves nothing in opposition to the presumption that a notion then prevailed, of which we have the groundwork in the Old Testament, and an inference hardly to be mistaken in the New. One objection yet remains, which I can no longer designate as peculiar to Olshausen, since other theologians have shown themselves solicitous of sharing the fame. The objection is, that the mythical interpretation of the gospel narrative is especially dangerous, it being only too well fitted to engender, obscurely indeed, profane and blasphemous notions concerning the origin of Jesus, since it cannot fail to favour an opinion destructive of the belief in a Redeemer, namely, that Jesus came into being through unholy means, since in fact at the time of her pregnancy Mary was not married. In Olshausen's first edition of his work, he adds that he willingly allows that these interpreters know not what they do. It is therefore but just to give him the advantage of the same concession, since he certainly appears not to know what mythical interpretation means. How otherwise would he say that the mythical interpretation is fitted only to favour a blasphemous opinion, therefore that all who understand the narrative mythically are disposed to commit the absurdity with which Origen reproaches the Jewish calumniators, the retaining one solitary incident, namely, that Mary was not married, whilst the remainder of the narrative is held to be unhistorical, a particular incident which evidently serves only as a support to the other, that Jesus was conceived without human paternal participation, and with it, therefore, stands or falls. No one among the interpreters who, in this narrative, recognize a mythus in the full signification of that term, has been thus blind and inconsequent. All have supposed a legitimate marriage between Joseph and Mary, and Olshausen merely paints the mythical mode of interpretation in caricature, in order the more easily to set it aside, for he confesses that in relation to this portion of the Gospel in particular, it has much that is dazzling. End of section 29. Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 30 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 3, Announcement of the Conception of Jesus, its supernatural character, Visit of Mary to Elizabeth. Section 3, Relation of Joseph to Mary, Brothers of Jesus. Our Gospels, in the true spirit of the ancient legend, find it unbecoming to allow the mother of Jesus, so long as she bore the heavenly germ, to be approached or profaned by an earthly husband. Consequently, Luke, in chapter 2, verse 5, represents the connection between Joseph and Mary prior to the birth of Jesus as a betrothment merely, and as it is stated respecting the father of Plato after his wife had become pregnant by Apollo, Hothen katharan gamu phulaxai, heos tis apokuiseos, so likewise it is remarked of Joseph in Matthew chapter 1 verse 25, kai uk eg inosken autin, heos ou eteke ton oion autis ton prototokon. In each of these kindred passages, the Greek word heos, or till, must evidently receive the same interpretation. Now, in the first quotation, the meaning is incontestably this, that till the time of Plato's birth, his father abstained from intercourse with his wife, but subsequently assumed his conjugal rights, since we hear of Plato's brothers. In reference, therefore, to the parents of Jesus, the heos cannot have a different signification. In each case, it indicates precisely the same limitation. So again, the expression prototokos, or firstborn, used in reference to Jesus in both the Gospels, in Matthew chapter 1 verse 25, and Luke chapter 2 verse 7, supposes that Mary had other children, for as Lucian says, e men protos ou monos, e de monos ou protos. Even in the same Gospels, in Matthew chapter 13 verse 55, and Luke chapter 8 verse 19, mention is made of the brothers of Jesus. In the words of Friedrich, lubentissima post Iesu natales Miriam concessit Matthius uxorem Iosepo, in hoc uno occupatus, nequis ante Iesu primordia mutua venere usos suspicaretur. But this did not continue to satisfy the Orthodox, as the veneration for Mary rose even higher. She who had once become fruitful by divine agency was not subsequently to be profaned by the common relations of life. The opinion that Mary, after the birth of Jesus, became the wife of Joseph was early ranked among the heresies, and the Orthodox fathers sought every means to escape from it and to combat it. They contended that according to the exegetical interpretation of heos ou, it sometimes affirmed or denied a thing not merely up to a certain limit, but beyond that limitation and forever, and that the words of Matthew, ουκ εγκίνωσκεν αὐτὴν heos ou eteke, etc., excluded a matrimonial connection between Joseph and Mary for all time. In like manner, it was asserted of the term prototokos, that it did not necessarily include the subsequent birth of other children, but that it merely excluded any previous birth. But in order to banish the thought of a matrimonial connection between Mary and Joseph, not only grammatically but physiologically, they represented Joseph as a very old man, under whom Mary was placed for control and protection only, and the brothers of Jesus mentioned in the New Testament they regarded as the children of Joseph by a former marriage. But this was not all. Soon it was insisted not only that Mary never became the wife of Joseph, but that in giving birth to Jesus she did not lose her virginity. But even the conservation of Mary's virginity did not long continue to satisfy. Perpetual virginity was likewise required on the part of Joseph. It was not enough that he had no connection with Mary, it was also necessary that his entire life should be one of celibacy. Accordingly, though Epiphanius allows that Joseph had sons by a former marriage, Jerome rejects the supposition as an impious and audacious invention, and from that time the brothers of Jesus were degraded to the rank of cousins. Some modern theologians agree with the fathers of the Church in maintaining that no matrimonial connection subsisted at any time between Joseph and Mary, and believe themselves able to explain the gospel expressions which appear to assert the contrary. In reference to the term firstborn, Olshausen contends that it signifies an only son, no less than the eldest of several. Paulus allows that here he is right, and Clement and Friedrich seek in vain to demonstrate the impossibility of this signification. For when it is said in Exodus chapter 13 verse 2, prototokon protogenes, in the Septuagint, it was not merely a firstborn followed by others subsequently born, who was sanctified to Jehovah, but the fruit of the body of that mother, of whom no other child had previously been born. Therefore the term prototokos must of necessity bear also this signification. Truly, however, we must confess with Wiener and others, on the other side, that if a narrator who was acquainted with the whole sequel of the history used that expression, we should be tempted to understand it in its primitive sense, since had the author intended to exclude other children, he would rather have employed the word monogenes, or would have connected it with prototokos. If this be not quite decisive, the reasoning of Friedrich in reference to the heos ou, etc., is more convincing. He rejects the citations adduced in support of the interpretation of the Fathers of the Church, proving that this expression, according to its primitive signification, affirms only to a given limit, and beyond that limit supposes the logical opposite of the affirmation to take place, a signification which it loses only when the context shows clearly that the opposite is impossible in the nature of things. For example, when it is said ουκ εγίνωσκεν αὐτὴν heos ou apethanen, it is self-evident that the negation, during the time elapsed till death, cannot be transformed after death into an affirmation. But when it is said, as in Matthew, ουκ εγίνωσκεν αὐτὴν heos ou έτεκεν, the giving birth to the divine fruit opposes no impossibility to the establishment of the conjugal relations. On the contrary, it renders it possible, i.e., suitable for them now to take place. Olshausen, impelled by the same doctrinal motives which influenced the Fathers, is led in this instance to contradict both the evidence of grammar and of logic. He thinks that Joseph, without wishing to impair the sanctity of marriage, must have concluded after the experiences he had had, that his marriage with Mary had another object than the production of children. Besides, it was but natural in the last descendant of the house of David and of that particular branch from which the Messiah should come forth, to terminate her race in this last and eternal offshoot. A curious ladder may be formed of these different beliefs and superstitions in relation to the connection between Mary and Joseph. 1. Contemporaries of Jesus and composers of the genealogies. Joseph and Mary, man and wife, Jesus the offspring of their marriage. 2. The age and authors of our histories of the birth of Jesus. Mary and Joseph betrothed only, Joseph having no participation in the conception of the child, and previous to his birth no conjugal connection with Mary. 3. Olshausen and others. Subsequent to the birth of Jesus, Joseph, though then the husband of Mary, relinquishes his matrimonial rights. 4. Epiphanios, Protoevangelium Jacobi, and others. Joseph, a decrepit old man, no longer to be thought of as a husband. The children attributed to him are of a former marriage. More especially, it is not as a bride and wife that he receives Mary. He takes her merely under his guardianship. 5. Protoevangelium, Chrysostom, and others. Mary's virginity was not only not destroyed by any subsequent births of children by Joseph, it was not in the slightest degree impaired by the birth of Jesus. 6. Jerome. Not Mary only, but Joseph also observed an absolute virginity, and the pretended brothers of Jesus were not his sons, but merely cousins to Jesus. The opinion that the Adelphoi, or brothers, and Adelphai Iesu, or sisters of Jesus, mentioned in the New Testament, were merely half-brothers or indeed cousins, appears in its origin, as shown above, together with the notion that no matrimonial connection ever subsisted between Joseph and Mary, as the mere invention of superstition, a circumstance highly prejudicial to such an opinion. It is, however, no less true that purely exegetical grounds exist, in virtue of which theologians who were free from prejudice have decided, that the opinion that Jesus actually had brothers is untenable. Had we merely the following passages, Matthew 13:55, Mark chapter 6, verse 3, where the people of Nazareth, astonished at the wisdom of their countrymen, in order to mark his well-known origin, immediately after having spoken of the carpenter, his father, and his mother Mary, mention by name his brothers, James, Joseph, Simon, and Judas, together with his sisters, whose names are not given. Again, Matthew chapter 12, verse 46, Luke chapter 8, verse 19, when his mother and his brethren come to Jesus, John chapter 2, verse 12, where Jesus journeys with his mother and his brethren to Capernaum, Acts chapter 1, verse 14, where they are mentioned in immediate connection with his mother. If we had these passages only, we could not for a moment hesitate to recognize here real brothers of Jesus, at least on his mother's side, children of Joseph and Mary, not only on account of the proper signification of the word adelphos, but also in consequence of its continual conjunction with Mary and Joseph. Even the passages, John chapter 7, verse 5, in which it is remarked that his brethren did not believe on Jesus, and Mark chapter 3, verse 21, compared with verse 31, where, according to the most probable explanation, the brothers of Jesus with his mother went out to lay hold of him as one beside himself, furnish no adequate grounds for relinquishing the proper signification of adelphos. Many theologians have interpreted adelphus Iesu, in the last cited passage, half-brothers, sons of Joseph by a former marriage, alleging that the real brothers of Jesus must have believed on him, but this is a mere assumption. The difficulty seems greater when we read in John chapter 19, verse 26 and following, that Jesus on the cross enjoined John to be a son to his mother, an injunction it is not easy to regard as suitable under the supposition that Mary had other children, except indeed these were half-brothers and unfriendly to Jesus. Nevertheless, we can imagine the existence both of external circumstances and of individual feelings, which might have influenced Jesus to confide his mother to John rather than to his brothers. That these brothers appeared in company with his apostles after the ascension, in Acts chapter 1, verse 14, is no proof that they must have believed on Jesus at the time of his death. The real perplexity in the matter, however, originates in this, that besides the James and Joseph spoken of as the brothers of Jesus, two men of the same name are mentioned as the sons of another Mary, in Mark chapter 15, verse 40 and 47, chapter 16, verse 1, and Matthew 27, verse 56. Without doubt, that Mary who is designated, in John chapter 19, verse 25, as the sister of the mother of Jesus and the wife of Cleophas, so that we have a James and a Joseph not only among the children of Mary, the mother of Jesus, but again among her sister's children. We meet with several others among those immediately connected with Jesus, whose names are identical, in the list of the apostles, in Matthew chapter 10, verse 2 and following, and Luke chapter 6, verse 14 and following. We have two more of the name of James, that is, 4, the brother and cousin of Jesus included. Two more of the name of Judas, that is, 3, the brother of Jesus included. 2 of the name of Simon, also making 3, with the brother of Jesus of the same name. The question naturally arises whether the same individual is not here taken as distinct persons. The supposition is almost unavoidable in reference to James. As James the son of Alphaeus is, in the list of the apostles, introduced after the son of Zebedee as the second, perhaps the younger, and as James the cousin of Jesus is called the less, in Mark chapter 15, verse 40, and since by comparing John chapter 19, verse 25, we find that the latter is called the son of Cleophas, it is possible that the name Cleophas, given to the husband of Mary's sister, and the name Alphaeus, given to the father of the apostle, may be only different forms of the Hebrew Kalav. Thus would the second James enumerated among the apostles and the cousin of Jesus of that name be identical, and there would remain besides him only the son of Zebedee and the brother of Jesus. Now in the Acts, chapter 15:13, a James appears who takes a prominent part in the so-called apostolic council, and as, according to Acts chapter 12:2, the son of Zebedee had previously been put to death, and as in the foregoing portion of the book of the Acts no mention is made of any other James besides the son of Alphaeus, in chapter 1:13, so this James, of whom in Acts chapter 15:13 no more precise description is given, can be no other than the son of Alphaeus. But Paul speaks of a James, in Galatians chapter 1:19, the Lord's brother, whom he saw at Jerusalem, and it is doubtless he of whom he speaks in connection with Cephas and John as the pillars of the church, for this is precisely in character with the apostle James as he appeared in the apostolic council, so that this James may be considered as identical with the Lord's brother, and the rather as the expression, "But other of the apostles saw I none, save James the Lord's brother," from Galatians chapter 1:19, makes it appear as if the Lord's brother were reckoned among the apostles, with which also the ancient tradition which represents James the Just, a brother of Jesus, as the first head of the church at Jerusalem, agrees. But admitting the James of the Acts to be identical with the distinguished apostle of that name, then he is the son of Alphaeus, and not the son of Joseph. Consequently, if he be at the same time adelphos tu Kuriou, then adelphos cannot signify a brother. Now if Alphaeus and Cleophas are admitted to be the same individual, the husband of the sister of Mary, the mother of Jesus, it is obvious that adelphos, used to denote the relationship of his son to Jesus, must be taken in the signification cousin. If, after this manner, James the apostle, the son of Alphaeus, be identified with the same cousin, and the cousin be identified with the brother of Jesus of the same name, it is obvious that Iudas Iacobou, in the catalogue of the apostles in Luke, from Luke chapter 6:16 and Acts chapter 1:13, must be translated brother of James, that is, son of Alphaeus. And this apostle Jude must be held as identical with the Jude adelphos Iesu, that is, with the cousin of the Lord and son of Mary Cleophas, though the name of Jude is never mentioned in connection with this Mary. If the epistle of Jude in our canon be authentic, it is confirmatory in the above deduction that the author, from verse 1, designates himself as the brother of James. Some, moreover, have identified the apostle Simon, Zelotes or the Canaanite, with the Simon enumerated among the brothers of Jesus, from Mark chapter 6:3, and who, according to a tradition of the church, succeeded James as head of the church at Jerusalem, so that Joses alone appears without further designation or appellative. If, accordingly, those spoken of as adelphoi Iesu were merely cousins, and 3 of these were apostles, it must excite surprise that not only in the Acts, chapter 1:14, after an enumeration of the apostles, the brothers of Jesus are separately particularized, but that also, from 1 Corinthians chapter 9:5, they appear to be a class distinct from the apostles. Perhaps also the passage Galatians chapter 1:19 ought to be understood as indicating that James, the Lord's brother, was not an apostle. If, therefore, the adelphoi Iesu seem thus to be extruded from the number of the apostles, it is yet more difficult to regard them merely as the cousins of Jesus, since they appear in so many places immediately associated with the mother of Jesus, and in 2 or 3 passages only are 2 men bearing the same names mentioned in connection with the other Mary, who accordingly would be their real mother. The Greek word adelphos may indeed signify, in language which pretends not to precision, as well as the Hebrew ach, a more distant relative. But as it is repeatedly used to express the relationship of these persons to Jesus, and is in no instance replaced by anepsios, a word which is not foreign to the New Testament language when the relation of cousin is to be denoted, see Colossians 4:10, it cannot well be taken in any other than its proper signification. Further, it need only be pointed out that the highest degree of uncertainty exists respecting not only the identity of the names Alphaeus and Cleophas, upon which the identity of James, the cousin of Jesus, and of the apostle James the Less rests, but also regarding the translation of Iudas Iacobu by the brother of James, and likewise respecting the assumed identity of the author of the last Catholic epistle with the apostle Jude. Thus, the web of this identification gives way at all points, and we are forced back to the position whence we set out, so that we have again real brothers of Jesus, also 2 cousins distinct from these brothers, though bearing the same names with 2 of them, besides some apostles of the same names with both brothers and cousins. To find 2 pairs of sons of the same names in a family is, indeed, not so uncommon as to become a source of objection. It is, however, remarkable that the same James, who in the epistle to the Galatians is designated the Lord's brother, must unquestionably, according to the Acts of the Apostles, be regarded as the son of Alphaeus, which he could not be if this expression signified a brother. So there is a perplexity on every side, which can only be solved, and then indeed but negatively and without historical result, by admitting the existence of obscurity and error on this point in the New Testament writers, and even in the very earliest Christian traditions, error which, in matters of involved relationships and family names, is far more easily fallen into than avoided. We have consequently no ground for denying that the mother of Jesus bore her husband several other children besides Jesus, younger and perhaps also older, the latter because the representation in the New Testament that Jesus was the firstborn may belong no less to the mythus than the representation of the fathers that he was an only son. End of section 30. Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 31 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 3, Announcement of the Conception of Jesus, its supernatural character. Visit of Mary to Elizabeth. Section 31, Visit of Mary to Elizabeth. The angel who announced to Mary her own approaching pregnancy at the same time informed her, in Luke chapter 1 verse 36, of that of her relative Elizabeth, with whom it was already the 6th month. Hereupon Mary immediately set out on a journey to her cousin, a visit which was attended by extraordinary occurrences, for when Elizabeth heard the salutation of Mary, the babe leapt in her womb for joy. She also became inspired, and in her exultation poured forth an address to Mary as the future mother of the Messiah, to which Mary responded by a hymn of praise, in Luke chapter 1 verses 39 through 56. The rationalistic interpreter believes it to be an easy matter to give a natural explanation of this narrative of the Gospel of Luke. He is of opinion that the unknown individual who excited such peculiar anticipations in Mary had at the same time acquainted her with the similar situation of her cousin Elizabeth. This it was which impelled Mary the more strongly to confer on the subject with her older relative. Arrived at her cousin's dwelling, she first of all made it known what had happened to herself, but upon this the narrator is silent, not wishing to repeat what he had just before described. And here the rationalist not only supposes the address of Elizabeth to have been preceded by some communication from Mary, but imagines Mary to have related her history piecemeal, so as to allow Elizabeth to throw in sentences during the intervals. The excitement of Elizabeth, such is the continuation of the rationalistic explanation, communicated itself, according to natural laws, to the child, who, as is usual with an embryo of 6 months, made a movement which was first regarded by the mother as significant, and as the consequence of the salutation, after Mary's farther communications. Just as natural does it appear to the rationalist that Mary should have given utterance to her messianic expectations, confirmed as they were by Elizabeth, in a kind of psalmodic recitative, composed of reminiscences borrowed from various parts of the Old Testament. But there is much in this explanation which positively contradicts the text. In the first place, that Elizabeth should have learned the heavenly message imparted to Mary from Mary herself. There is no trace in the narrative either of any communication preceding Elizabeth's address, or of interruptions occasioned by further explanations on the part of Mary. On the contrary, as it is a supernatural revelation which acquaints Mary with the pregnancy of Elizabeth, so also it is to a revelation that Elizabeth's immediate recognition of Mary as the chosen mother of the Messiah is attributed. As little will the other feature of this narrative, that the entrance of the mother of the Messiah occasioned a responsive movement in the mother's womb on the part of his forerunner, bear a natural explanation. In modern times, indeed, even orthodox interpreters have inclined to this explanation, but with the modification that Elizabeth in the first place received a revelation, in which, however, the child, owing to the mother's excitement, a matter to be psychologically explained, likewise took part. But the record does not represent the thing as if the excitement of the mother were the determining cause of the movement of the child. On the contrary, verse 41, the emotion of the mother follows the movement of the child, and Elizabeth's own account states that it was the salutation of Mary, verse 44, not indeed from its particular signification, but merely as the voice of the mother of the Messiah, which produced the movement of the unborn babe, undeniably assuming something supernatural. And indeed, the supernaturalistic view of this miracle is not free from objection even on its own ground, and hence the anxiety of the above-mentioned modern orthodox interpreters to evade it. It may be possible to conceive the human mind immediately acted upon by the divine mind, to which it is related, but how solve the difficulty of an immediate communication of the divine mind to an unintelligent embryo? And if we inquire the object of so strange a miracle, none which is worthy presents itself. Should it be referred to the necessity that the Baptist should receive the earliest possible intimation of the work to which he was destined? Still we know not how such an impression could have been made upon an embryo. Should the purpose be supposed to center in the other individuals, in Mary or Elizabeth, they have been the recipients of far higher revelations, and were consequently already possessed of an adequate measure of insight and faith. No fewer difficulties oppose the rationalistic than the supernaturalistic explanation of the hymn pronounced by Mary. For though it is not, like the canticle of Zacharias in verse 67, and the address of Elizabeth in verse 41, introduced by the formula, "She was filled with the Holy Ghost," still the similarity of these utterances is so great that the omission cannot be adduced as a proof that the narrator did not intend to represent this, equally with the other two, as the operation of the pneuma or spirit. But apart from the intention of the narrator, can it be thought natural that two friends visiting one another should, even in the midst of the most extraordinary occurrences, break forth into long hymns, and that their conversation should entirely lose the character of dialogue, the natural form on such occasions? By a supernatural influence alone could the minds of the two friends be attuned to a state of elevation, so foreign to their everyday life. But if, indeed, Mary's hymn is to be understood as the work of the Holy Spirit, it is surprising that a speech emanating immediately from the divine source of inspiration should not be more striking for its originality, but should be so interlarded with reminiscences from the Old Testament, borrowed from the song of praise spoken by the mother of Samuel, in 1 Samuel chapter 2, under analogous circumstances. Footnote: compare Luke chapter 1 verse 47 with 1 Samuel chapter 2 verse 1. Chapter 1 verse 49 with chapter 2 verse 2. Chapter 1 verse 51 with chapter 2 verses 3 and 4. Chapter 1 verse 52 with chapter 2 verse 8. Chapter 1 verse 53 with chapter 2 verse 5. Particularly Luke chapter 1 verse 48 with 1 Samuel chapter 1 verse 11. Compare Luke chapter 1 verse 50 with Deuteronomy chapter 7 verse 9. Luke chapter 1 verse 52 with Ecclesiasticus chapter 10 verse 14. Luke chapter 1 verse 54 with Psalm 98 verse 3. End footnote. Accordingly, we must admit that the compilation of this hymn, consisting of recollections from the Old Testament, was put together in a natural way, but allowing its composition to have been perfectly natural, it cannot be ascribed to the artless Mary, but to him who poetically wrought out the tradition in circulation respecting the scene in question. Since then we find all the principal incidents of this visit inconceivable according to the supernatural interpretation, also that they will not bear a natural explanation, we are led to seek a mythical exposition of this as well as the preceding portions of the gospel history. This path has already been entered upon by others. The view of this narrative given by the anonymous E.F. in Henke's magazine is, that it does not portray events as they actually did occur, but as they might have occurred. That much which the sequel taught of the destiny of their sons was carried back into the speeches of these women, which were also enriched by other features gleaned from tradition. That a true fact, however, lies at the bottom, namely an actual visit of Mary to Elizabeth, a joyous conversation, and the expression of gratitude to God, all which might have happened solely in virtue of the high importance attached by Orientals to the joys of maternity, even though the two mothers had been at that time ignorant of the destination of their children. This author is of opinion that Mary, when pondering over at a later period the remarkable life of her son, may often have related the happy meeting with her cousin and their mutual expressions of thankfulness to God, and that thus the history gained currency. Horst also, who has a just conception of the fictitious nature of this section in Luke and ably refutes the natural mode of explanation, yet himself slides unawares halfway back into it. He thinks it not improbable that Mary during her pregnancy, which was in many respects a painful one, should have visited her older and more experienced cousin, and that Elizabeth should, during this visit, have felt the first movement of her child, an occurrence which, as it was afterwards regarded as ominous, was preserved by the oral tradition. These are farther examples of the uncritical proceeding, which pretends to disengage the mythical and poetical from the narrative, by plucking away a few twigs and blossoms of that growth, whilst it leaves the very root of the mythus undisturbed as purely historical. In our narrative, the principal mythical feature, the remainder forms only its adjuncts, is precisely that which the above-mentioned authors, in their pretended mythical explanations, retain as historical, namely, the visit of Mary to the pregnant Elizabeth. For, as we have already seen, The main tendency of the first chapter of Luke is to magnify Jesus by connecting the Baptist with him from the earliest possible point in a relation of inferiority. Now this object could not be better attained than by bringing about a meeting, not in the first instance of the sons, but of the mothers in reference to their sons, during their pregnancy, at which meeting some occurrence which should prefigure the future relative positions of these two men should take place. Now the more apparent the existence of a dogmatical motive as the origin of this visit, the less probability is there that it had an historical foundation. With this principal feature, the other details are connected in the following order. The visit of the two women must be represented as possible and probable by the feature of family relationship between Mary and Elizabeth, verse 36, which would also give a greater suitability to the subsequent connection of the sons. Further, a visit so full of import, made precisely at that time, must have taken place by special divine appointment. Therefore it is an angel who refers Mary to her cousin. At the visit, the subservient position of the Baptist to Jesus is to be particularly exhibited. This could have been effected by the mother, as indeed it is, in her address to Mary, but it were better, if possible, that the future Baptist himself should give a sign. The mutual relation of Esau and Jacob had been prefigured by their struggles and position in the mother's womb, from Genesis chapter 25, verse 22 and following. But without too violent an offense against the laws of probability, an ominous movement would not be attributed to the child prior to that period of her pregnancy at which the motion of the fetus is felt. Hence the necessity that Elizabeth should be in the 6th month of her pregnancy when Mary, in consequence of this communication of the angel, set out to visit her cousin, from verse 36. Thus, as Schleiermacher remarks, the whole arrangement of times had reference to the particular circumstance the author desired to contrive, the joyous responsive movement of the child in his mother's womb at the moment of Mary's entrance. To this end only must Mary's visit be delayed till after the 5th month, and the angel not appear to her before that period. Thus, not only does the visit of Mary to Elizabeth, with all the attendant circumstances, disappear from the page of history, but the historical validity of the further details, that John was only half a year older than Jesus, that the two mothers were related, that an intimacy subsisted between the families, cannot be affirmed on the testimony of Luke, unsupported by other authorities. Indeed, the contrary rather will be found substantiated in the course of our critical investigations. End of section 31. Part 1, Chapter 4, Section 32 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 4, Birth and Earliest Events of the Life of Jesus. Section 32, The Census. With respect to the birth of Jesus, Matthew and Luke agree in representing it as taking place at Bethlehem, but whilst the latter enters into a minute detail of all the attendant circumstances, the former merely mentions the event as it were incidentally, referring it once in an appended sentence as the sequel to what had gone on before, from chapter 1 verse 25, and again as a presupposed occurrence, from chapter 2 verse 1. The one evangelist seems to assume that Bethlehem was the habitual residence of the parents, but according to the other, they are led thither by very particular circumstances. This point of difference between the evangelists, however, can only be discussed after we shall have collected more data. We will therefore leave it for the present, and turn our attention to an error into which Luke, when compared with himself and with dates otherwise ascertained, seems to have fallen. This is the statement that the census, decreed by Augustus at the time when Quirinus was governor of Syria, was the occasion of the journey of the parents of Jesus, who usually resided at Nazareth, to Bethlehem, where Jesus was born, from Luke chapter 2, verse 1 and following. The first difficulty is that the apographie, namely the inscription of the name and amount of property in order to facilitate the taxation, commanded by Augustus, is extended to all the world. This expression, in its common acceptation at the time, would denote the orbis Romanus. But ancient authors mention no such general census decreed by Augustus. They speak only of the assessment of single provinces decreed at different times. Consequently, it was said Luke meant to indicate by oikoumene merely the land of Judea, and not the Roman world, according to its ordinary signification. Examples were forthwith collected in proof of the possibility of such an interpretation, but they in fact prove nothing. For supposing it could not be shown that in all these citations from the Septuagint, Josephus, and the New Testament, the expression really does signify, in the extravagant sense of these writers, the whole known world, still in the instance in question, where the subject is a decree of the Roman emperor, passa hi oikoumene must necessarily be understood of the regions which he governed, and therefore of the orbis Romanus. This is the reason that latterly the opposite side has been taken up, and it has been maintained, upon the authority of Savigny, that in the time of Augustus a census of the whole empire was actually undertaken. This is positively affirmed by late Christian writers, but the statement is rendered suspicious by the absence of all more ancient testimony, and it is even contradicted by the fact that for a considerable lapse of time an equal assessment throughout the empire was not effected. Finally, the very expressions of these writers show that their testimony rests upon that of Luke. But, it is said, Augustus at all events attempted an equal assessment of the empire by means of an universal census, and he began by carrying out his project by an assessment of individual provinces, but he left further execution and completion to his successors. Admit that the gospel term dogma or decree may be interpreted as a mere design, or, as Hofmann thinks, an undetermined project expressed in an imperial decree. Still, the fulfillment of this project in Judea at the time of the birth of Jesus was impossible. Matthew places the birth of Jesus shortly before the death of Herod the Great, whom he represents, in chapter 2, verse 19, as dying during the abode of Jesus in Egypt. Luke says the same indirectly, for when speaking of the announcement of the birth of the Baptist, he refers it to the days of Herod the Great, and he places the birth of Jesus precisely 6 months later, so that according to Luke, also, Jesus was born, if not like John, previous to the death of Herod I, shortly after that event. Now, after the death of Herod, the country of Judea fell to his son Archelaus, from Matthew chapter 2, verse 22, who, after a reign of something less than 10 years, was deposed and banished by Augustus, at which time Judea was first constituted a Roman province, and began to be ruled by Roman functionaries. Thus the Roman census in question must have been made either under Herod the Great, or at the commencement of the reign of Archelaus. This is in the highest degree improbable, for in those countries which were not reduced in formam provinciae, but were governed by regibus sociis, the taxes were levied by these princes, who paid a tribute to the Romans. And this was the state of things in Judea prior to the deposition of Archelaus. It has been the object of much research to make it appear probable that Augustus decreed a census, as an extraordinary measure, in Palestine under Herod. Attention has been directed to the circumstance that the Breviarium Imperii, which Augustus left behind him, contained the financial state of the whole empire, and it has been suggested that, in order to ascertain the financial condition of Palestine, he caused a statement to be prepared by Herod. Reference has been made first to the record of Josephus, that on account of some disturbance of the relations between Herod and Augustus, the latter threatened for the future to make him feel his subjection. Secondly, also, to the oath of allegiance to Augustus, which, according to Josephus, the Jews were forced to take even during the lifetime of Herod. From which it is inferred that Augustus, since he had it in contemplation after the death of Herod to restrict the power of his sons, was very likely to have commanded a census in the last years of that prince. But it seems more probable that it took place shortly after the death of Herod, from the circumstance that Archelaus went to Rome concerning the matter of succession, and that during his absence the Roman procurator Sabinus occupied Jerusalem, and oppressed the Jews by every possible means. The evangelist relieves us from a farther inquiry into this more or less historical or arbitrary combination by adding that this taxing was first made when Quirinus was governor of Syria. For it is an authenticated point that the assessment of Quirinus did not take place either under Herod or early in the reign of Archelaus, the period at which, according to Luke, Jesus was born. Quirinus was not at that time governor of Syria, a situation held during the last years of Herod by Sentius Saturninus, and after him by Quintilius Varus, and it was not till long after the death of Herod that Quirinus was appointed governor of Syria. That Quirinus undertook a census of Judea we know certainly from Josephus, who, however, remarks that he was sent to execute this measure tes Archelaus choras eis eparchion perigraph eises, or upot elus prosnemeth eises te suron, thus about 10 years after the time at which, according to Matthew and Luke, Jesus must have been born. Yet commentators have supposed it possible to reconcile this apparently undeniable contradiction between Luke and history. The most dauntless explain the whole of the second verse as a gloss, which was early incorporated into the text. Some change the reading of the verse, either of the nomen proprium, by substituting the name of Saturninus or Quintilius, according to the example of Tertullian, who ascribed the census to the former, or of the other words by various additions and modifications. Paulus's alteration is the most simple. He reads, instead of aute, aute, and concludes, from the reasons stated above, that Augustus actually gave orders for a census during the reign of Herod I, and that the order was so far carried out as to occasion the journey of Joseph and Mary to Bethlehem, but that Augustus being afterwards conciliated, the measure was abandoned, and aute he apographe was only carried into effect a considerable time later by Quirinus. Trifling as this alteration, which leaves the letters unchanged, may appear, in order to render it admissible it must be supported by the context. The reverse, however, is the fact. For if one sentence narrates a command issued by a prince, and the very next sentence its execution, it is not probable that a space of 10 years intervened. But chiefly, according to this view, the evangelist speaks, verse 1, of the decree of the emperor, verse 2, of the census made 10 years later, but verse 3, without any remark, again of a journey performed at the time the command was issued, which, in a rational narrative, is impossible. Opposed to such arbitrary conjectures, and always to be ranked above them, are the attempts to solve a difficulty by legitimate methods of interpretation. Truly, however, to take prote in this connection for protera, and hegemon euontos not for a genitive absolute, but for a genitive governed by a comparative, and thus to understand an enrollment before that of Quirinus is to do violence to grammatical construction, and to insert prates after prote is no less uncritical. As little is it to be admitted that some preliminary measure, in which Quirinus was not employed, perhaps the already mentioned oath of allegiance, took place during the lifetime of Herod, in reference to the census subsequently made by Quirinus, and that this preliminary step and the census were afterwards comprised under the same name. In order, in some degree, to account for this appellation, Quirinus is said to have been sent into Judea, in Herod's time, as an extraordinary tax commissioner. But this interpretation of the word hegemoniouontos is rendered impossible by the addition of the word Surias, in combination with which the expression can denote only the praeses Syriae. Thus, at the time at which Jesus, according to Matthew chapter 2 verse 1, and Luke chapter 1 verse 5 and verse 26, was born, the census of which Luke chapter 2 verse 1 and following speaks could not have taken place, so that if the former statements are correct, the latter must be false. But may not the reverse be the fact, and Jesus have been born after the banishment of Archelaus, at the time of the census of Quirinus? Apart from the difficulties in which this hypothesis would involve us in relation to the chronology of the future life of Jesus, a Roman census, subsequent to the banishment of Archelaus, would not have taken the parents of Jesus from Nazareth in Galilee to Bethlehem in Judea. For Judea only, and what otherwise belonged to the portion of Archelaus, became a Roman province and subjected to the census. In Galilee, Herod Antipas continued to reign as an allied prince, and none of his subjects dwelling at Nazareth could have been called to Bethlehem by the census. The evangelist, therefore, in order to get a census, must have conceived the condition of things such as they were after the deposition of Archelaus. But in order to get a census extending to Galilee, he must have imagined the kingdom to have continued undivided, as in the time of Herod the Great. Thus he deals in manifest contradictions, or rather he has an exceedingly sorry acquaintance with the political relations of that period, for he extends the census not only to the whole of Palestine, but also, which we must not forget, to the whole Roman world. Still, these chronological incongruities do not exhaust the difficulties which beset this statement of Luke. His representation of the manner in which the census was made is subject to objection. In the first place, it is said, the taxing took Joseph to Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David, and likewise everyone into his own city, according to the context, to the place whence his family had originally sprung. Now, that every individual should be registered in his own city was required in all Jewish inscriptions, because among the Jews the organization of families and tribes constituted the very basis of the state. The Romans, on the contrary, were in the habit of taking the census at residences and at the principal cities in the district. They conformed to the usages of the conquered countries only insofar as they did not interfere with their own objects. In the present instance, it would have been directly contrary to their design had they removed individuals, Joseph for example, to a great distance, where the amount of their property was not known, and their statement concerning it could not be checked. The view of Schleiermacher is the more admissible, that the real occasion which took the parents to Bethlehem was a sacerdotal inscription, which the evangelist confounded with the better-known census of Quirinus. But this concession does not obviate the contradiction of this dubious statement of Luke. He allows Mary to be inscribed with Joseph, but according to Jewish customs, inscriptions had relation to men only. Thus, at all events, it is an inaccuracy to represent Mary as undertaking the journey in order to be inscribed with her betrothed in his own city. Or, if with Paulus we remove this inaccuracy by a forced construction of the sentence, we can no longer perceive what inducement could have instigated Mary, in her particular situation, to make so long a journey, since, unless we adopt the airy hypothesis of Olshausen and others, that Mary was the heiress of property in Bethlehem, she had nothing to do there. The evangelist, however, knew perfectly well what she had to do there, namely, to fulfill the prophecy of Micah chapter 5, verse 1, by giving birth in the city of David to the Messiah. Now, as he set out with the supposition that the habitual abode of the parents of Jesus was Nazareth, so he sought after a lever which should set them in motion towards Bethlehem, at the time of the birth of Jesus. Far and wide, nothing presented itself but the celebrated census. He seized it the more unhesitatingly, because the obscurity of his own view of the historical relations of that time veiled from him the many difficulties connected with such a combination. If this be the true history of the statement in Luke, we must agree with Schmidt when he says, that to attempt to reconcile the statement of Luke concerning the apographae with chronology, would be to do the narrator too much honor. He wished to place Mary in Bethlehem, and therefore times and circumstances were to accommodate themselves to his pleasure. Thus we have here neither a fixed point for the date of the birth of Jesus, nor an explanation of the occasion which led to his being born precisely at Bethlehem. If then, it may justly be said, no other reason why Jesus should have been born at Bethlehem can be adduced than that given by Luke, we have absolutely no guarantee that Bethlehem was his birthplace. End of section 32. Part 1, Chapter 4, Section 33 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 4, Birth and Earliest Events in the Life of Jesus. Section 33, Particular Circumstances of the Birth of Jesus. The Circumcision. The basis of the narrative, the arrival of Joseph and Mary as strangers in Bethlehem on account of the census, being once chosen by Luke, the farther details are consistently built upon it. In consequence of the influx of strangers brought to Bethlehem by the census, there is no room for the travelers in the inn, and they are compelled to put up with the accommodation of a stable, where Mary is forthwith delivered of her firstborn. But the child, who upon earth comes into being in so humble an abode, is highly regarded in heaven. A celestial messenger announces the birth of the Messiah to shepherds who are guarding their flocks in the fields by night, and directs them to the child in the manger. A choir of the heavenly host singing hymns of praise next appears to them, after which they seek and find the child. From Luke chapter 2, verses 6 through 20. The apocryphal Gospels and the traditions of the Fathers still further embellished the birth of Jesus. According to the Proto-Evangelium Jacobi, Joseph conducts Mary on an ass to Bethlehem to be taxed. As they approach the city, she begins to make now mournful, now joyous gestures, and upon inquiry explains that, as once in Rebekah's womb the two hostile nations struggled, from Genesis chapter 25, verse 23, she sees two people before her, the one weeping, the other laughing, i.e., according to one explanation, the two portions of Israel, to one of whom the advent of Jesus was set, from Luke chapter 2, verse 34, for the fall, to the other for the rising again. According to another interpretation, the two people were the Jews who should reject Jesus and the heathens who should accept him. Soon, however, whilst still without the city, as appears from the context and the reading of several manuscripts, Mary is seized with the pains of childbearing, and Joseph brings her into a cave situated by the roadside, where, veiled by a cloud of light, all nature pausing in celebration of the event, she brings her child into the world, and after her delivery is found, by women called to her assistance, still a virgin. The legend of the birth of Jesus in a cave was known to Justin and to Origen, who, in order to reconcile it with the account in Luke that he was laid in a manger, suppose a manger situated within the cave. Many modern commentators agree with them, whilst others prefer to consider the cave itself as phatne, in the sense of foddering stall. For the birth of Jesus in a cave, Justin appeals to the prophecy in Isaiah chapter 28, verse 16, autos oikese en hupsaielo spilaio petras hiskuras. In like manner, for the statement that on the third day the child Jesus, when brought from the cave into the stable, was worshipped by the oxen and the asses, the Historia de Nativitate Maria, etc., refers to Isaiah chapter 1 verse 3, cognovit bos possessorium suum, et asinus praesepi domini sui. In several apocryphas, between the Magi and the women who assist at the birth, the shepherds are forgotten, but they are mentioned in the Evangelium Infantiae Arabicum, where it says that when they arrived at the cave and had kindled a fire of rejoicing, the heavenly host appeared to them. If we take the circumstances attending the birth of Jesus, narrated by Luke, in a supernaturalistic sense, many difficulties occur. First, it may reasonably be asked, to what end the angelic apparition? The most obvious answer is, to make known the birth of Jesus. But so little did it make it known that, in the neighboring city of Jerusalem, it is the Magi who give the first information of the newborn King of the Jews. In the future history of Jesus, no trace of any such occurrence at his birth is to be found. Consequently, the object of that extraordinary phenomenon was not to give a wide-spreading intimation of the fact, for if so, God failed in his object. Must we then agree with Schleiermacher that the aim was limited to an immediate operation upon the shepherds? Then we must also suppose with him that the shepherds, equally with Simeon, were filled with messianic expectations, and that God designed by this apparition to reward and confirm their pious belief. The narrative, however, says nothing of this heavenly frame of mind, neither does it mention any abiding effects produced upon these men. According to the whole tenor of the representation, the apparition seems to have had reference not to the shepherds, but exclusively to the glorification and the proclaiming of the birth of Jesus as the Messiah. But as before observed, the latter aim was not accomplished, and the former, by itself, like every mere empty display, is an object unworthy of God. So that this circumstance in itself presents no inconsiderable obstacle to the supernaturalistic conception of the history. If, to the above considerations, we add those already stated which oppose the belief in apparitions and the existence of angels in general, it is easy to understand that, with respect to this narrative also, refuge has been sought in a natural explanation. The results of the first attempts at a natural explanation were certainly sufficiently rude. Thus, Eck regarded the angel as a messenger from Bethlehem, who carried a light which caught the eye of the shepherds, and the song of the heavenly host as the merry tones of a party accompanying the messenger. Paulus has woven together a more refined and matter-of-fact explanation. Mary, who had met with a hospitable reception in a herdsman's family, and who was naturally elated with the hope of giving birth to the Messiah, told her expectations to the members of this family, to whom, as inhabitants of a city of David, the communication could not have been indifferent. These shepherds, therefore, on perceiving, whilst in the fields by night, a luminous appearance in the air, a phenomenon which travellers say is not uncommon in those regions, they interpret it as a divine intimation that the stranger in their foddering stall is delivered of the Messiah, and as the meteoric light extends and moves to and fro, they take it for a choir of angels chanting hymns of praise. Returning home, they find their anticipations confirmed by the event, and that which at first they merely conjectured to be the sense and interpretation of the phenomenon, they now, after the manner of the East, represent as words actually spoken. This explanation rests altogether on the assumption that the shepherds were previously acquainted with Mary's expectation that she should give birth to the Messiah. How otherwise should they have been led to consider the sign as referring particularly to the birth of the Messiah in their manger? Yet this very assumption is the most direct contradiction of the gospel account, for, in the first place, the evangelist evidently does not suppose the manger to belong to the shepherds, since after he has narrated the delivery of Mary in the manger, he then goes on to speak of the shepherds as a new and distinct subject, not at all connected with the manger. His words are, "And there were in the same country shepherds." If this explanation were correct, he would, at all events, have said, "the shepherds," etc. Besides, he would not have been wholly silent respecting the comings and goings of these shepherds during the day, and their departure to guard the flock at the approach of night. But grant these presupposed circumstances, is it consistent in Paulus to represent Mary, at first so reserved concerning her pregnancy as to conceal it even from Joseph, and then so communicative that, just arrived among strangers, she parades the whole history of her expectations? Again, the sequel of the narrative contradicts the assumption that the shepherds were informed of the matter by Mary herself before her delivery. For, according to the gospel history, the shepherds receive the first intelligence of the birth of the Saviour from the angel who appears to them, and who tells them, as a sign of the truth of his communication, that they shall find the babe lying in a manger. Had they already heard from Mary the approaching birth of the Messiah, the meteoric appearance would have been a confirmation to them of Mary's words, and not the finding of the child a proof of the truth of the apparition. Finally, may we so far confide in the investigations already made as to inquire whence, if neither a miraculous announcement nor a supernatural conception actually occurred, could Mary have derived the confident anticipation that she should give birth to the Messiah? In opposition to this natural explanation, so full of difficulties on every side, Bauer announced his adoption of the mythical view. In fact, however, he did not advance one step beyond the interpretation of the rationalists, but actually repeated Paulus's exposition point for point. To this mixed mythical explanation, Gabler justly objected that it, equally with the natural interpretation, multiplies improbabilities. By the adoption of the pure dogmatic mythos, everything appears simpler. Thereby, at the same time, greater harmony is introduced into the early Christian history, all the preceding narratives of which ought equally to be interpreted as pure mythi. Gabler, accordingly, explained the narrative as the product of the ideas of the age, which demanded the assistance of angels at the birth of the Messiah. Now had it been known that Mary was delivered in a dwelling belonging to shepherds, it would also have been concluded that angels must have brought the tidings to these good shepherds that the Messiah was born in their manger, and the angels who cease not praising God must have sung a hymn of praise on the occasion. Gabler thinks it impossible that a Jewish Christian who should have known some of the data of the birth of Jesus could have thought of it otherwise than as here depicted. This explanation of Gabler shows, in a remarkable manner, how difficult it is entirely to extricate oneself from the natural explanation, and to rise completely to the mythical. For whilst this theologian believes he treads on pure mythical ground, he still stands with one foot upon that of the natural interpretation. He selects from the account of Luke one incident as historical, which, by its connection with other unhistorical statements, and its conformity to the spirit of the primitive Christian legend, is proved to be merely mythical, namely, that Jesus was really born in a shepherd's dwelling. He also borrows an assumption from the natural explanation, which the mythical needs not to obtrude on the text, that the shepherds, to whom it is alleged the angels appeared, were the possessors of the manger in which Mary was delivered. The first detail, upon which the second is built, belongs to the same machinery by which Luke, with the help of the census, transported the parents of Jesus from Nazareth to Bethlehem. Now we know what is the fact respecting the census. It crumbles away inevitably before criticism, and with it the datum built entirely upon it, that Jesus was born in a manger. For had not the parents of Jesus been strangers, and had they not come to Bethlehem in company with so large a concourse of strangers as the census might have occasioned, the cause which obliged Mary to accept a stable for her place of delivery would no longer have existed. But, on the other hand, the incident that Jesus was born in a stable and saluted in the first instance by shepherds is so completely in accordance with the spirit of the ancient legend that it is evident the narrative may have been derived purely from this source. Theophylact, in his time, pointed out its true character, when he says, "The angels did not appear to the scribes and Pharisees of Jerusalem who were full of all malice, but to the shepherds in the fields, on account of their simplicity and innocence, and because they, by their mode of life, were the successors of the patriarchs." It was in the field by the flocks that Moses was visited by a heavenly apparition, Exodus chapter 3, verse 1 and following. And God took David, the forefather of the Messiah, from his sheepfolds at Bethlehem, to be the shepherd of his people. Psalm 78, verse 70, compare with 1 Samuel chapter 16, verse 11. The mythi of the ancient world more generally ascribed divine apparitions to countrymen and shepherds. The sons of the gods and of great men were frequently brought up among shepherds. In the same spirit of the ancient legend is the apocryphal invention that Jesus was born in a cave, and we are at once reminded of the cave of Jupiter and of the other gods, even though the misunderstood passage of Isaiah chapter 33 verse 16 may have been the immediate occasion of this incident. Moreover, the night, in which the scene is laid, unless one refers here to the rabbinical representations, according to which the deliverance by means of the Messiah, like the deliverance from Egypt, should take place by night, forms the obscure background against which the manifested glory of the Lord shone so much the more brilliantly, which, as it is said to have glorified the birth of Moses, could not have been absent from that of the Messiah, his exalted antitype. The mythical interpretation of this section of the gospel history has found an opponent in Schleiermacher. He thinks it improbable that this commencement of the second chapter of Luke is a continuation of the first, written by the same author, because the frequent opportunities of introducing lyrical effusions, as for example, when the shepherds returned glorifying and praising God, verse 20, are not taken advantage of as in the first chapter, and here indeed we can in some measure agree with him. But when he adds that a decidedly poetical character cannot be ascribed to this narrative, since a poetical composition would of necessity have contained more of the lyrical, this only proves that Schleiermacher has not justly apprehended the notion of that kind of poetry in which he here treats, namely, the poetry of the mythus. In a word, mythical poetry is objective. The poetical exists in the substance of the narrative, and may therefore appear in the plainest form, free from all the adornments of lyrical effusions, which later are rather only the subsequent additions of a more intelligent and artificially elaborated subjective poetry. Undoubtedly, this section seems to have been preserved to us more nearly in its original legendary form, whilst the narratives of the first chapter in Luke bear rather the stamp of having been rewrought by some poetical individual. But historical truth is not on that account to be sought here any more than there. Consequently, the obligation which Schleiermacher further imposes upon himself, to trace out the source of this narrative in the Gospel of Luke, can only be regarded as an exercise of ingenuity. He refuses to recognize that source in Mary, though a reference to her might have been found in the observation, verse 19, she kept all these sayings in her heart. Wherein indeed he is the more right, since that observation, a fact to which Schleiermacher does not advert, is merely a phrase borrowed from the history of Jacob and his son Joseph. For as the narrative in Genesis relates of Jacob, the father of Joseph, that child of miracle, that when the latter told his significant dreams, and his brethren envied him, his father observed the saying. So the narrative in Luke, both here and at verse 51, relates of Mary, that she, whilst others gave utterance aloud to their admiration at the extraordinary occurrences which happened to her child, kept all these things and pondered them in her heart. But the above-named theologian points out the shepherds instead of Mary as the source of our narrative, alleging that all the details are given not from Mary's point of view, but from that of the shepherds. More truly, however, is the point of view that of the legend which supersedes both. If Schleiermacher finds it impossible to believe that this narrative is an air bubble conglomerated out of nothing, he must include under the word nothing the Jewish and early Christian ideas concerning Bethlehem as the necessary birthplace of the Messiah, concerning the condition of the shepherds as being peculiarly favored by communications from heaven, concerning angels as the intermediate agents in such communications, notions we on our side cannot possibly hold in so little estimation, but we find it easy to conceive that something similar to our narrative might have formed itself out of them. Finally, when he finds an advantageous or designed invention impossible, because the Christians of that district might easily have inquired of Mary or of the disciples concerning the truth of the matter, he speaks too nearly the language of the ancient apologists, and presupposes the ubiquity of these persons, already alluded to in the introduction, who, however, could not possibly have been in all places rectifying the tendency to form Christian legends wherever it manifested itself. The notice of the circumcision of Jesus in Luke chapter 2 verse 21 evidently proceeds from a narrator who had no real advice of the fact, but who assumed as a certainty that, according to Jewish custom, the ceremony took place on the 8th day, and who was desirous of commemorating this important event in the life of an Israelitish boy, in like manner as Paul, in Philippians chapter 3, verse 5, records his circumcision on the 8th day. The contrast, however, between the fullness of detail with which this point is elaborated and colored in the life of the Baptist, and the barrenness and brevity with which it is stated in reference to Jesus, is striking, and may justify an agreement with the remark of Schleiermacher, that here at least the author of the first chapter is no longer the originator. Such being the state of the case, this statement furnishes nothing for our object, which we might not already have known, only we have till now had no opportunity of observing distinctly that the pretended appointment of the name of Jesus before his birth likewise belongs merely to the mythical dress of the narrative. When it is said, his name was called Jesus, which was so named of the angel before he was conceived in the womb, the importance attached to the circumstance is a clear sign that a dogmatic interest lies at the bottom of this feature in the narrative, which interest can be no other than that which gave rise to the statement in the Old Testament concerning an Isaac and an Ishmael, and in the New Testament concerning a John, that the names of these children were, respectively, revealed to their parents prior to their birth, and on account of which interest the rabbins, in particular, expected that the same thing should occur in relation to the name of the Messiah. Without doubt, there were likewise other, far more natural reasons which induced the parents of Jesus to give him this name. Yeshua, an abbreviation of Yehoshua, ho Kyrios soteria, a name which was very common among his countrymen. But because this name agreed in a remarkable manner with the path of life subsequently chosen by him as Messiah and Soter, it was not thought possible that this coincidence could have been accidental. Besides, it seemed more appropriate that the name of the Messiah should have been determined by divine command than by human arbitration, and consequently the appointment of the name was ascribed to the same angel who had announced the conception of Jesus. End of section 33. Part 1, Chapter 4, Section 34 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated from the German by George Eliot. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 4, Birth and Earliest Events of the Life of Jesus. Section 34, The Magi and their Star, the Flight into Egypt, and the Murder of the Children of Bethlehem. Criticism of the Supernaturalistic View. In the Gospel of Matthew also, we have a narrative of the Messiah's entrance into the world. It differs considerably in detail from that of Luke, which we have just examined. But in the former part of the two accounts, there is a general similarity. See Matthew chapter 2, verse 1 and following. The object of both narratives is to describe the solemn introduction of the messianic infant, the heralding of his birth undertaken by heaven itself, and his first reception among men. In both, attention is called to the new-born Messiah by a celestial phenomenon. According to Luke, it is an angel clothed in brightness. According to Matthew, it is a star. As the apparitions are different, so accordingly are the recipients. The angel addresses simple shepherds. The star is discovered by Eastern magi who are able to interpret for themselves the voiceless sign. Both parties are directed to Bethlehem, the shepherds by the words of the angel, the Magi by the instructions they obtain in Jerusalem, and both do homage to the infant, the poor shepherds by singing hymns of praise, the Magi by costly presents from their native country. But from this point, the two narratives begin to diverge widely. In Luke, all proceeds happily. The shepherds return with gladness in their hearts. The child experiences no molestation. He is presented in the temple on the appointed day, thrives, and grows up in tranquility. In Matthew, on the contrary, affairs take a tragical turn. The inquiry of the wise men in Jerusalem concerning the newborn King of the Jews is the occasion of a murderous decree on the part of Herod against the children of Bethlehem, a danger from which the infant Jesus is rescued only by a sudden flight into Egypt, whence he and his parents do not return to the Holy Land till after the death of Herod. Thus we have here a double proclamation of the messianic child. We might, however, suppose that the one by the angel, in Luke, would announce the birth of the Messiah to the immediate neighborhood, the other by means of the star to distant lands. But as, according to Matthew, the birth of Jesus became known at Jerusalem, which was in the immediate vicinity, by means of the star, if this representation be historical, that of Luke, according to which the shepherds were the first to spread abroad with praises to God, from verses 17 and 20, that which had been communicated to them as glad tidings for all people, from verse 10, cannot possibly be correct. So, on the other hand, if it be true that the birth of Jesus was made known in the neighborhood of Bethlehem, as Luke states, by an angelic communication to the shepherds, Matthew must be in error when he represents the first intelligence of the event as subsequently brought to Jerusalem, which is only from 2 to 3 hours distant from Bethlehem, by the Magi. But as we have recognized many indications of the unhistorical character of the announcement by the shepherds given in Luke, the ground is left clear for that of Matthew, which must be judged of according to its inherent credibility. Our narrative commences as if it were an admitted fact that astrologers possessed the power of recognizing a star announcing the birth of the Messiah. That Eastern Magi should have knowledge of a King of the Jews, to whom they owed religious homage, might indeed excite our surprise. But contenting ourselves here with remarking that 70 years later an expectation did prevail in the East that a ruler of the world would arise from among the Jewish people, we pass on to a yet more weighty difficulty. According to this narrative, it appears that astrology is right when it asserts that the birth of great men and important revelations in human affairs are indicated by astral phenomena, an opinion long since consigned to the region of superstition. It is therefore to be explained how this deceptive science could in this solitary instance prove true, though in no other case are its inferences to be relied on. The most obvious explanation, from the orthodox point of view, is an appeal to the supernatural intervention of God, who, in this particular instance, in order to bring the distant Magi unto Jesus, accommodated himself to their astrological notions, and caused the anticipated star to appear. But the adoption of this expedient involves very serious consequences. For the coincidence of the remarkable sequel with the astrological prognostic could not fail to strengthen the belief not only of the Magi and their fellow countrymen, but also of the Jews and Christians who were acquainted with the circumstances, in the spurious science of astrology, thereby creating incalculable error and mischief. If, therefore, it be unadvisable to admit an extraordinary divine intervention, And if the position that in the ordinary course of nature important occurrences on this earth are attended by changes in the heavenly bodies be abandoned, the only remaining explanation lies in the supposition of an accidental coincidence. But to appeal to chance is in fact either to say nothing, or to renounce the supernaturalistic point of view. But the orthodox view of this account not only sanctions the false science of astrology, but also confirms the false interpretation of a passage in the prophets. For, as the Magi, following their star, proceed in the right direction, so the chief priests and scribes of Jerusalem, whom Herod, on learning the arrival and object of the Magi, summons before him and questions concerning the birthplace of the King of the Jews, interpret the passage in Micah chapter 5, verse 1, as signifying that the Messiah should be born in Bethlehem. And to this signification the event corresponds. Now, such an application of the above passage can only be made by forcing the words from their true meaning and from all relation with the context, according to the well-known practice of the rabbins. For independently of the question whether or not the word mashal in the passage cited, the Messiah, be intended, the entire context shows the meaning to be not that the expected governor who was to come forth out of Bethlehem would actually be born in that city, but only that he would be a descendant of David, whose family sprang from Bethlehem. Thus, allowing the Magi to have been rightly directed by means of the rabbinical exegesis of the oracle, a false interpretation must have hit on the truth, either by means of divine intervention and accommodation, or by accident. The judgment pronounced in the case of the star is applicable here also. After receiving the above answer from the Sanhedrin, Herod summons the Magi before him, and his first question concerns the time at which the star appeared. From verse 7. Why did he wish to know this? The 16th verse tells us that he might thereby calculate the age of the messianic child, and thus ascertain up to what age it would be necessary for him to put to death the children of Bethlehem, so as not to miss the one announced by the star. But this plan of murdering all the children of Bethlehem up to a certain age, that he might destroy the one likely to prove fatal to the interests of his family, was not conceived by Herod until after the Magi had disappointed his expectation that they would return to Jerusalem, a deception which, if we may judge from his violent anger on account of it, from verse 16, Herod had by no means anticipated. Prior to this, according to verse 8, it had been his intention to obtain from the Magi, on their return, so close a description of the child, his dwelling and circumstances, that it would be easy for him to remove his infantine rival without sacrificing any other life. It was not until he had discovered the stratagem of the Magi that he was obliged to have recourse to the more violent measure for the execution of which it was necessary for him to know the time of the star's appearance. How fortunate for him, then, that he had ascertained this time before he had decided on the plan that made the information important, but how inconceivable that he should make a point which was only indirectly connected with his original project, the subject of his first and most eager interrogation, from verse 7. Herod, in the second place, commissions the Magi to acquaint themselves accurately with all that concerns the royal infant, and to impart their knowledge to him on their return, that he also may go and tender his homage to the child. That is, according to his real meaning, take sure measures for putting him to death, from verse 8. Such a proceeding on the part of an astute monarch like Herod has long been held improbable. Even if he adopted to deceive the Magi while in conference with them, by adopting this friendly mask, he must necessarily foresee
that others would presently awaken them to the probability that he harbored evil designs against the child, and thus prevent them from returning according to his injunction. He might conjecture that the parents of the child, on hearing of the ominous interest taken in him by the king, would seek his safety by flight, and finally, that those inhabitants of Bethlehem and its environs who cherished messianic expectations would not be a little confirmed in them by the arrival of the Magi. On all these grounds, Herod's only prudent measure would have been either to detain the Magi in Jerusalem, and in the meantime, by means of secret emissaries, to dispatch the child to whom such peculiar hopes were attached, and who must have been easy of discovery in the little village of Bethlehem, or to have given the Magi companions, who, as soon as the child was found, might at once have put an end to his existence. Even Olshausen thinks that these strictures are not groundless, and his best defense against them is the observation that the histories of all ages present unaccountable instances of forgetfulness, a proof that the course of human events is guided by a supreme hand. When the supernaturalist invokes the supreme hand in the case before us, he must suppose that God himself blinded Herod to the surest means of attaining his object, in order to save the messianic child from a premature death. But the other side of this divine contrivance is, that instead of the one child, many others must die. There would be nothing to object against such a substitution in this particular case, if it could be proved that there was no other possible mode of rescuing Jesus from a fate inconsistent with the scheme of human redemption. But if it be once admitted that God interposed supernaturally to blind the mind of Herod, and to suggest to the Magi that they should not return to Jerusalem, we are constrained to ask, why did not God in the first instance inspire the Magi to shun Jerusalem and proceed directly to Bethlehem, whither Herod's attention would not then have been so immediately attracted, and thus the disastrous sequel perhaps have been altogether avoided? The supernaturalist has no answer to this question but the old-fashioned argument that it was good for the infants to die, because they were thus freed by transient suffering from much misery, and more especially from the danger of sinning against Jesus with the unbelieving Jews, whereas now they had the honor of losing their lives for the sake of Jesus, and thus of ranking as martyrs, and so forth. The Magi leave Jerusalem by night, the favorite time for traveling in the east. The star, which they seem to have lost sight of since their departure from home, again appears and goes before them on the road to Bethlehem, until at length it remains stationary over the house that contains the wondrous child and its parents. The way from Jerusalem to Bethlehem lies southward. Now the true path of erratic stars is either from west to east, as that of the planets and of some comets, or from east to west, as that of other comets. The orbits of many comets do indeed tend from north to south, but the true motion of all these bodies is so greatly surpassed by their apparent motion from east to west produced by the rotation of the earth on its axis, that it is imperceptible except at considerable intervals. Even the diurnal movement of the heavenly bodies, however, is less obvious on a short journey than the merely optical one, arising from the observer's own change of place, in consequence of which a star that he sees before him seems, as long as he moves forward, to pass on in the same direction through infinite space. It cannot therefore stand still over a particular house, and thus induce a traveler to halt there also. On the contrary, the traveler himself must halt before the star will appear stationary. The star of the Magi could not then be an ordinary natural star, but must have been one created by God for that particular exigency, and impressed by him with a peculiar law of motion and rest. Again, this could not have been a true star moving among the systems of our firmament, for such an one, however impelled and arrested, could never, according to optical laws, appear to pause over a particular house. It must, therefore, have been something lower, hovering over the earth's surface. Hence, some of the fathers and apocryphal writers, supposing it to have been an angel, which, doubtless, might fly before the Magi in the form of a star, and take its station at a moderate height above the house of Mary in Bethlehem. More modern theologians have conjectured that the phenomenon was a meteor. Both these explanations are opposed to the text of Matthew. The former, because it is out of keeping with the style of our Gospels to designate anything purely supernatural, such as an angelic appearance, by an expression that implies a merely natural object, as a star. The latter, because a mere meteor would not last for so long a time as must have elapsed between the departure of the Magi from their remote home and their arrival in Bethlehem. Perhaps, however, it will be contended that God created one meteor for the first monition, and another for the second. Many, even of the orthodox expositors, have found these difficulties in relation to the star so pressing that they have striven to escape at any cost from the admission that it preceded the Magi in their way towards Bethlehem, and took its station directly over a particular house. According to Susskind, whose explanation has been much approved, the verb praegen, or went before, from verse 9, which is in the imperfect tense, does not signify that the star visibly led the Magi on their way, but is equivalent to the pluperfect, which would imply that the star had been invisibly transferred to the destination of the Magi before their arrival, so that the evangelist intends to say, "The star which the Magi had seen in the east and subsequently lost sight of, suddenly made its appearance to them in Bethlehem above the house they were seeking. It had therefore preceded them." But this is a transplantation of rationalistic artifice into the soil of orthodox exegesis. Not only the word praegen, but the less flexible expression till it came, etc., denotes that the transit of the star was not an already completed phenomenon, but one brought to pass under the observation of the Magi. Expositors who persist in denying this must, to be consistent, go still farther, and reduce the entire narrative to the standard of merely natural events.
So, when Olshausen admits that the position of a star could not possibly indicate a single house, and hence the Magi must have inquired for the infant's dwelling, and only with childlike simplicity referred the issue as well as the commencement of their journey to a heavenly guide, he deserts his own point of view for that of the rationalists, and interlines the text with explanatory particulars, an expedient which he elsewhere justly condemns in Paulus and others. The Magi then enter the house, offer their adoration to the infant, and present to him gifts, the productions of their native country. One might wonder that there is no notice of astonishment which it must have excited in these men to find, instead of the expected prince, a child in quite ordinary, perhaps indigent circumstances. It is not fair, however, to heighten the contrast by supposing, according to the common notion, that the Magi discovered the child in a stable lying in a manger, for this representation is peculiar to Luke, and is altogether unknown to Matthew, who merely speaks of a house in which the child was found.
Then follows, in verse 10, the warning given to the Magi in a dream, concerning which, as before remarked, it were only to be wished that it had been vouchsafed earlier, so as to avert the steps of the Magi from Jerusalem, and thus, perchance, prevent the whole subsequent massacre. While Herod awaits the return of the Magi, Joseph is admonished by an angelic apparition in a dream to flee with the messianic child and its mother into Egypt for security. Verses 13 through 15.
Adopting the evangelist's point of view, this is not attended with any difficulty. It is otherwise, however, with the prophecy which the above event is said to fulfill. Hosea chapter 11, verse 1. In this passage, the prophet, speaking in the name of Jehovah, says, "When Israel was a child, then I loved him, and called my son out of Egypt." We may venture to attribute, even to the most orthodox expositor, enough clear-sightedness to perceive that the subject of the first half of the sentence is also the object of the second, namely the people of Israel, who here, as elsewhere, for example, Exodus chapter 4, verse 22, and Sirach chapter 36, verse 14, are collectively called the Son of God, and whose past deliverance under Moses out of their Egyptian bondage is the fact referred to, that consequently the prophet was not contemplating either the Messiah or his sojourn into Egypt.
Nevertheless, as our evangelist says in verse 15, that the flight of Jesus into Egypt took place expressly that the above words of Hosea might be fulfilled, he must have understood them as a prophecy relating to Christ, must, therefore, have misunderstood them. It has been pretended that the passage has a twofold application, and though referring primarily to the Israelitish people, is not the less a prophecy relative to Christ, because the destiny of Israel after the flesh was a type of the destiny of Jesus. But this convenient method of interpretation is not applicable here, for the analogy would, in the present case, be altogether external and inane, since the only parallel consists in the bare fact in both instances of a sojourn in Egypt, the circumstances under which the Israelitish people and the child Jesus sojourned there being altogether diverse. When the return of the Magi has been delayed long enough for Herod to become aware that they have no intention to keep faith with him, he decrees the death of all the male children in Bethlehem and its environs up to the age of 2 years, that being, according to the statements of the Magi as to the time of the star's appearance, the utmost interval that could have elapsed since the birth of the messianic child, from verses 16 through 18. This was, beyond all question, an act of the blindest fury, for Herod might easily have informed himself whether a child who had received rare and costly presents was yet to be found in Bethlehem. But even granting it not inconsistent with the disposition of an aged tyrant to the extent that Schleiermacher supposed, it were in any case to be expected that so unprecedented and revolting a massacre would be noticed by other historians than Matthew. But neither Josephus, who is very minute in his account of Herod, nor the rabbins, who were assiduous in blackening his memory, give the slightest hint of this decree. The latter do, indeed, connect the flight of Jesus into Egypt with a murderous scene, the author of which, however, is not Herod, but King Jannaeus, and the victims not children, but rabbins. Their story is evidently founded on a confusion of the occurrence gathered from the Christian history with an earlier event. For Alexander Jannaeus died 40 years before the birth of Christ. Macrobius, who lived in the 4th century, is the only author who notices the slaughter of the infants, and he introduces it obliquely in a passage which loses all credit by confounding the execution of Antipater who was so far from a child that he complained of his gray hairs, with the murder of the infants, renowned among the Christians. Commentators have attempted to diminish our surprise at the remarkable silence in question by reminding us that the number of children of the given age in the petty village of Bethlehem must have been small, and by remarking that among the numerous deeds of cruelty by which the life of Herod was stained, this one would be lost sight of as a drop in the ocean. But in these observations, the specific atrocity of murdering innocent children, however few, is overlooked, and it is this that must have prevented the deed, if really perpetrated, from being forgotten. Here also the evangelist cites, in verses 17 and 18, a prophetic passage, Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 15, as having been fulfilled by the murder of the infants, whereas it originally referred to something quite different, namely the transportation of the Jews to Babylon, and had no kind of reference to an event lying in remote futurity. While Jesus and his parents are in Egypt, Herod the Great dies, and Joseph is instructed by an angel, who appears to him in a dream, to return to his native country. But as Archelaus, Herod's successor in Judea, was to be feared, he has more precise directions in a second oracular dream, in obedience to which he fixes his abode at Nazareth in Galilee, under the milder government of Herod Antipas, in verses 19 through 23. Thus, in the compass of this single chapter, we have 5 extraordinary interpositions of God, an anomalous star, and 4 visions. For the star and the first vision we have already remarked. One miracle might have been substituted, not only without detriment, but with advantage. Either the star or the vision might from the beginning have deterred the Magi from going to Jerusalem, and by this means perhaps have averted the massacre ordained by Herod. But that the 2 last visions are not united in one is a mere superfluity. For the direction to Joseph to proceed to Nazareth instead of Bethlehem, which is made the object of a special vision, might just as well have been included in the first. Such a disregard, even to prodigality, of the lex parsimony in relation to the miraculous, one is tempted to refer to human imagination rather than to divine providence. The false interpretations of Old Testament passages in this chapter are crowned by the last verse, where it is said that by the settlement of the parents of Jesus at Nazareth was fulfilled the saying of the prophets, "He shall be called a Nazarene." Now this passage is not to be found in the Old Testament, and unless expositors, losing courage, take refuge in darkness by supposing that it is extracted from a canonical or apocryphal book now lost, they must admit the conditional validity of one or other of the following charges against the evangelist. If, as it has been alleged, he intended to compress the Old Testament prophecies that the Messiah would be despised into the oracular sentence, "He shall be called a Nazarene," i.e., the citizen of a despised city, we must accuse him of the most arbitrary mode of expression. Or, if he be supposed to give a modification of Nasir, we must tax him with the most violent transformation of the word and the grossest perversion of its meaning. For even if, contrary to the fact, this epithet were applied to the Messiah in the Old Testament, it could only mean either that he would be a Nazarite, which Jesus never was, or that he would be crowned, as Joseph, in Genesis chapter 49, verse 26, in no case that he would be brought up in the petty town of Nazareth. The most probable interpretation of this passage, and that which has the sanction of the Jewish Christians questioned on the subject by Jerome, is that the evangelist here alludes to Isaiah chapter 11, verse 1, where the Messiah is called netzer is shy, as elsewhere, tzamach. But in every case, there is the same violence done to the word by attaching to a mere appellative of the Messiah an entirely fictitious relation to the name of the city of Nazareth. End of section 34. Part 1, Chapter 4, Section 35 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 4, Birth and Earliest Events of the Life of Jesus. Section 35, Attempts at a Natural Explanation of the History of the Magi. Transition to the mythical explanation. To avoid the many difficulties which beset us at every step in interpreting this chapter after the manner of the supernaturalists, it is quite worth our while to seek for another exposition which may suffice to explain the whole according to physical and psychological laws, without any admixture of supernaturalism. Such an exposition has been the most successfully attempted by Paulus. How could heathen magi in a remote country of the East know anything of a Jewish king about to be born? This is the first difficulty, and it is removed on the above system of interpretation by supposing that the magi were expatriated Jews. But this, apparently, is not the idea of the evangelist. For the question which he puts into the mouth of the Magi, "Where is he that is born King of the Jews?" distinguishes them from that people, and as regards the tendency of the entire narrative, the Church seems to have apprehended it more correctly than Paulus thinks, in representing the visit of the Magi as the first manifestation of Christ to the Gentiles. Nevertheless, as we have above remarked, this difficulty may be cleared away without having recourse to the supposition of Paulus. Further, according to the natural explanation, the real object of the journey of these men was not to see the newborn king, nor was its cause the star which they had observed in the east. But they happened to be traveling to Jerusalem, perhaps with mercantile views, and hearing far and wide in the land of a newborn king, a celestial phenomenon which they had recently occurred to their remembrance, and they earnestly desired to see the child in question. By this means, it is true, the difficulty arising from the sanction given to astrology by the usual conception of the story is diminished, but only at the expense of unprejudiced interpretation. For even if it were admissible unceremoniously to transform magi into merchants, their purpose in this journey cannot have been a commercial one, for the first inquiry on arriving at Jerusalem is after the newborn king, and they forthwith mention a star seen by them in the east as the cause not only of their question, but also of their present journey, the object of which they aver to be the presentation of their homage to the newborn child. From verse 2. The star becomes, on this method of interpretation, a natural meteor or a comet, or finally a constellation, that is, a conjunction of planets. The last idea was put forth by Kepler, and has been approved by several astronomers and theologians. Is it more easy on any one of these suppositions to conceive that the star could precede the Magi on their way and remain stationary over a particular house, according to the representation of the text? We have already examined the two first hypotheses. If we adopt the third, we must either suppose the verb proagein, from verse 9, to signify the disjunction of the planets, previously an apparent union, though the text does not imply a partition, but a forward movement of the entire phenomenon. Or we must call Suskind's pluperfect to our aid, and imagine that the constellation, which the Magi could no longer see in the valley between Jerusalem and Bethlehem, again burst on their view over the place where the child dwelt. For the expression epano ou ein topaidion, from verse 9, denotes merely the place of abode, not the particular dwelling of the child and his parents. This we grant, but when the evangelist proceeds thus, kai eiselthontis tein oikion, from verse 9, he gives the more general expression the precise meaning of dwelling house, so that this explanation is clearly a vain effort to abate the marvelousness of the evangelical narrative. The most remarkable supposition adopted by those who regard aster as a conjunction of planets is that they hereby obtain a fixed point in accredited history, to which the narrative of Matthew may be attached. According to Kepler's calculation, corrected by Ideler, there occurred 3 years before the death of Herod, in the year of Rome 747, a conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn in the sign of Pisces. The conjunction of these planets is repeated in the above sign, to which astrologers attribute a special relation to Palestine about every 800 years, and according to the computation of the Jew Abarbanel in 1463, it took place 3 years before the birth of Moses. Hence, it is probable enough that the hope of the second great deliverer of the nation would be associated with the recurrence of this conjunction in the time of Herod, and that when the phenomenon was actually observed, it would occasion inquiry on the part of Babylonian Jews. But that the star mentioned by Matthew was this particular planetary conjunction is, from our uncertainty as to the year of Christ's birth, and also as to the period of the above astrological calculation, an extremely precarious conjecture, and as, besides, there are certain particulars in the evangelical text, for instance, the words proegen and este, which do not accord with such an explanation, so soon as another, more congruous with Matthew's narrative, presents itself, we are justified in giving it the preference. The difficulties connected with the erroneous interpretations of passages from the Old Testament are, from the natural point of view, eluded by denying that the writers of the New Testament are responsible for the falsity of these interpretations. It is said that the prophecy of Micah is applied to the Messiah and his birth in Bethlehem by the Sanhedrim alone, and that Matthew has not committed himself to their interpretation by one word of approval. But when the evangelist proceeds to narrate how the issue corresponded with the interpretation, he sanctions it by the authoritative seal of fact. In relation to the passage from Hosea, Paulus and Stoidel concur in resorting to a singular expedient. Matthew, say they, wished to guard against the offense which it might possibly give to the Jews of Palestine to learn that the Messiah had once left the Holy Land. He, therefore, called attention to the fact that Israel, in one sense the firstborn of God, had been called out of Egypt, for which reason, he would imply, no one ought to be astonished that the Messiah, the Son of God in a higher sense, had also visited a profane land. But throughout the passage there is no trace of such a negative, precautionary intention on the part of the evangelist in adducing this prophecy. On the contrary, all his quotations seem to have the positive object to confirm the Messiahship of Jesus by showing that in him the Old Testament prophecies had their fulfillment. It has been attempted, with reference to the 2 other prophecies cited in this chapter, to reduce the signification of the verb plerothenai, or to be fulfilled, to that of mere similitude or applicability. But the futility of the effort needs no exposure. The various directions conveyed to the persons of our narrative by means of visions are, from the same point of view, all explained psychologically as effects of waking inquiries and reflections. This appears, indeed, to be indicated by the text itself, from verse 22, according to which Joseph, hearing that Archelaus was master of Judea, feared to go thither, and not until then did he receive an intimation from a higher source in a dream. Nevertheless, on a closer examination, we find that the communication given in the dream was something new, not a mere repetition of intelligence received in waking moments. Only the negative conclusion, that on account of Archelaus it was not advisable to settle at Bethlehem, was attained by Joseph when awake. The positive injunction to proceed to Nazareth was superadded in his dream. To explain the other visions in the above way is a direct interpolation of the text, for this represents both the hostility and death of Herod as being first made known to Joseph by dreams. In like manner, the Magi have no distrust of Herod until a dream warns them against his treachery. Thus, on the one hand, the sense of the narrative in Matthew chapter 2 is opposed to the conception of its occurrence as natural. On the other hand, this narrative, taken in its original sense, carries the supernatural into the extravagant, the improbable into the impossible. We are therefore led to doubt the historical character of the narrative, and to conjecture that we have before us something mythical. The first propounders of this opinion were so unsuccessful in its illustration that they never liberated themselves from the sphere of the natural interpretation, which they sought to transcend. Arabian merchants, thinks Krug for example, coming by chance to Bethlehem, met with the parents of Jesus, and learning that they were strangers in distress, according to Matthew, the parents of Jesus were not strangers in Bethlehem, made them presents, uttered many good wishes for their child, and pursued their journey. When subsequently Jesus was reputed to be the Messiah, the incident was remembered and embellished with a star, visions, and believing homage. To these were added the flight into Egypt and the infanticide, the latter because the above incident was supposed to have had some effect on Herod, who, on other grounds than those alleged in the text, had caused some families in Bethlehem to be put to death, the former probably because Jesus had, with some unknown object, actually visited Egypt at a later period.
In this, as in the purely naturalistic interpretation, there remain as so many garb, the arrival of some Oriental travelers, the flight into Egypt, and the massacre in Bethlehem, divested, however, of the marvelous garb with which they are enveloped in the evangelical narrative. In this unadorned form, these occurrences are held to be intelligible, and such as might very probably happen. But in point of fact, they are more incomprehensible even than when viewed through the medium of orthodoxy, for with their supernatural embellishments vanishes the entire basis on which they rest. Matthew's narrative adequately accounts for the relations between the men of the East and the parents of Jesus. This attempt at mythical exposition reduces them to a wonderful chance. The massacre at Bethlehem has, in the evangelical narrative, a definite cause. Here we are at a loss to understand how Herod came to ordain such an enormity. So the journey into Egypt, which had so urgent a motive, according to Matthew, is on this scheme of interpretation totally inexplicable. It may indeed be said, these events had their adequate causes in accordance with the regular course of things, but Matthew has withheld this natural sequence and given a miraculous one in its stead.
But if the writer or legend be capable of environing occurrences with fictitious motives and accessory circumstances, either the one or the other is also capable of fabricating the occurrences themselves. And this fabrication is the more probable, the more clearly we can show that the legend had an interest in depicting such occurrences, though they had never actually taken place. This argument is equally valid against the attempt, lately made from the supernaturalistic point of view, to separate the true from the false in the evangelical narrative. In a narrative like this, says Neander, we must carefully distinguish the kernel from the shell, the main fact from the immaterial circumstances, and not demand the same degree of certitude for all its particulars. That the Magi, by their astrological researches, were led to anticipate the birth of a Saviour in Judea, and hence journey to Jerusalem that they might offer him their homage, is, according to him, the only essential and certain part of the narrative. But how, when arrived in Jerusalem, did they learn that the child was to be born in Bethlehem? From Herod, or by some other means? On this point, Neander is not equally willing to guarantee the veracity of Matthew's statements, and he regards it as unessential. The Magi, he continues, in so inconsiderable a place as Bethlehem, might be guided to the child's dwelling by many providential arrangements in the ordinary course of events. For example, by meeting with the shepherds or other devout persons who had participated in the great event. When, however, they had once entered the house, they might represent the circumstances in the astrological guise with which their minds were the most familiar. Neander awards an historical character to the flight into Egypt and the infanticide. By this explanation of the narrative, only its heaviest difficulty, namely, that the star preceded the Magi on their way and paused above a single house, is in reality thrown overboard. The other difficulties remain. But Neander has renounced unlimited confidence in the veracity of the evangelist, and admitted that a part of his narrative is unhistorical. If it be asked how far this unhistorical portion extends, and what is its kind, whether the nucleus around which legend has deposited its crystallizations be historical or ideal, it is easy to show that the few and vague data which a less lenient criticism than that of Neander can admit as historical, are far less adapted to give birth to our narrative than the very precise circle of ideas and types which we are about to exhibit. End of section 35. Part 1, Chapter 4, Section 36 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 4, Birth and Earliest Events of the Life of Jesus. Section 36, the purely mythical explanation of the narrative concerning the Magi and of the events with which it is connected. Several fathers of the Church indicated the true key to the narrative concerning the Magi when, in order to explain from what source those heathen astrologers could gather any knowledge of a messianic star, they put forth the conjecture that this knowledge might have been drawn from the prophecies of the heathen Bil'am, recorded in the Book of Numbers. Schmidt justly considers it a deficiency in the exposition of Paulus that it takes no notice of the Jewish expectation that a star would become visible at the appearance of the Messiah. And yet, he adds, this is the only thread to guide us to the true origin of this narrative. The prophecy of Bil'am, Numbers chapter 24, verse 17, a star shall come out of Jacob, was the cause, not indeed, as the fathers supposed, that Magi actually recognized a newly kindled star as that of the Messiah, and hence journeyed to Jerusalem. but that legend represented a star to have appeared at the birth of Jesus, and to have been recognized by astrologers as the star of the Messiah. The prophecy attributed to Bil'am originally referred to some fortunate and victorious ruler of Israel, but it seems to have early received a messianic interpretation. Even if the translation in the Targum of Onkelos, surget rex ex Jacobo et Messias, ungetur rex Israele, prove nothing, because here the word onctos is synonymous with rex and might signify an ordinary king, it is yet worthy of notice that, according to the testimony of Aben Ezra and the passages cited by Wettstein and Schochten, many rabbins applied the prophecy to the Messiah. The name Bar Kokhba, or son of a star, assumed by a noted pseudo-Messiah under Hadrian, was chosen with reference to the messianic interpretation of Bil'am's prophecy. It is true that the passage in question, taken in its original sense, does not speak of a real star, but merely compares to a star the future prince of Israel, and this is the interpretation given to it in the Targum above quoted. But the growing belief in astrology, according to which every important event was signalized by sidereal changes, soon caused the prophecy of Bil'am to be understood no longer figuratively, but literally, as referring to a star which was to appear contemporaneously with the Messiah. We have various proofs that a belief in astrology was prevalent in the time of Jesus. The future greatness of Mithridates was thought to be prognosticated by the appearance of a comet in the year in his birth, and in that of his ascension to the throne, and a comet observed shortly after the death of Julius Caesar was supposed to have a close relation to that event. These ideas were not without influence on the Jews. At least we find traces of them in Jewish writings of a later period, in which it is said that a remarkable star appeared at the birth of Abraham. When such ideas were afloat, it was easy to imagine that the birth of the Messiah must be announced by a star, especially as, according to the common interpretation of Bil'am's prophecy, a star was there made the symbol of the Messiah. It is certain that the Jewish mind affected this combination, for it is a rabbinical idea that, at the time of the Messiah's birth, a star will appear in the east and remain for a long time visible. The narrative of Matthew is allied to this simpler Jewish idea, the apocryphal descriptions of the star that announced the birth of Jesus to the extravagant fictions about the star said to have appeared in the time of Abraham. We may therefore state the opinion of Schmidt, recently approved by Friedrich and De Wette, as the nearest approach to truth on the subject of Matthew's star in the east. In the time of Jesus, it was the general belief that stars were always the forerunners of great events. Hence, the Jews of that period thought that the birth of the Messiah would necessarily be announced by a star, and this supposition had a specific sanction in Numbers chapter 24, verse 17. The early converted Jewish Christians could confirm their faith in Jesus and justify it in the eyes of others only by laboring to prove that in him were realized all the attributes lent to the Messiah by the Jewish notions of their age. A proposition that might be urged the more inoffensively and with the less chance of refutation, the more remote lay the age of Jesus, and the more completely the history of his childhood was shrouded in darkness. Hence, it soon ceased to be a matter of doubt that the anticipated appearance of a star was really coincident with the birth of Jesus. This being once presupposed, it followed as a matter of course that the observers of this appearance were Eastern magi, first, because none could better interpret the sign than astrologers, and the East was supposed to be the native region of their science, and secondly, because it must have seemed fitting that the messianic star which had been seen by the spiritual eye of the ancient magus Bil'am should, on its actual appearance, be first recognized by the bodily eyes of later magi. This particular, however, as well as the journey of the magi into Judea and their costly presents to the child, bear a relation to other passages in the Old Testament. In the description of the happier future given in Isaiah chapter 60, the prophet foretells that, at that time, the most remote people and kings will come to Jerusalem to worship Jehovah, with offerings of gold and incense and all acceptable gifts. If in this passage the messianic times alone are spoken of while the Messiah himself is wanting, in Psalm 72 we read of a king who is to be feared as long as the sun and moon endure, in whose times the righteous shall flourish, and whom all nations shall call blessed. This king might easily be regarded as the Messiah, and the psalm says of him nearly in the words of Isaiah chapter 60, that foreign kings shall bring him gold and other presents. To this it may be added that the pilgrimage of foreign people to Jerusalem is connected with a risen light, which might suggest the star of Bil'am. What was more natural, when on the one hand was presented Bil'am's messianic star out of Jacob, for the observation of which Magian astrologers were the best adapted, on the other a light which was to arise on Jerusalem, and to which distant nations would come, bringing gifts, than to combine the two images and to say, in consequence of the star which had risen over Jerusalem, astrologers came from a distant land with presents for the Messiah whom the star announced. But when the imagination once had possession of the star, and of travelers attracted by it from a distance, there was an inducement to make the star the immediate guide of their course, and the torch to light them on their way. This was a favorite idea of antiquity, according to Virgil. A star, stella facem ducens, marked out the way of Aeneas from the shores of Troy to the west. Thrasybulus and Timoleon were led by celestial fires, and a star was said to have guided Abraham on his way to Moriah. Besides, in the prophetic passage itself, the heavenly light seems to be associated with the pilgrimage of the offerers as the guide of their course. At all events, the originally figurative language of the prophet would probably, at a later period, be understood literally in accordance with the rabbinical spirit of interpretation. The Magi are not conducted by the star directly to Bethlehem where Jesus was. They first proceed to Jerusalem. One reason for this might be that the prophetic passage connects the risen light and the offerers with Jerusalem. But the chief reason lies in the fact that in Jerusalem Herod was to be found. For what was better adapted to instigate Herod to his murderous decree than the alarming tidings of the Magi that they had seen the star of the great Jewish king? To represent a murderous decree as having been directed by Herod against Jesus was the interest of the primitive Christian legend. In all times, legend has glorified the infancy of great men by persecutions and attempts on their life. The greater the danger that hovered over them, the higher seems their value. The more unexpectedly their deliverance is wrought, the more evident is the esteem in which they are held by heaven. Hence, in the history of the childhood of Cyrus in Herodotus, of Romulus in Livy, and even later of Augustus in Suetonius, we find this trait. Neither has the Hebrew legend neglected to assign such a distinction to Moses. One point of analogy between the narrative in Exodus chapter 1 verse 2 and that in Matthew is that in both cases the murderous decree does not refer specially to the one dangerous child, but generally to a certain class of children. In the former to all newborn males, and in the latter to all of and under the age of 2 years. It is true that, according to the narrative in Exodus, the murderous decree is determined on without any reference to Moses, of whose birth Pharaoh is not supposed to have any presentiment,
and who is therefore only by accident implicated in its consequences. But this representation did not sufficiently mark out Moses as the object of hostile design to satisfy the spirit of Hebrew tradition, and by the time of Josephus it had been so modified as to resemble more nearly the legends concerning Cyrus and Augustus, and above all the narrative of Matthew. According to the later legend, Pharaoh was incited to issue his murderous decree by a communication from his interpreters of sacred writings, who announced to him the birth of an infant destined to succor the Israelites and humble the Egyptians. The interpreters of the sacred writings here play the same part as the interpreters of dreams in Herodotus, and the astrologers in Matthew. Legend was not content with thus signalizing the infancy of the lawgiver alone. It soon extended the same distinction to the great progenitor of the Israelitish nation, Abraham, whom it represented as being in peril of his life from the murderous attempt of a jealous tyrant immediately after his birth. Moses was opposed to Pharaoh as an enemy and oppressor. Abraham held the same position with respect to Nimrod. This monarch was forewarned by his sages, whose attention had been excited by a remarkable star, that Terah would have a son from whom a powerful nation would descend. Apprehensive of rivalry, Nimrod immediately issues a murderous command, which, however, Abraham happily escapes. What wonder, then, that, as the great progenitor and the lawgiver of the nation had there Nimrod and Pharaoh, a corresponding persecutor was found for the restorer of the nation, the Messiah, in the person of Herod. That this tyrant was said to have been apprised of the Messiah's birth by wise men, and to have laid snares against his life, from which, however, he happily escapes. The apocryphal legend indeed has introduced an imitation of this trait, after its own style, into the history of the forerunner. He too is endangered by Herod's decree. A mountain is miraculously cleft asunder to receive him and his mother, but his father, refusing to point out the boy's hiding place, is put to death. Jesus escapes from the hostile attempts of Herod by other means than those by which Moses, according to the Mosaic history, and Abraham, according to the Jewish legend, elude the decree issued against them, namely, by a flight out of his native land into Egypt. In the life of Moses also there occurs a flight into a foreign land, not however during his childhood, but after he had slain the Egyptian, when, fearing the vengeance of Pharaoh, he takes refuge in Midian. Exodus 2:15. That reference was made to this flight of the first Goel in that of the second, our text expressly shows. For the words, which it attributes to the angel, who encourages Joseph to return out of Egypt into Palestine, are those by which Moses is induced to return out of Midian into Egypt. The choice of Egypt as a place of refuge for Jesus may be explained in the simplest manner. The young Messiah could not, like Moses, flee out of Egypt. Hence, that his history might not be destitute of so significant a feature as a connection with Egypt, that ancient retreat of the patriarchs, the relation was reversed, and he was made to flee into Egypt, which, besides, from its vicinity, was the most appropriate asylum for a fugitive from Judea. The prophetic passage which the evangelist cites from Hosea chapter 11 verse 1, "Out of Egypt have I called my son," is less available for the elucidation of this particular in our narrative. For the immediate proofs that the Jews referred this passage to the Messiah are very uncertain, though if we compare such passages as Psalm 2 verse 7, in which the words, "Thou art my son," are interpreted of the Messiah, it cannot appear incredible that the expression "my son" in Hosea was supposed to have a messianic signification. Against this mythical derivation of the narrative, two objections have been recently urged.
First, if the history of the star originated in Balaam's prophecy, why, it is asked, does not Matthew, fond as he is of showing the fulfillment of Old Testament predictions in the life of Jesus, make the slightest allusion to that prophecy? Because it was not he who wove this history out of the materials furnished in the Old Testament. He received it, already fashioned, from others, who did not communicate to him its real origin. For the very reason that many narratives were transmitted to him without their appropriate keys, he sometimes tries false ones, as in our narrative, in relation to the Bethlehem massacre, he quotes, under a total misconception of the passage, Jeremiah's image of Rachel weeping for her children. The other objection is this: how could the communities of Jewish Christians, whence this pretended mythos must have sprung, ascribe so high an importance to the heathen as is implied in the star of the Magi? As if the prophets had not, in such passages as we have quoted, already ascribed to them this importance, which, in fact, consists but in their rendering homage and submission to the Messiah, a relation that must be allowed to correspond with the ideas of the Jewish Christians, not to speak of the particular conditions on which the heathen were to be admitted into the kingdom of the Messiah. We must therefore abide by the mythical interpretation of our narrative, and content ourselves with gathering from it no particular fact in the life of Jesus, but only a new proof how strong was the impression of his Messiahship left by Jesus in the minds of his contemporaries, since even the history of his childhood received a messianic form. Let us now revert to the narrative of Luke chapter 2, so far as it runs parallel with that of Matthew. We have seen that the narrative of Matthew does not allow us to presuppose that of Luke as a series of prior incidents. Still less can the converse be true, namely, that the Magi arrived before the shepherds. It remains then to be asked whether the two narratives do not aim to represent the same fact, though they have given it a different garb. From the older orthodox opinion that the star in Matthew was an angel, it was an easy step to identify that apparition with the angel in Luke, and to suppose that the angels, who appeared to the shepherds of Bethlehem on the night of the birth of Jesus, were taken by the distant Magi for a star vertical to Judea, so that both the accounts might be essentially correct. Of late, only one of the evangelists has been supposed to give the true circumstances, and Luke has had the preference, Matthew's narrative being regarded as an embellished edition. According to this opinion, the angel clothed in heavenly brightness in Luke became a star in the tradition recorded by Matthew, the ideas of angels and stars being confounded in the higher Jewish theology. The shepherds were exalted into royal magi, kings being, in antiquity, called the shepherds of their people. This derivation is too elaborate to be probable, even were it true, as it is here assumed, that Luke's narrative bears the stamp of historical credibility. As, however, we conceive that we have proved the contrary, and as consequently we have before us two equally unhistorical narratives, there is no reason for preferring a forced and unnatural derivation of Matthew's narrative from that of Luke, to the very simple derivation which may be traced through Old Testament passages and Jewish notions. These two descriptions of the introduction of Jesus into the world are, therefore, two variations on the same theme, composed, however, quite independently of each other. End of section 36. Part 1, Chapter 4, Section 37 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 4, Birth and Earliest Events of the Life of Jesus.
Section 37. Chronological relation between the visit of the Magi, together with the flight into Egypt, and the presentation in the temple recorded in Luke. It has been already remarked that the narratives of Matthew and Luke above considered at first run tolerably parallel, but afterwards widely diverge. For instead of the tragical catastrophe of the massacre and flight, Luke has preserved to us the peaceful scene of the presentation of the child Jesus in the temple. Let us for the present shut our eyes to the result of the preceding inquiry, the purely mythical character of Matthew's narrative, and ask, in what chronological relation could the presentation in the temple stand to the visit of the Magi and the flight into Egypt? Of these occurrences, the only one that has a precise date is the presentation in the temple, of which it is said that it took place at the expiration of the period appointed by the law for the purification of a mother, that is, according to Leviticus chapter 12, verses 2-4, 40 days after the birth of the child. From Luke chapter 2, verse 22. The time of the other incidents is not fixed with the same exactness. It is merely said that the Magi came to Jerusalem to Iesu genethentos en Bethlehem. Matthew chapter 2, verse 1. How long after the birth the evangelist does not decide. As, however, the participle connects the visit of the Magi with the birth of the child, if not immediately, at least so closely that nothing of importance can be supposed to have intervened, some expositors have been led to the opinion that the visit ought to be regarded as prior to the presentation in the temple. Admitting this arrangement, we have to reconcile it with one of two alternatives. Either the flight into Egypt also preceded the presentation in the temple, or, while the visit of the Magi preceded, the flight followed that event. If we adopt the latter alternative, and thrust the presentation in the temple between the visit of the Magi and the flight, we come into collision at once with the text of Matthew and the mutual relation of the facts. The evangelist connects the command to flee into Egypt with the return of the Magi by a participial construction, from verse 13, similar to that by which he connects the arrival of the Oriental sages with the birth of Jesus. Hence, those who in the one instance hold such a construction to be a reason for placing the events which it associates in close succession, must in the other instance be withheld by it from inserting a third occurrence between the visit and the flight. As regards the mutual relation of the facts, it can hardly be considered probable that at the very point of time in which Joseph received a divine intimation that he was no longer safe in Bethlehem from the designs of Herod, he should be permitted to take a journey to Jerusalem, and thus to rush directly into the lion's mouth. At all events, the strictest precautions must have been enjoined on all who were privy to the presence of the Messianic child in Jerusalem, lest a rumor of the fact should get abroad. But there is no trace of this solicitous incognito in Luke's narrative. On the contrary, not only does Simeon call attention to Jesus in the temple, unchecked either by the Holy Spirit or by the parents, but Anna also thinks she is serving the good cause by publishing as widely as possible the tidings of the Messiah's birth, in Luke chapter 2, verses 28 and following, and verse 38. It is true that she is said to have confined her communication to those who were like-minded with herself, but this could not hinder them from reaching the ears of the Herodian party, for the greater the excitement produced by such news on the minds of those who looked for redemption, the more would the vigilance of the government be aroused, so that Jesus would inevitably fall into the hands of the tyrant who was lying in wait. Thus, in any case, they who place the presentation in the temple after the visit of the Magi must also determine to postpone it until after the return from Egypt. But even this arrangement clashes with the evangelical statement, for it requires us to insert between the birth of Jesus and his presentation in the temple the following events.
the arrival of the Magi, the flight into Egypt, the Bethlehem massacre, the death of Herod, and the return of the parents of Jesus out of Egypt. Obviously, too much to be included in the space of 40 days. It must therefore be supposed that the presentation of the child and the first appearance of the mother in the temple were procrastinated beyond the time appointed by the law. This expedient, however, runs counter to the narrative of Luke, who expressly says that the visit to the temple took place at the legal time. But in either case, the difficulty is the same. The parents of Jesus could, according to Matthew's account, as little think of a journey to Jerusalem after their return from Egypt as immediately previous to their departure thither. For if Joseph, on his return from Egypt, was warned not to enter Judea, because Archelaus was Herod's successor in that province, he would least of all venture to Jerusalem, the very seat of the redoubted government. On neither of the above plans, therefore, will the presentation in the temple bear to be placed after the visit of the Magi, and the only remaining alternative, which is embraced by the majority of commentators, is to make the incident noticed by Luke precede both those narrated by Matthew. This is so far the most natural, that in Matthew there is at least an indirect intimation of a considerable interval between the birth of Jesus and the arrival of the Magi. For we are told that Herod's decree included all the children in Bethlehem up to the age of 2 years. We must therefore necessarily infer that even if Herod, to make sure of his object, exceeded the term fixed by the Magi, the star had been visible to these astrologers for more than a year. Now the narrator seems to suppose the appearance of the star to have been contemporary with the birth of Jesus. Viewing the narratives in this order, the parents of Jesus first journeyed from Bethlehem, where the child was born, to Jerusalem, there to present the legal offerings. They next returned to Bethlehem, where, according to Matthew chapter 2, verses 1 and 5, they were found by the Magi. Then followed the flight into Egypt, and after the return from thence, the settlement at Nazareth. The first and most urgent question that here suggests itself is this: what had the parents of Jesus to do a second time in Bethlehem, which was not their home, and where their original business connected with the census must surely have been dispatched in the space of 40 days? The discussion of this question must be deferred, but we can find an ample substitute for this argument, drawn from the nature of the fact, in one which rests on the words of the evangelical narrative. Luke, in verse 39, says in the most definite manner that after the completion of the legal observance, the parents of Jesus returned to Nazareth as to their proper home, not to Bethlehem, which, according to him, was merely a temporary residence. If, then, the Magi arrived after the presentation in the temple, they must have met with the parents of Jesus in Nazareth, and not in Bethlehem, as Matthew states. Moreover, had the arrival of the Magi really been preceded by the presentation in the temple, together with the attention which must have been excited by the language of Simeon and Anna, it is impossible that at the period of that arrival the birth of the Messianic child could have been so much a secret in Jerusalem, that the announcement of it by the Magi should be, as Matthew relates, a source of general astonishment. If, then, the presentation of Jesus in the temple can have taken place neither earlier nor later than the visit of the Magi and the flight into Egypt, and if the flight into Egypt can have taken place neither earlier nor later than the presentation in the temple, it is impossible that both these occurrences really happened, and, at the very utmost, only one can be historical. To escape from this dangerous dilemma, supernaturalism has lately been induced to take a freer position, that by the surrender of what is no longer tenable, the residue may be saved. Neander finds himself constrained to admit
that neither did Luke know anything of what Matthew communicates concerning the childhood of Jesus, nor did the Greek editor of Matthew, to be distinguished from the apostle, know anything of the events detailed by Luke. But, he contends, it does not therefore follow that both the different series of incidents cannot have happened. By giving this turn to the matter, the difficulties arising from the words of the evangelist are certainly avoided, not so the difficulties arising from the nature of the facts. The first evangelist ranges in close succession the visit of the Magi and the flight into Egypt, as though no change of place had intervened. The author of the third gospel represents the parents of Jesus as returning with the child, after the presentation in the temple, directly to Nazareth. We cannot, on this ground, argue from one evangelist against the other, for it is inadmissible to maintain that certain events never happened because they were unknown to a remote narrator. But viewing the two narratives in another light, we perceive how improbable it is that, after the scene in the temple, the birth of the messianic child should be so entirely unknown in Jerusalem as the conduct of Herod on the arrival of the Magi implies. How incredible, reversing the order of the events, that Joseph should be permitted to go to Jerusalem with the child which Herod had just sought to kill. How inconceivable, finally, that the parents of Jesus should have returned to Bethlehem after the presentation in the temple, of which more hereafter. All these difficulties lying in the nature of the facts, difficulties not less weighty than those connected with the words of the evangelists, still subsist in Neander's explanation, and prove its inadequacy. Thus the dilemma above stated remains, and were we compelled to choose under it, we should, in the present stage of our inquiry, on no account decide in favor of Matthew's narrative and against that of Luke. On the contrary, as we have recognized the mythical character of the former, we should have no resource but to adhere, with our modern critics, to the narrative of Luke and surrender that of Matthew. But is not Luke's narrative of the same nature as that of Matthew, and instead of having to choose between the two, must we not deny to both an historical character? The answer to this question will be found in the succeeding examination. End of section 37. Part 1, Chapter 4, Section 38 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 4, Birth and Earliest Events of the Life of Jesus. Section 38, The Presentation of Jesus in the Temple. The narrative of the presentation of Jesus in the temple, from Luke chapter 2, verse 22, seems, at first glance, to bear a thoroughly historical stamp. A double law, on the one hand, prescribing to the mother an offering of purification, on the other, requiring the redemption of the firstborn son, leads the parents of Jesus to Jerusalem and to the temple. Here they meet a devout man absorbed in the expectation of the Messiah, named Simeon. Many expositors hold this Simeon to be the same with Rabbi Simeon, the son of Hillel, his successor as president of the Sanhedrin, and the father of Gamaliel. Some even identify him with Sameas of Josephus, and attach importance to his pretended descent from David, because this descent makes him a relative of Jesus, and helps to explain the following scene naturally. But this hypothesis is improbable, for Luke would hardly have introduced so celebrated a personage by the meager designation, a certain man. Without this hypothesis, however, the scene between the parents of Jesus and Simeon, as also the part played by Anna the prophetess, seems to admit of a very natural explanation. There is no necessity for supposing, with the author of the natural history, that Simeon was previously aware of the hope cherished by Mary that she was about to give birth to the Messiah,
we need only, with Paulus and others, conceive the facts in the following manner. Animated, like many of that period, with the hope of the speedy advent of the Messiah, Simeon receives, probably in a dream, the assurance that before his death he will be permitted to see the expected deliverer of his nation. One day, in obedience to an irresistible impulse, he visited the temple, and on this very day Mary brought thither her child, whose beauty at once attracted his notice. On learning the child's descent from David, the attention and interest of Simeon were excited to a degree that induced Mary to disclose to him the hopes which were reposed on this scion of ancient royalty, with the extraordinary occurrences by which they had been called into existence. These hopes Simeon embraced with confidence, and in enthusiastic language gave utterance to his messianic expectations and forebodings, under the conviction that they would be fulfilled in this child. Still less do we need the supposition of the author of the natural history with respect to Anna, namely, that she was one of the women who assisted at the birth of the infant Jesus, and was thus acquainted beforehand with the marvels and the hopes that had clustered round his cradle. She had heard the words of Simeon, and being animated by the same sentiments, she gave them her approval. Simple as this explanation appears, it is not less arbitrary than we have already found other specimens of natural interpretation. The evangelist nowhere says that the parents of Jesus had communicated anything concerning their extraordinary hopes to Simeon before he poured forth his inspired words. On the contrary, the point of his entire narrative consists in the idea that the aged saint had, by virtue of the spirit with which he was filled, instantaneously discerned in Jesus the messianic child, and the reason why the cooperation of the Holy Spirit is insisted on is to make it evident how Simeon was enabled, without any previous information, to recognize in Jesus the promised child, and at the same time to foretell the course of his destiny. Our canonical gospel refers Simeon's recognition of Jesus to a supernatural principle resident in Simeon himself. The Evangelium Infantiae Arabicum refers it to something objective in the appearance of Jesus, far more in the spirit of the original narrative than the natural interpretation, for it retains the miraculous element. But apart from the general reasons against the credibility of miracles, the admission of a miracle in this instance is attended with a special difficulty, because nowhere the object for the extraordinary manifestation of divine power is discoverable. For that the above occurrence during the infancy of Jesus served to disseminate and establish in more distant circles the persuasion of his messiahship, there is no indication. We must therefore, with the evangelist, limit the object of these supernatural communications to Simeon and Anna, to whose devout hopes was vouchsafed the special reward of having their eyes enlightened to discern the messianic child. But that miracles should be ordained for such occasional and isolated objects is not reconcilable with just ideas of divine providence. Thus, here again, we find reason to doubt the historical character of the narrative, especially as we have found by a previous investigation that it is annexed to narratives purely mythical. Simeon's real expressions, say some commentators, were probably these: "Would that I might yet behold the newborn Messiah, even as I now bear this child in my arms." A simple wish which was transformed ex eventu by tradition into the positive enunciations now read in Luke. But this explanation is incomplete, for the reason why such stories became current concerning Jesus must be shown in the relative position of this portion of the evangelical narrative, and in the interest of the primitive Christian legend. As to the former, this scene at the presentation of Jesus in the temple is obviously parallel with that at the circumcision of the Baptist, narrated by the same evangelist. For on both occasions, at the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, God is praised for the birth of a national deliverer, and the future destiny of the child is prophetically announced, in the one case by the father, in the other by a devout stranger. That this scene is in the former instance connected with the circumcision, in the latter with the presentation in the temple, seems to be accidental. When, however, the legend had once, in relation to Jesus, so profusely adorned the presentation in the temple, the circumcision must be left, as we have found it, without embellishment. As to the second spring in the formation of our narrative, namely, the interest of the Christian legend, it is easy to conceive how this would act. He who, as a man, so clearly proved himself to be the Messiah, must also, it was thought, even as a child, have been recognizable in his true character, to an eye rendered acute by the Holy Spirit. He who, at a later period, by his powerful words and deeds, manifested himself to be the Son of God, must surely, even before he could speak or move with freedom, have borne the stamp of divinity. Moreover, if men, moved by the Spirit of God, so early pressed Jesus with love and reverence in their arms, then was the spirit that animated him not an impious one, as his enemies alleged. And if a holy seer had predicted, along with the high destiny of Jesus, the conflict which he had to undergo, and the anguish which his fate would cause his mother, then it was assuredly no chance, but a divine plan, which led him into the depths of abasement on the way to his ultimate exaltation. This view of the narrative is thus countenanced positively by the nature of the fact, and negatively by the difficulties attending any other explanation. One cannot but wonder, therefore, how Schleiermacher can be influenced against it by an observation which did not prevent him from taking a similar view of the history of the Baptist's birth, namely, that the narrative is too natural to have been fabricated, and how Neander can argue against it, from exaggerated ideas of the more imposing traits which the mythus would have substituted for our narrative. Far from allowing a purification of the mother of Jesus, and a redemption for himself, to take place in the ordinary manner, Neander thinks the mythus would have depicted an angelic appearance, intended to deter Mary or the priest from an observance inconsistent with the dignity of Jesus. As though even the Christianity of Paul did not maintain that Christ was born under the law, from Galatians chapter 4, verse 4. How much more then the Judaic Christianity, whence these narratives are derived? As though Jesus himself had not, agreeably to this view of his position, submitted to baptism, and according to the evangelist whose narrative is in question, without any previous expostulation on the part of the Baptist. Of more weight is Schleiermacher's other observation, that, supposing this narrative to be merely a poetical creation, its author would scarcely have placed by the side of Simeon Anna, of whom he makes no poetical use. Still less would he have characterized her with minuteness, after designating his principal personage with comparative negligence. But to represent the dignity of the child Jesus as being proclaimed by the mouth of two witnesses, and especially to associate a prophetess with a prophet, this is just the symmetrical grouping that the legend loves. The detailed description of Anna may have been taken from a real person, who, at the time when our narrative originated, was yet held in remembrance for her distinguished piety. As to the evangelist's omission to assign her any particular speech, it is to be observed that her office is to spread abroad the glad news, while that of Simeon is to welcome Jesus into the temple. Hence, as the part of the prophetess was to be performed behind the scenes, her precise words could not be given. As in a former instance, Schleiermacher supposes the evangelist to have received his history from the lips of the shepherds, so here he conceives him to have been indebted to Anna, of whose person he has so vivid a recollection. Neander approves this opinion, not the only straw thrown out by Schleiermacher, to which this theologian has clung in the emergencies of modern criticism. At this point also, where Luke's narrative leaves Jesus for a series of years, there is a concluding sentence on the prosperous growth of the child. Verse 40. A similar sentence occurs at the corresponding period in the life of the Baptist, and both recall the analogous form of expression found in the history of Samson, from Judges chapter 13, verse 24 and following. End section 38. Part 1, Chapter 4, Section 39 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 4, Birth and Earliest Events of the Life of Jesus. Section 39, Retrospect. Difference between Matthew and Luke as to the original residence of the parents of Jesus. In the foregoing examinations, we have called in question the historical credibility of the gospel narratives concerning the genealogy, birth, and childhood of Jesus on two grounds. First, because the narratives, taken separately, contain much that will not bear an historical interpretation, and secondly, because the parallel narratives of Matthew and Luke exclude each other, so that it is impossible for both to be true, and one must necessarily be false. This imputation, however, may attach to either, and consequently to both. One of the contradictions between the two narratives extends from the commencement of the history of the childhood to the point we have now reached. It has therefore often come in our way, but we have been unable hitherto to give it our consideration, because only now that we have completely reviewed the scenes in which it figures, have we materials enough on which to found a just estimate of its consequences. We refer to the divergency that exists between Matthew and Luke in relation to the original dwelling place of the parents of Jesus. Luke, from the very beginning of his history, gives Nazareth as the abode of Joseph and Mary. Here the angel seeks Mary, from chapter 1, verse 26. Here we must suppose Mary's house to be situated, from chapter 1, verse 56. From hence the parents of Jesus journey to Bethlehem on account of the census, from chapter 2, verse 4. And hither, when circumstances permit, they return as to their own city, from verse 39. Thus, in Luke, Nazareth is evidently the proper residence of the parents of Jesus, and they only visit Bethlehem for a short time, owing to a casual circumstance. In Matthew, it is not stated in the first instance where Joseph and Mary resided. According to chapter 2, verse 1, Jesus was born in Bethlehem, and since no extraordinary circumstances are said to have led his parents thither, it appears as if Matthew supposed them to have been originally resident in Bethlehem. Here he makes the parents with the child receive the visit of the Magi, then follows the flight into Egypt, on returning from which Joseph is only deterred from again seeking Judea by a special divine admonition, which directs him to Nazareth in Galilee, from chapter 2, verse 22. This last particular renders certain what had before seemed probable, namely, that Matthew did not with Luke suppose Nazareth, but Bethlehem, to have been the original dwelling place of the parents of Jesus, and that he conceived their final settlement at Nazareth to have been the result of unforeseen circumstances. This contradiction is generally glided over without suspicion. The reason of this lies in the peculiar character of Matthew's Gospel, a character on which a modern writer has built the assertion that this evangelist does not contradict Luke concerning the original residence of the parents of Jesus, for he says nothing at all on the subject, troubling himself as little about topographical as chronological accuracy. He mentions the later abode of Joseph and Mary, and the birthplace of Jesus, solely because it was possible to connect with them Old Testament prophecies. As the abode of the parent of Jesus prior to his birth furnished no opportunity for a similar quotation, Matthew has left it entirely unnoticed, an omission which, however, in his style of narration, is no proof that he was ignorant of their abode, or that he supposed it to have been Bethlehem. But even admitting that the silence of Matthew on the earlier residence of the parents of Jesus in Nazareth, and on the peculiar circumstances that caused Bethlehem to be his birthplace, proves nothing, yet the above supposition requires that the exchange of Bethlehem for Nazareth should be so represented as to give some intimation, or at least to leave a possibility, that we should understand the former to be a merely temporary abode, and the journey to the latter a return homeward. Such an intimation would have been given, had Matthew attributed to the angelic vision, that determined Joseph's settlement in Nazareth after his return from Egypt, such communications as the following: Return now into the land of Israel, and into your native city Nazareth, for there is no further need of your presence in Bethlehem, since the prophecy that your messianic child should be born in that place is already fulfilled. But as Matthew is alleged to be generally indifferent about localities, we will be moderate, and demand no positive intimation from him, but simply make the negative requisition that we should not absolutely exclude the idea that Nazareth was the original dwelling place of the parents of Jesus. This requisition would be met if, instead of a special cause being assigned for the choice of Nazareth as a residence, it had been merely said that the parents of Jesus returned by divine direction into the land of Israel, and betook themselves to Nazareth. It would certainly seem abrupt enough if, without any preamble, Nazareth were all at once named instead of Bethlehem. Of this our narrator was conscious, and for this reason he has detailed the causes that led to the change. Chapter 2, verse 22. But instead of doing this, as we have shown that he must have done it, had he, with Luke, known Nazareth to be the original dwelling place of the parents of Jesus, his account has precisely the opposite bearing, which undeniably proves that his supposition was the reverse of Luke's. For when Matthew represents Joseph on his return from Egypt as being prevented from going to Judea solely by his fear of Archelaus, he ascribes to him an inclination to proceed to that province, an inclination which is unaccountable if the affair of the census alone had taken him to Bethlehem, and which is only to be explained by the supposition that he had formerly dwelt there. On the other hand, as Matthew makes the danger from Archelaus, together with the fulfillment of a prophecy, the sole cause of the settlement of Joseph and Mary at Nazareth, he cannot have supposed that this was their original home, for in that case there would have been an independently decisive cause which would have rendered any other superfluous. Thus, the difficulty of reconciling Matthew with Luke, in the present instance, turns upon the impossibility of conceiving how the parents of Jesus could, on their return from Egypt, have it in contemplation to proceed a second time to Bethlehem, unless this place had formerly been their home. The efforts of commentators have accordingly been chiefly applied to the task of finding other reasons for the existence of such an inclination in Joseph and Mary. Such efforts are of a very early date. Justin Martyr, holding by Luke, who, while he decidedly states Nazareth to be the dwelling place of the parents of Jesus, yet does not represent Joseph as a complete stranger in Bethlehem, for he makes it the place from which he lineally sprang, seems to suppose that Nazareth was the dwelling place, and Bethlehem the birthplace of Joseph. And Credner thinks that this passage of Justin points out the source, and presents the reconciliation of the divergent statements of our two evangelists. But it is far from presenting a reconciliation. For as Nazareth is still supposed to be the place which Joseph had chosen as his home, no reason appears why, on his return from Egypt, he should all at once desire to exchange his former residence for his birthplace, especially as, according to Justin himself, the cause of his former journey to Bethlehem had not been a plan of settling there, but simply the census, a cause which, after the flight, no longer existed. Thus the statement of Justin leans to the side of Luke, and does not suffice to bring him into harmony with Matthew. That it was the source of our two evangelical accounts is still less credible, for how could the narrative of Matthew, which mentions neither Nazareth as a dwelling place, nor the census as the cause of a journey to Bethlehem, originate in the statement of Justin, to which these facts are essential? Arguing generally, where, on the one hand, there are two diverging statements, on the other, an insufficient attempt to combine them, it is certain that the latter is not the parent, and the two former its offspring, but vice versa. Moreover, in this department of attempting reconciliations, we have already, in connection with the genealogies, learned to estimate Justin or his authorities. A more thorough attempt at reconciliation is made in the Evangelium de Nativitate Mariae, and has met with much approval from modern theologians. According to this apocryphal book, the house of Mary's parents was at Nazareth, and although she was brought up in the temple at Jerusalem, and there espoused to Joseph, she returned after this occurrence to her parents in Galilee. Joseph, on the contrary, was not only born at Bethlehem, as Justin seems to intimate, but he also lived there, and thither brought home his betrothed. But this mode of conciliation, unlike the other, is favourable to Matthew, and disadvantageous to Luke. For the census, with its attendant circumstances, is left out, and necessarily so, because if Joseph were at home in Bethlehem, and only went to Nazareth to fetch his bride, the census could not be represented as the reason why he returned to Bethlehem, for he would have done so in the ordinary course of things, after a few days' absence. Above all, had Bethlehem been his home, he would not, on his arrival, have sought an inn where there was no room for him, but would have taken Mary under his own roof. Hence, modern expositors who wish to avail themselves of the outlet presented by the apocryphal book, and yet to save the census of Luke from rejection, maintain that Joseph did indeed dwell and carry on his trade in Bethlehem, but that he possessed no house of his own in that place, and the census, recalling him thither sooner than he had anticipated, he had not yet provided one. But Luke makes it appear not only that the parents of Jesus were not yet settled in Bethlehem, but that they were not even desirous of settling there, that, on the contrary, it was their intention to depart after the shortest possible stay. This opinion supposes great poverty on the part of Joseph and Mary. Olshausen, on the other hand, prefers enriching them, for the sake of conciliating the difference in question. He supposes that they had property both in Bethlehem and Nazareth, and could therefore have settled in either place. But unknown circumstances inclined them, on their return from Egypt, to fix upon Bethlehem until the divine warning came as a preventative. Thus, Olshausen declines particularizing the reason why it appeared desirable to the parents of Jesus to settle in Bethlehem. But Heidenreich and others have supplied his omission by assuming that it must have seemed to them most fitting for him, who was preeminently the son of David, to be brought up in David's own city. Here, however, theologians would do well to take for their model the honesty of Neander, and to confess with him that of this intention on the part of Joseph and Mary to settle at Bethlehem, and of the motives which induced them to give up the plan, Luke knows nothing, and that they rest on the authority of Matthew alone. But what reason does Matthew present for this alleged change of place? The visit of the Magi, the massacre of the infants, visions in dreams, events whose evidently unhistorical character quite disqualifies them from serving as proofs of a change of residence on the part of the parents of Jesus. On the other hand, Neander, while confessing that the author of the first gospel was probably ignorant of the particular circumstances which, according to Luke, led to the journey to Bethlehem, and hence took Bethlehem to be the original residence of the parents of Jesus, maintains that there may be an essential agreement between the two accounts, though that agreement did not exist in the consciousness of the writers. But once more, what cause does Luke assign for the journey to Bethlehem? The census, which our previous investigations have shown to be as frail a support for this statement as the infanticide and its consequences for that of Matthew. Hence, here again, it is not possible, by admitting the inacquaintance of the one narrator with what the other presents, to vindicate the statements of both, since each has against him not only the ignorance of the other, but the improbability of his own narrative. But we must distinguish more exactly the respective aspects and elements of the two accounts, as, according to the above observations, the change of residence on the part of the parents of Jesus is in Matthew so linked with the unhistorical data of the infanticide and the flight into Egypt, that without these every cause for the migration disappears. We turn to Luke's account, which makes the parents of Jesus resident in the same place, both after and before the birth of Jesus. But in Luke, the circumstance of Jesus being born in another place than where his parents dwelt, is made to depend on an event as unhistorical as the marvels of Matthew, namely the census. If this be surrendered, no motive remains that could induce the parents of Jesus to take a formidable journey at so critical a period for Mary, and in this view of the case, Matthew's representation seems the more probable one, that Jesus was born in the home of his parents, and not in a strange place. Hitherto, however, we have only obtained the negative result, that the evangelical statements, according to which the parents of Jesus lived at first in another place than that in which they subsequently settled, and Jesus was born elsewhere than in the home of his parents, are destitute of any guarantee. We have yet to seek for a positive conclusion by inquiring what was really the place of his birth. On this point we are drawn in two opposite directions. In both Gospels, we find Bethlehem stated to be the birthplace of Jesus, and there is, as we have seen, no impediment to our supposing that it was the habitual residence of his parents. On the other hand, the two Gospels again concur in representing Nazareth as the ultimate dwelling place of Joseph and his family, and it is only an unsupported statement that forbids us to regard it as their original residence, and consequently as the birthplace of Jesus. It would be impossible to decide between these contradictory probabilities, were both equally strong, but as soon as the slightest inequality between them is discovered, we are warranted to form a conclusion. Let us first test the opinion that the Galilean city Nazareth was the final residence of Jesus. This is not supported barely by the passages immediately under consideration, in the second chapters of Matthew and Luke. It rests on an uninterrupted series of data drawn from the Gospels and from the earliest church history. The Galilean, the Nazarene, were the epithets constantly applied to Jesus. As Jesus of Nazareth, he was introduced by Philip to Nathanael, whose responsive question was, "Can any good thing come out of Nazareth?" Nazareth is described not only as the place where he was brought up, from Luke chapter 4, verse 16 and following, but also as his country, from Matthew chapter 13, verse 34, and Mark chapter 6, verse 1. He was known among the populace as Jesus of Nazareth, Luke chapter 18, verse 37, and invoked under this name by the demons, Mark chapter 1, verse 24. The inscription on the cross styles him a Nazarene, John chapter 19, verse 19. And after his resurrection, his apostles everywhere proclaimed him as Jesus of Nazareth, Acts chapter 2, verse 22, and worked miracles in his name, Acts chapter 3, verse 6. His disciples, too, were long called Nazarenes, and it was not until a late period that this name was exclusively applied to a heretical sect. This appellation proves, if not that Jesus was born in Nazareth, at least that he resided in that place for a considerable time, and as, according to a probable tradition, Luke chapter 4, verse 16 and following, and parallel passages, Jesus, during his public life, paid but transient visits to Nazareth. This prolonged residence must be referred to the earlier part of his life, which he passed in the bosom of his family. Thus his family, at least his parents, must have lived in Nazareth during his childhood, and if it be admitted that they once dwelt there, it follows that they dwelt there always, for we have no historical grounds for supposing a change of residence, so that this one of the two contradictory propositions has as much certainty as we can expect, in a fact belonging to so remote and obscure a period. Neither does the other proposition, however, that Jesus was born in Bethlehem, rest solely on the statement of our Gospels. It is sanctioned by an expectation, originating in a prophetic passage, that the Messiah would be born at Bethlehem. Compare with Matthew chapter 2, verse 5 and following, and John chapter 7, verse 42. But this is a dangerous support, which they who wish to retain as historical the gospel statement that Jesus was born in Bethlehem will do well to renounce. For wherever we find a narrative which recounts the accomplishment of a long-expected event, a strong suspicion must arise that the narrative owes its origin solely to the pre-existent belief that that event would be accomplished. But our suspicion is converted into certainty when we find this belief to be groundless, and this is the case here, for the alleged issue must have confirmed a false interpretation of a prophetic passage. Thus, this prophetic evidence of the birth of Jesus in Bethlehem deprives the historical evidence, which lies in the second chapters of Matthew and Luke, of all its value, since the latter seems to be built on the former, and consequently shares its fall. Any other voucher for this fact is, however, sought in vain. Nowhere else in the New Testament is the birth of Jesus at Bethlehem mentioned. Nowhere does he appear in any relation with his alleged birthplace, or pay it the honor of a visit, which he yet does not deny to the unworthy Nazareth. Nowhere does he appeal to the fact as a concomitant proof of his Messiahship, although he had the most direct inducements to do so. For many were repelled from him by his Galilean origin, and defended their prejudice by referring to the necessity that the Messiah should come out of Bethlehem, the city of David. John 7:42. John does not, it is true, say that these objections were uttered in the presence of Jesus, but as, immediately before, he had annexed to a discourse of Jesus a comment of his own, to the effect that the Holy Ghost was not yet given, so here he might very suitably have added, in explanation of the doubts expressed by the people, that they did not yet know that Jesus was born in Bethlehem. Such an observation will be thought too superficial and trivial for an apostle like John. Thus much, however, must be admitted. He had occasion repeatedly to mention the popular notion that Jesus was a native of Nazareth, and the consequent prejudice against him. Had he then known otherwise, he must have added a corrective remark, if he wished to avoid leaving the false impression that he also believed Jesus to be a Nazarene. As it is, we find Nathanael, John 1:46, alleging this objection without having his opinion rectified either mediately or immediately, for he nowhere learns that the good thing did not really come out of Nazareth, and the conclusion he is left to draw is, that even out of Nazareth something good can come. In general, if Jesus were really born in Bethlehem, though but fortuitously, according to Luke's representation, it is incomprehensible, considering the importance of this fact to be the article of his Messiahship, that even if his adherents should always call him the Nazarene, instead of opposing to this epithet, pronounced by his opponents with polemical emphasis the honorable title of the Bethlehemite. Thus, the evangelical statement that Jesus was born at Bethlehem is destitute of all valid historical evidence. Nay, it is contravened by positive historical facts. We have seen reason to conclude that the parents of Jesus lived at Nazareth, not only after the birth of Jesus, but also, as we have no counter evidence, prior to that event, and that, no credible testimony to the contrary existing, Jesus was probably not born at any other place than the home of his parents. With this twofold conclusion, the supposition that Jesus was born at Bethlehem is irreconcilable. It can therefore cost us no further effort to decide that Jesus was born not in Bethlehem, but, as we have no trustworthy indications that point elsewhere, in all probability at Nazareth. The relative position of the two evangelists on this point may be thus stated. Each of their accounts is partly correct and partly incorrect. Luke is right in maintaining the identity of the earlier with the later residence of the parents of Jesus, and herein Matthew is wrong. Again, Matthew is right in maintaining the identity of the birthplace of Jesus with the dwelling place of his parents, and here the error is on the side of Luke. Further, Luke is entirely correct in making the parents of Jesus reside in Nazareth before, as well as after, the birth of Jesus, while Matthew has only half the truth, namely, that they were established there after his birth. But in the statement that Jesus was born at Bethlehem, both are decidedly wrong. The source of all the error of their narratives is the Jewish opinion with which they fell in, that the Messiah must be born at Bethlehem. The source of all their truth is the fact which lay before them, that he always passed for a Nazarene. Finally, the cause of the various admixture of the true and the false in both, and the preponderance of the latter in Matthew, is the different position held by the two writers in relation to the above datum.
two particulars were to be reconciled: the historical fact that Jesus was universally reputed to be a Nazarene, and the prophetic requisition that, as Messiah, he should be born at Bethlehem. Matthew, or the legend which he followed, influenced by the ruling tendency to apply the prophecies, observable in his gospel, effected and desired reconciliation in such a manner that the greatest prominence was given to Bethlehem, the locality pointed out by the prophet. This was represented as the original home of the parents of Jesus, and Nazareth merely as a place of refuge, recommended by a subsequent turn of events. Luke, on the contrary, more bent on historical detail, either adopted or created that form of the legend which attaches the greatest importance to Nazareth, making it the original dwelling place of the parents of Jesus, and regarding the sojourn in Bethlehem as a temporary one, the consequence of a casual occurrence. Such being the state of the case, no one, we imagine, will be inclined either with Schleiermacher to leave the question concerning the relation of the two narratives to the real facts undecided, or with Sieffert to pronounce exclusively in favor of Luke. End of section 39. Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 40 of The Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 5, The First Visit to the Temple and the Education of Jesus. Section 40, Jesus, when 12 years old, in the Temple. The Gospel of Matthew passes in silence over the entire period from the return of the parents of Jesus out of Egypt to the baptism of Jesus by John, and even Luke has nothing to tell us of the long interval between the early childhood of Jesus and his maturity beyond a single incident, his demeanor on a visit to the temple in his 12th year, from chapter 2, verses 41 through 52. This anecdote out of the early youth of Jesus is, as Hess has truly remarked, distinguished from the narratives hitherto considered, belonging to his childhood, by the circumstance that Jesus no longer, as in the latter, holds a merely passive position, but presents an active proof of his high destination, a proof which has always been especially valued, as indicating the moment in which the consciousness of that destination was kindled in Jesus. In his 12th year, the period at which, according to Jewish usage, the boy became capable of an independent participation in the sacred rites, the parents of Jesus, as this narrative informs us, took him for the first time to the Passover. At the expiration of the feast, the parents bent their way homewards. That their son was missing gave them no immediate anxiety, because they supposed him to be among their traveling companions. It was not until after they had accomplished a day's journey, and in vain sought their son among their kinsfolk and acquaintance, that they turned back to Jerusalem to look for him there. This conduct on the part of the parents of Jesus may with reason excite surprise. It seems inconsistent with the carefulness which it has been thought incumbent on us to attribute to them, that they should have allowed the divine child entrusted to their keeping to remain so long out of their sight, and hence they have on many sides been accused of neglect and a dereliction of duty in the instance before us. It has been urged, as a general consideration in vindication of Joseph and Mary, that the greater freedom permitted to the boy is easily conceivable as part of a liberal method of education. But even according to our modern ideas, it would seem more than liberal for parents to let a boy of 12 years remain out of their sight during so long an interval as our narrative supposes.
how far less reconcilable must it then be with the more rigid views of education held by the ancients, not excepting the Jews? It is remarked, however, that viewing the case as an extraordinary one, the parents of Jesus knew their child, and they could therefore very well confide in his understanding and character, so far as to be in no fear that any danger would accrue to him from his unusual freedom. But we can perceive from their subsequent anxiety that they were not so entirely at ease on that head. Thus, their conduct must be admitted to be such as we should not have anticipated, but it is not, consequently, incredible, nor does it suffice to render the entire narrative improbable, for the parents of Jesus are no saints to us, that we should not impute to them any fault. Returned to Jerusalem, they find their son, on the third day, in the temple, doubtless in one of the outer halls, in the midst of an assembly of doctors, engaged in a conversation with them, and exciting universal astonishment. From verse 45 and following. From some indications, it would seem that Jesus held a higher position in the presence of the doctors than could belong to a boy of 12 years. The word kathezomenon, or sitting, has excited scruples, for according to Jewish records, it was not until after the death of the Rabbi Gamaliel, an event long subsequent to the one described in our narrative, that the pupils of the rabbins sat, they having previously been required to stand when in the school, but this Jewish tradition is of doubtful authority. It has also been thought a difficulty that Jesus does not merely hear the doctors, but also asks them questions, thus appearing to assume the position of their teacher. Such is indeed the representation of the apocryphal Gospels, for in them Jesus, before he is 12 years old, perplexes all the doctors by his questions, and reveals to his instructor in the alphabet the mystical significance of the characters. While at the above visit to the temple, he proposes controversial questions, such as that touching the Messiah's being, at once David's son and Lord, Matthew 22:41, and proceeds to throw light on all departments of knowledge. If the expressions eroton and apokrinesthai implied that Jesus played the part of a teacher in this scene, so unnatural a feature in the evangelical narrative would render the whole suspicious. But there is nothing to render this interpretation of the words necessary, for according to Jewish custom, rabbinical teaching was of such a kind that not only did the masters interrogate the pupils, but the pupils interrogated the masters, when they wished for explanations on any point. We may with the more probability suppose that the writer intended to attribute to Jesus such questions as suited a boy, because he, apparently not without design, refers the astonishment of the doctors not to his questions, but to that in which he could best show himself in the light of an intelligent pupil, namely, to his answers. A more formidable difficulty is the statement that the boy Jesus sat in the midst of the doctors. For we learn from Paul, from Acts chapter 22, verse 3, the position that became a pupil, when he says that he was brought up at the feet of Gamaliel, it being the custom for the rabbins to be placed on chairs while their pupils sat on the ground, and did not take their places among their masters. It has indeed been thought that en meso might be so explained as to signify either that Jesus sat between the doctors, who are supposed to have been elevated on chairs, while Jesus and the other pupils are pictured as sitting on the ground between them, or merely that he was in the company of doctors, that is, in the synagogue. But according to the strict sense of the words, the expression kathezethai and mesotinon appears to signify, if not, as Shotgun believes, in mehorem Jesu gloriam, a place of preeminent honor,
at least a position of equal dignity with that occupied by the rest. It need only be asked, would it harmonize with the spirit of our narrative to substitute kathes omenon para tous podas ton didaskalon for kathezomenon en meso ton didaskalon? The answer will certainly be in the negative, and it will then be inevitable to admit that our narrative places Jesus in another relation to the doctors than that of a learner, though the latter is the only natural one for a boy of 12, however highly gifted. For Olshausen's position, that in Jesus nothing was formed from without by the instrumentality of another's wisdom, because this would be inconsistent with the character of the Messiah as absolutely self-determined, contradicts a dogma of the Church which he himself advances, namely, that Jesus in his manifestation as man followed the regular course of human development. For not only is it in the nature of this development to be gradual, but also, and still more essentially, to be dependent, whether it be mental or physical, on the interchange of reception and influence. To deny this in relation to the physical life of Jesus, to say, for example, that the food which he took did not serve for the nourishment and growth of his body by real assimilation, but merely furnished occasion for him to reproduce himself from within, would strike everyone as docetism, and is the analogous proposition in relation to his spiritual development, namely, that he appropriated nothing from without, and used what he heard from others merely as a voice to evoke one truth after another from the recesses of his own mind. Is this anything else than a more refined docetism? Truly, if we attempt to form a conception of the conversation of Jesus with the doctors in the temple, according to this theory, we make anything but a natural scene of it. It is not to be supposed that he taught, nor, properly speaking, that he was taught, but that the discourse of the doctors merely gave an impetus to his power of teaching himself, and was the occasion for an ever-brightening light to rise upon him, especially on the subject of his own destination. But in that case, he would certainly have given utterance to his newly acquired knowledge, so that the position of a teacher on the part of the boy would return upon us, a position which Olshausen himself pronounces to be preposterous. At least such an indirect mode of teaching is involved, as Ness subscribes to, when he supposes that Jesus, even thus early, made the first attempt to combat the prejudices which swayed in the synagogue, exposing to the doctors, by means of good-humored questions and requests for explanation, such as are willingly permitted to a boy, the weakness of many of their dogmas. But even such a position on the part of a boy of 12 is inconsistent with the true process of human development, through which it behooved the God-man himself to pass. Discourse of this kind from a boy must, we grant, have excited the astonishment of all the hearers. Nevertheless, the expression ex istano pantes oi akuontes autu, from verse 47, looks too much like a panegyrical formula. The narrative proceeds to tell us how the mother of Jesus reproached her son when she had found him thus, asking him why he had not spared his parents the anguish of their sorrowful search. To this, Jesus returns an answer which forms the point of the entire narrative. He asks whether they might not have known that he was to be sought nowhere else than in the house of his Father, in the temple, from verse 48 and following. One might be inclined to understand this designation of God as tou patros generally, as implying that God was the Father of all men, and only in this sense the Father of Jesus. But this interpretation is forbidden not only by the addition of the pronoun μου,
the above sense requiring haemon, as in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9, but still more absolutely by the circumstance that the parents of Jesus did not understand these words, from verse 50, a decided indication that they must have a special meaning, which can here be no other than the mystery of the Messiahship of Jesus, who, as Messiah, was ouios theou in a peculiar sense. But that Jesus, in his 12th year, had already the consciousness of his Messiahship, is a position which, although it may be consistently adopted from the orthodox point of view, and although it is not opposed to the regular human form of the development of Jesus, which even orthodoxy maintains, we are not here bound to examine. So also the natural explanation, which retains the above narrative as a history, though void of the miraculous, and which accordingly supposes the parents of Jesus, owing to a particular combination of circumstances, to have come even before his birth to a conviction of his Messiahship, and to have instilled this conviction into their son from his earliest childhood. This too may make it plain how Jesus could be so clear as to his messianic relation to God, but it can only do so by the hypothesis of an unprecedented coincidence of extraordinary accidents. We, on the contrary, who have renounced the previous incidents as historical, either in the supernatural or the natural sense, are unable to comprehend how the consciousness of his messianic destination could be so early developed in Jesus. For though the consciousness of a more subjective vocation, as that of a poet or an artist, which is dependent solely on the internal gifts of the individual, gifts which cannot long remain latent, may possibly be awakened very early, an objective vocation, in which the conditions of external reality are a chief cooperator, as the vocation of a statesman, the general, the reformer of a religion, can hardly be so early evident to the most highly endowed individual, because for this a knowledge of contemporary circumstances would be requisite, which only long observation and mature experience can confer. Of the latter kind is the vocation of the Messiah, and if this is implied in the words by which Jesus, in his 12th year, justified his lingering in the temple, he cannot have uttered the words at that period. In another point of view, also, it is worthy of notice that the parents of Jesus are said, in verse 50, not to have understood the words which he addressed to them. What did these words signify? That God was his Father, in whose house it behooved him to be, but that her son would, in a specific sense, be called a ouios theou, had been already made known to Mary by the annunciating angel, in Luke chapter 1, verses 32 and 35, and that he would have a peculiar relation to the temple she might infer both from the above title and from the striking reception which he had met with at his first presentation in the temple, when yet an infant. The parents of Jesus, or at least Mary, of whom it is repeatedly noticed that she carefully kept in her heart the extraordinary communications concerning her son, ought not to have been in the dark a single moment as to the meaning of his language on this occasion. But even at the presentation in the temple, we are told that the parents of Jesus marveled at the discourse of Simeon, from verse 33, which is merely saying, in other words, that they did not understand him. And their wonder is not referred to the declaration of Simeon that their boy would be a cause, not only of the rising again, but of the fall of many in Israel, and that a sword would pierce through the heart of his mother, an aspect of his vocation and destiny on which nothing had previously been communicated to the parents of Jesus, and at which therefore they might naturally wonder. For these discourses are not made by Simeon until after the wonder of the parents, which is caused only by Simeon's expressions of joy at the sight of the Saviour, who would be the glory of Israel and a light even to the Gentiles. And here again, there is no intimation that the wonder was excited by the idea that Jesus would bear this relation to the heathens, which indeed it could not well be, since this more extended destination of the Messiah had been predicted in the Old Testament. There remains, therefore, as a reason for the wonder in question, merely the fact of the child's messiahship declared by Simeon, a fact which had been long ago announced to them by angels, and which was acknowledged by Mary in her song of praise. We have just a parallel difficulty in the present case, it being as inconceivable that the parents of Jesus should not understand his allusion to his messianic character, as that they should wonder at the declaration of it by Simeon. We must therefore draw this conclusion. If the parents of Jesus did not understand these expressions of their son when 12 years old, those earlier communications cannot have happened. Or, if the earlier communications really occurred, the subsequent expressions of Jesus cannot have remained incomprehensible to them. Having done away with those earlier incidents as historical, we might content ourselves with this latter want of comprehension, were it not fair to mistrust the whole of a narrative whose latter portions agree so ill with the preceding. For it is the character not of an historical record, but of a marvelous legend, to represent its personages as so permanently in a state of wonder, that they not only at the first appearance of the extraordinary, but even at the second, third, 10th repetition, when one would expect them to be familiarized with it, continually are astonished and do not understand, obviously with the view of exalting the more highly the divine impartation by this lasting incomprehensibleness. So, to draw an example from the later history of Jesus, the divine decree of his suffering and death is set forth in all its loftiness in the evangelical narratives by the circumstance that even the repeated explicit disclosures of Jesus on this subject remain throughout incomprehensible to the disciples, as here the mystery of the messiahship of Jesus is exalted by the circumstance that his parents, often as it had been announced to them, at every fresh word on the subject, are anew astonished and do not understand. The twofold form of conclusion, that the mother of Jesus kept all these sayings in her heart, verse 51, and that the boy grew in wisdom and stature, and so forth, we have already recognized as a favorite form of conclusion and transition in the heroic legend of the Hebrews. In particular, that which relates to the growth of the boy is almost verbally parallel with a passage relating to Samuel, as in two former instances similar expressions appeared to have been borrowed from the history of Samson. End of section 40. Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 41 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 5, The First Visit to the Temple and the Education of Jesus. Section 41, This Narrative Also Mythical. Thus, here again we must acknowledge the influence of the legend, but as the main part of the incident is thoroughly natural, we might in this instance prefer the middle course, and after disengaging the mythical, seek to preserve a residue of history. We might suppose that the parents of Jesus really took their son to Jerusalem in his early youth, and that after having lost sight of him, probably before their departure, they found him in the temple, where, eager for instruction, he sat at the feet of the rabbins. When called to account, he declared that his favorite abode was in the house of God, a sentiment which rejoiced his parents and won the approbation of the bystanders. The rest of the story we might suppose to have been added by the aggrandizing legend, after Jesus was acknowledged as the Messiah. Here all the difficulties in our narrative, the idea of the boy sitting in the midst of the doctors, his claiming God as his father in a special sense, and the departure of the parents without their son, would be rejected, but the journey of Jesus when 12 years old, the eagerness for knowledge then manifested by him, and his attachment to the temple are retained. To these particulars there is nothing to object negatively, for they contain nothing improbable in itself, but their historical truth must become doubtful if we can show, positively, a strong interest of the legend, out of which the entire narrative, and especially these intrinsically not improbable particulars, might have arisen. That, in the case of great men who, in their riper age, have been distinguished by mental superiority, the very first presaging movements of their mind are eagerly gleaned, and if they are not to be ascertained historically, are invented under the guidance of probability, is well known. In the Hebrew history and legend especially, we find manifold proofs of this tendency. Thus, of Samuel it is said in the Old Testament itself, that even as a boy he received a divine revelation and the gift of prophecy, from 1 Samuel chapter 3. And with respect to Moses, on whose boyish years the Old Testament narrative is silent, a subsequent tradition, followed by Josephus and Philo, had striking proofs to relate of his early development. As in the narrative before us, Jesus shows himself wise beyond his years, so this tradition attributes a like precocity to Moses. As Jesus, turning away from the idle tumult of the city in all the excitement of festival time, finds his favorite entertainment in the temple among the doctors, so the boy Moses was not attracted by childish sports, but by serious occupation, and very early it was necessary to give him tutors, whom, however, like Jesus in his 12th year, he quickly surpassed. According to Jewish custom and opinion, the 12th year formed an epoch in development, to which especial proofs of awakening genius were the rather attached, because in the 12th year, as with us in the 14th, the boy was regarded as having outgrown the period of childhood. Accordingly, it was believed of Moses that in his 12th year he left the house of his father to become an independent organ of the divine revelations. The Old Testament leaves it uncertain how early the gift of prophecy was imparted to Samuel, but he was said by a later tradition to have prophesied from his 12th year, and in like manner the wise judgments of Solomon and Daniel, from 1 Kings chapter 3, verse 23 and following, and Susanna, verse 45 and following, were supposed to have been given when they were only 12. If, in the case of these Old Testament heroes, the spirit that impelled them manifested itself, according to common opinion, so early as in their 12th year, it was argued that it could not have remained longer concealed in Jesus, and if Samuel and Daniel showed themselves at that age in their later capacity of divinely inspired seers, Solomon in that of a wise ruler, so Jesus at the corresponding period in his life must have shown himself in the character to which he subsequently established his claim, that, namely, of the Son of God and teacher of mankind. It is, in fact, the obvious aim of Luke to pass over no epoch in the early life of Jesus without surrounding him with divine radiance, with significant prognostics of the future. In this style he treats his birth, mentions the circumcision at least emphatically, but above all avails himself of the presentation in the temple. There yet remained, according to Jewish manners, one epoch, the 12th year, with the first journey to the Passover. How could he do otherwise than, following the legend, adorn this point in the development of Jesus as we find that he has done in this narrative? And how could we do otherwise than regard his narrative as a legendary embellishment of this period in the life of Jesus, from which we learn nothing of his real development, but merely something of the exalted notions which were entertained in the primitive church of the early ripened mind of Jesus? But how this anecdote can be numbered among mythi is found by some altogether inconceivable. It bears, thinks Friedrich, a thoroughly historical character. This is the very point to be proved, and the stamp of the highest simplicity, like every popular legend in its original form. It contains no tincture of the miraculous, wherein the primary characteristic of a mythus, but not of every mythus, is held to consist. It is so remote from all embellishment that there is not the slightest detail of the conversation of Jesus with the doctors. The legend was satisfied with the dramatic trait, sitting in the midst of the doctors. As a dictum, verse 49 was alone important, and towards this the narrator hastens without delay. Nay, even the conversation between Jesus and his mother is only given in a fragmentary aphoristic manner. There is no trace of an omission. Finally, the inventor of a legend would have made Jesus speak differently to his mother, instead of putting into his mouth words which might be construed into irreverence and indifference. In this last observation, Friedrich agrees with Schleiermacher, who finds in the behavior of Jesus to his mother, liable as it is to be misinterpreted, a sure guarantee that the whole history was not invented to supply something remarkable concerning Jesus, in connection with the period at which the holy things of the temple and the law were first opened to him. In combating the assertion that an inventor would scarcely have attributed to Jesus so much apparent harshness towards his mother, we need not appeal to the apocryphal Evangelium Tomoi, which makes the boy Jesus say to his foster father Joseph, Incipientissime fecisti. For even in the legend or history of the canonical Gospels, corresponding traits are to be found. In the narrative of the wedding at Cana, we find this rough address to his mother, Ti emoi kai soid gumai, from John chapter 2, verse 4. And in the account of the visit paid to Jesus by his mother and brethren, the striking circumstance that he apparently wishes to take no notice of his relatives, from Matthew chapter 12, verse 46. If these are real incidents, then the legend has an historical precedent to warrant the introduction of a similar feature even into the early youth of Jesus. If, on the other hand, they are only legends, they are the most vivid proofs that an inducement was not wanting for the invention of such features. Where this inducement lay, it is easy to see. The figure of Jesus would stand in the higher relief from the obscure background of his contracted family relations, if it were often seen that his parents were unable to comprehend his elevated mind, and if even he himself sometimes made them feel his superiority, so far as this could happen without detriment to his filial obedience, which, it should be observed, our narrative expressly preserves. End of section 41. Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 42 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 5, The First Visit to the Temple and the Education of Jesus. Section 42, on the external life of Jesus up to the time of his public appearance. What were the external conditions under which Jesus lived from the scene just considered up to the time of his public appearance? On this subject our canonical Gospels give scarcely an indication. First, as to his place of residence, all that we learn explicitly is this, that both at the beginning and at the end of this obscure period he dwelt at Nazareth. According to Luke chapter 2, verse 51, Jesus, when 12 years old, returned thither with his parents. And according to Matthew chapter 3, verse 13, Mark chapter 1, verse 9, he, when 30 years old, compare with Luke chapter 3, verse 23, came from thence to be baptized by John. Thus, our evangelists appear to suppose that Jesus had in the interim resided in Galilee, and more particularly in Nazareth. This supposition, however, does not exclude journeys, such as those to the feasts in Jerusalem. The employment of Jesus during the years of his boyhood and youth seems, from an intimation in our Gospels, to have been determined by the trade of his father, who is there called a tekton, from Matthew chapter 13, verse 55. This Greek word, used to designate the trade of Joseph, is generally understood in the sense of carpenter. A few only, on mystical grounds, discover in it a blacksmith, goldsmith, or mason. The works in wood which he executed are held of different magnitude by different authors. According to Justin and the Evangelium Tomai, they were plows and yokes, and in that case he would be what we call a wheelwright. According to the Evangelium Infantiae Arabicum, they were doors, milk vessels, sieves, and coffers. And once Joseph makes a throne for the king, so that here he is represented partly as a cabinet maker and partly as a cooper. The Prot-Evangelium Jacobi, on the other hand, makes him work at buildings, without doubt as a carpenter. In these labors of the Father Jesus appears to have shared, according to an expression of Mark, who makes the Nazarenes ask concerning Jesus, not merely as in the parallel passage of Matthew, is not this the carpenter's son, but is not this the carpenter? From chapter 6, verse 3. It is true that in replying to the taunt of Celsus that the teacher of the Christians was a carpenter by trade, Origen says he must have forgotten that in none of the Gospels received by the churches is Jesus himself called a carpenter. The above passage in Mark has, in fact, the various reading ho tu tektonos uios, which Origen must have taken, unless he be supposed altogether to have overlooked the passage, and which is preferred by some modern critics. But here Beza has justly remarked that fortasse mutavit aliquis, existimans hanc artem Christi majestati parum convenire, whereas there could hardly be an interest which would render the contrary alteration desirable. Moreover, fathers of the church and apocryphal writings represent Jesus, in accordance with the more generally accepted reading, as following the trade of his father. Justin attaches especial importance to the fact that Jesus made plows and yokes or scales, as symbols of active life and of justice. In the Evangelium Infantiae Arabicum, Jesus goes about with Joseph to the places where the latter has work, to help him in such a manner that if Joseph made anything too long or too short, Jesus, by a touch or by merely stretching out his hand, gave to the object its right size, an assistance which was very useful to his foster father, because, as the apocryphal text naively remarks, nec ad modum perutus erat artis fabrilis. Apart from these apocryphal descriptions, there are many reasons for believing that the above intimation as to the youthful employment of Jesus is correct. In the first place, it accords with the Jewish custom which prescribed even to one destined to a learned career, or in general to any spiritual occupation, the acquisition of some handicraft. Thus Paul, the pupil of the rabbins, was also a tent maker. From Acts chapter 18, verse 3. Next, as our previous examinations have shown that we know nothing historical of extraordinary expectations and plans on the part of the parents of Jesus in relation to their son, so nothing is more natural than the supposition that Jesus early practiced the trade of his father. Further, the Christians must have had an interest in denying, rather than inventing, this opinion as to their Messiah's youthful occupation, since it often drew down upon them the ridicule of their opponents. Thus Celsus, as we have already mentioned, could not abstain from a reflection on this subject, for which reason Origen will know nothing of any designation of Jesus as a tekton in the New Testament. And everyone knows the scoffing question of Libanius about the carpenter's son, a question which seems to have been provided with so striking an answer only ex eventu. It may certainly be said, in opposition to this, that the notion of Jesus having been a carpenter seems to be founded on a mere inference from the trade of the father as to the occupation of the son, whereas the latter was just as likely to apply himself to some other branch of industry, nay, that perhaps the whole tradition of the carpentry of Joseph and Jesus owes its origin to the symbolical significance exhibited by Justin. As, however, the allusion in our Gospels to the trade of Joseph is very brief and bare, and is nowhere used allegorically in the New Testament, nor entered into more minutely, it is not to be contested that he was really a carpenter, but it must remain uncertain whether Jesus shared in this occupation. What were the circumstances of Jesus and his parents as to fortune? The answer to this question has been the object of many dissertations. It is evident that the ascription of pressing poverty to Jesus, on the part of orthodox theologians, rested on dogmatical and aesthetic grounds. On the one hand, they wished to maintain even in this point the status exinanitionis, and on the other, they wished to depict as strikingly as possible the contrast between the form of God and the form of a servant. That this contrast, as set forth by Paul in Philippians chapter 2, verse 6 and following, as well as the expression eptokiusei, which this apostle applies to Christ in 2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 9, merely characterizes the obscure and laborious life to which he submitted after his heavenly pre-existence, and instead of playing the part of king which the Jewish imagination attributed to the Messiah, is also to be regarded as established. The expression of Jesus himself, the Son of Man hath not where to lay his head, from Matthew chapter 8, verse 20, may possibly import merely his voluntary renunciation of the peaceful enjoyment of fortune, for the sake of devoting himself to the wandering life of the Messiah. There is only one other particular bearing on the point in question, namely, that Mary presented, as an offering of purification, doves, from Luke chapter 2, verse 24. According to Leviticus chapter 12, verse 8, the offering of the poor, which certainly proves that the author of this information conceived the parents of Jesus to have been in by no means brilliant circumstances. But what shall assure us that he also was not induced to make this representation by unhistorical motives. Meanwhile, we are just as far from having tenable ground for maintaining the contrary position, namely, that Jesus possessed property. At least, it is inadmissible to adduce the coat without seam, from John 19:23, until we shall have inquired more closely what kind of relation it has to the subject. End of section 42.
Part 1, Chapter 5, Section 43 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, History of the Birth and Childhood of Jesus. Chapter 5, The First Visit to the Temple and the Education of Jesus. Section 43, The Intellectual Development of Jesus. Our information concerning the external life of Jesus during his youth is very scanty, but we are almost destitute of any concerning his intellectual development. For the indeterminate phrase, twice occurring in Luke's history of the childhood, concerning the increase of his spiritual strength and his growth in wisdom, tells us no more than we must necessarily have presupposed without it, while, on the expectations which his parents cherished with respect to him before his birth, and on the sentiment which his mother especially then expressed, no conclusion is to be founded, since those expectations and declarations are themselves unhistorical. The narrative just considered, of the appearance of Jesus in the temple at 12 years of age, rather gives us a result, the early and peculiar development of his religious consciousness, than an explanation of the causes and conditions by which this development was favored. But we at least learn from Luke 2:41, what, however, is to be of course supposed of pious Israelites, that the parents of Jesus used to go to Jerusalem every year at the Passover. We may conjecture, then, that Jesus, from his 12th year, generally accompanied them, and availed himself of this excellent opportunity, amid the concourse of Jews and Jewish proselytes of all countries and all opinions, to form his mind, to become acquainted with the condition of his people and the false principles of the Pharisaic leaders, and to extend his survey beyond the narrow limits of Palestine. Whether or in what degree Jesus received the learned education of a rabbin is also left untold in our canonical Gospels. From such passages as Matthew 7:29, where it is said that Jesus taught not as the scribes, we can only infer that he did not adopt the method of the doctors of the law, and it does not follow that he had never enjoyed the education of a scribe. On the other hand, not only was Jesus called Rabbi and Rabbuni by his disciples, from Matthew 26:25-49, Mark 9:5, 11:21, 14:45, John 4:31, 9:2, 11:8, 20:16, compare 1:38, 40, and 50, and by supplicating sufferers, from Mark 10:5, but even the Pharisaic archon Nicodemus, from John 3:2, did not refuse him this title. We cannot, however, conclude from hence that Jesus had received the scholastic instruction of a rabbin, for the salutation Rabbi, as also the privilege of reading in the synagogue, from Luke 4:16 and following, a particular which has likewise been appealed to, belonged not only to graduated rabbins, but to every teacher who had given actual proof of his qualifications.
The enemies of Jesus explicitly assert, and he does not contradict them, that he had never learned letters (John 7:15), and the Nazarenes are astonished to find so much wisdom in him, whence we infer that he had not to their knowledge been a student. These facts cannot be neutralized by the discourse of Jesus, in which he represents himself as the model of a scribe well instructed unto the kingdom of heaven (Matthew 13:52), for the word grammateus here means a doctor of the law in general, and not directly a doctor qualified in the schools. Lastly, the intimate acquaintance with the doctrinal traditions and the abuses of the rabbins, which Jesus exhibits, especially in the Sermon on the Mount and the anti-Pharisaic discourse Matthew 23, he might acquire from the numerous discourses of the Pharisees to the people, without going through a course of study under them. Thus, the data on our present subject to be found in the Gospels collectively yield the result that Jesus did not pass formally through a rabbinical school. On the other hand, the consideration that it must have been the interest of the Christian legend to represent Jesus as independent of human teachers, may induce a doubt with respect to these statements in the New Testament, and a conjecture that Jesus may not have been so entirely a stranger to the learned culture of his nation. But from the absence of authentic information we can arrive at no decision on this point. Various hypotheses, more or less independent of the intimations given in the New Testament, have been advanced both in ancient and modern times concerning the intellectual development of Jesus. They may be divided into two principal classes, according to their agreement with the natural or the supernatural view. The supernatural view of the person of Jesus requires that he should be the only one of his kind, independent of all external human influences, self-taught, or rather taught of God. Hence, not only must its advocates determinedly reject every supposition implying that he borrowed or learned anything, and consequently place in the most glaring light the difficulties which lay in the way of the natural development of Jesus, but the more surely to exclude every kind of reception, they must also be disposed to assign as early an appearance as possible to that spontaneity which we find in Jesus in his mature age. This spontaneous activity is twofold. It is theoretical and practical. As regards the theoretical side, comprising judgment and knowledge, the effort to give as early a date as possible to its manifestation in Jesus displays itself in the apocryphal passages which have been already partly cited, and which describe Jesus as surpassing his teachers long before his 12th year, for according to one of them, he spoke in his cradle and declared himself to be the Son of God. The practical side, too, of that superior order of spontaneity attributed to Jesus in his later years, namely, the power of working miracles, is attached by the apocryphal Gospels to his earliest childhood and youth.
The Evangelium Thomai opens with the 5th year of Jesus the story of his miracles, and the Arabian Evangelium Infantii fills the journey into Egypt with miracles which the mother of Jesus performed by means of the swaddling bands of her infant and the water in which he was washed.
Some of the miracles which, according to these apocryphal Gospels, were wrought by Jesus when in his infancy and boyhood, are analogous to those in the New Testament, cures and resuscitations of the dead. Others are totally diverse from the ruling type in the canonical Gospels, extremely revolting retributive miracles, by which everyone who opposes the boy Jesus in any matter whatever is smitten with lameness, or even with death, or else mere extravagancies, such as the giving of life to sparrows formed out of mud. The natural view of the person of Jesus had an opposite interest, which was also very early manifested both among Jewish and heathen opponents of Christianity, and which consisted in explaining his appearance comfortably to the laws of causality, by comparing it with prior and contemporaneous facts to which it had a relation, and thus exhibiting the conditions on which Jesus depended and the sources from which he drew. It is true that in the first centuries of the Christian era, the whole region of spirituality being a supernatural one for heathens as well as Jews, the reproach that Jesus owed his wisdom and seemingly miraculous powers not to himself or to God, but to a communication from without, could not usually take the form of an assertion that he had acquired natural skill and wisdom in the ordinary way of instruction from others. Instead of the natural and the human, the unnatural and the demoniacal were opposed to the divine and the supernatural. Compare Matthew 12:24. And Jesus was accused of working his miracles by the aid of magic acquired in his youth. This charge was the most easily attached to the journey of his parents with him into Egypt, that native land of magic and secret wisdom, and thus we find it both in Celsus and in the Talmud. The former makes a Jew allege against Jesus, amongst other things, that he had entered into service for wages in Egypt, that he had there possessed himself of some magic arts, and on the strength of these had on his return vaunted himself for a god. The Talmud gives him a member of the Jewish Sanhedrim as a teacher, makes him journey to Egypt with this companion, and bring magic charms from thence into Palestine. The purely natural explanation of the intellectual development of Jesus could only become prevalent amid the enlightened culture of modern times. In working out this explanation, the chief points of difference are the following. Either the character of Jesus is regarded in too circumscribed a view, as a result of only one among the means of culture which his times afforded, or more comprehensively, as the result of all these combined. Again, in tracing this external influence, either the internal gifts and self-determination of Jesus are adequately considered, or they are not. In any case, the basis of the intellectual development of Jesus was furnished by the sacred writings of his people, of which the discourses preserved to us in the Gospels attest his zealous and profound study. His messianic ideas seem to have been formed chiefly on Isaiah and Daniel. Spiritual religiousness and elevation above the prejudices of Jewish nationality were impressively shadowed forth in the prophetic writings generally, together with the Psalms. Next among the influences affecting mental cultivation in the native country of Jesus must be reckoned the three sects under which the spiritual life of his fellow countrymen may be classified. Among these, the Pharisees, whom Jesus at a later period so strenuously combated, can apparently have had only a negative influence over him. Yet, along with their fondness for tradition and legal pedantry, their sanctimoniousness and hypocrisy, by which Jesus was repelled from them, we must remember their belief in angels and in immortality, and their constant admission of a progressive development of the Jewish religion after Moses, which were so many points of union between them and Jesus. Still, as these tenets were only peculiar to the Pharisees in contradistinction to the Sadducees, and for the rest were common to all Orthodox Jews, we abide by the opinion that the influence of the Pharisaic sect on the development of Jesus was essentially negative.
In the discourses of Jesus, Sadduceeism is less controverted; nay, he agrees with it in rejecting the Pharisaic traditions and hypocrisy. Hence a few of the learned have wished to find him a school in this sect. But the merely negative agreement against the errors of the Pharisees, an agreement which, moreover, proceeded from quite another principle in Jesus than in the Sadducees, is more than counterbalanced by the contrast which their religious indifference, their unbelief in immortality and in spiritual existences, formed with the disposition of Jesus, and his manner of viewing the world. That the controversy with the Sadducees is not prominent in the Gospels may be very simply explained by the fact that their sect had very slight influence on the circle with which Jesus was immediately connected, the adherents of Sadduceeism belonging to the higher ranks alone. Concerning one only of the then existing Jewish sects, can the question seriously arise, whether we ought not to ascribe to it a positive influence on the development and appearance of Jesus, the sect, namely, of the Essenes. In the last century, the derivation of Christianity from Essenism was very much in vogue. Not only English deists, and among the Germans, Barth and Venturini, but even theologians, such as Staedlin, embraced the idea. In the days of Freemasonry and secret orders, there was a disposition to transfer their character to primitive Christianity. The concealment of an Essene lodge appeared especially adapted to explain the sudden disappearance of Jesus after the brilliant scenes of his infancy and boyhood, and again after his restoration to life. Besides the forerunner John, the two men on the Mount of Transfiguration, and the angels clothed in white at the grave and on the Mount of Ascension, were regarded as members of the Essene brotherhood, and many cures of Jesus and the apostles were referred to the medical traditions of the Essenes. Apart, however, from these fancies of a bygone age, there are really some essential characteristics which seem to speak in favor of an intimate relation between Essenism and Christianity. The most conspicuous as such are the prohibition of oaths and the community of goods. With the former was connected fidelity, peaceableness, obedience to every constituted authority. With the latter, contempt of riches and the custom of traveling without provisions. These and other features, such as the sacred meal partaken in common, the rejection of sanguinary sacrifices and of slavery, constitute so strong a resemblance between Essenism and Christianity, that even so early a writer as Eusebius mistook the Therapeutae, a sect allied to the Essenes, for Christians. But there are very essential dissimilarities which must not be overlooked. Leaving out of consideration the contempt of marriage, since Josephus ascribes it to a part only of the Essenes, the asceticism, the punctilious observance of the Sabbath, the purifications, and other superstitious usages of this sect, their retention of the names of angels, the mystery which they affected, and their contracted, exclusive devotion to their order, are so foreign, nay, so directly opposed to the spirit of Jesus, that, especially as the Essenes are nowhere mentioned in the New Testament, the aid which this sect also contributed to the development of Jesus must be limited to the uncertain influence which might be exercised over him by occasional intercourse with Essenes. Did other elements, such as were merely Jewish, or at least confined to Palestine, operate upon Jesus? Of the heathens settled in Galilee of the Gentiles, there was hardly much to be learned beyond patience under frequent intercourse with them. On the other hand, at the feasts in Jerusalem, not only foreign Jews, some of whom, as for example the Alexandrian and Cyrenian Jews, had synagogues there,
See Acts chapter 6, verse 9. But also devout heathens were to be met with. See John chapter 12, verse 20. And that intercourse with these had some influence in extending the intellectual horizon of Jesus, and spiritualizing his opinions, has, as we have already intimated, all historical probability. But why do we, in the absence of certain information, laboriously seek after uncertain traces of an influence which contemporary means of development may have exercised on Jesus? And yet more, why, on the other side, are these labors so anxiously repudiated? Whatever amount of intellectual material may be collected, the spark by which genius kindles it and fuses its various elements into a consistent whole, is neither easier to explain nor reduced in value. Thus it is with Jesus. Allow him to have exhausted the means of development which his age afforded, a comprehensive faculty of reception is with great men ever the reverse side of their powerful originality. Allow him to have owed far more to Essenism and Alexandrianism, and whatever other schools and tendencies existed, than we, in our uncertainty, are in a condition to prove. Still, for the reformation of a world, these elements were all too little. The leaven necessary for this he must obtain from the depth of his own mind. But we have not yet spoken of an appearance to which our Gospels assign a most important influence in developing the activity of Jesus, that of John the Baptist. As his ministry is first noticed in the Gospels in connection with the baptism and public appearance of Jesus, our inquiry concerning him and his relation to Jesus must open the second part. End of section 43. Part 2, Chapter 1, Section 44 of the Life of Jesus Critically Examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 1, Relations between Jesus and John the Baptist. Section 44, Chronological Relations between John and Jesus. For the ministry of John the Baptist, mentioned in all the Gospels, the second and fourth evangelists fix no epoch. The first gives us an inexact one, the third an apparently precise. According to Matthew chapter 3, verse 1, John appeared as a preacher of repentance in those days. That is, if we interpret strictly this reference to the previous narrative, about the time when the parents of Jesus settled at Nazareth, and when Jesus was yet a child. We are told, however, in the context, that Jesus came to John for baptism. Hence, between the first appearance of the Baptist, which was contemporary with the childhood of Jesus, and the period at which the latter was baptized, we must intercalate a number of years, during which Jesus might have become sufficiently matured to partake of John's baptism. But Matthew's description of the person and work of the Baptist is so concise, the office attributed to him is so little independent, so entirely subservient to that of Jesus, that it was certainly not the intention of the evangelist to assign a long series of years to his single ministry. His meaning incontestably is, that John's short career early attained its goal in the baptism of Jesus. It being thus inadmissible to suppose between the appearance of John and the baptism of Jesus, that is, between verses 12 and 13 of the 3rd chapter of Matthew, the long interval which is in every case indispensable, nothing remains but to insert it between the close of the 2nd and the beginning of the 3rd chapter, namely, between the settlement of the parents of Jesus at Nazareth and the appearance of the Baptist.
To this end, we may presume, with Paulus, that Matthew has here introduced a fragment from a history of the Baptist, narrating many particulars of his life immediately preceding his public agency, and very properly proceeding with the words, in those days, which connecting phrase Matthew, although he omitted that to which it referred, has nevertheless retained. Or we may, with Susskind, apply the words not to the settlement, but to the subsequent residence of Jesus at Nazareth, or better still, entais hemerais ek einais, like the corresponding Hebrew expression hem yom, for example in Exodus chapter 2 verse 11, is probably to be interpreted as relating indeed to the establishment at Nazareth, but so that an event happening 30 years afterwards may yet be said, speaking indefinitely, to occur in those days. In neither case do we learn from Matthew concerning the time of John's appearance more than the very vague information that it took place in the interval between the infancy and manhood of Jesus. Luke determines the date of John's appearance by various synchronisms, placing it in the time of Pilate's government in Judea, in the sovereignty of Herod Antipas, of Philip and of Lysanias over the other divisions of Palestine, in the high priesthood of Annas and Caiaphas, and, moreover, precisely in the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius, which, reckoning from the death of Augustus, corresponds with the year 28 or 29 of our era, from chapter 3, verses 1 and 2. With this last and closest demarcation of time, all the foregoing less precise ones agree. Even that which makes Annas high priest together with Caiaphas appears correct, if we consider the peculiar influence which, according to John chapter 18 verse 13, Acts chapter 4 verse 6, that high priest retained, even when deposed, especially after the assumption of office by his son-in-law Caiaphas. A single exception occurs in the statement about Lysanias, whom Luke makes contemporary with Antipas and Philip as tetrarch of Abilene. Josephus, it is true, speaks of an Abila he Lucianu, and mentions a Lysanias as governor of Chalcis in Lebanon, near to which lay the territory of Abila, so that the same Lysanias was probably master of the latter. But this Lysanias was, at the instigation of Cleopatra, put to death 34 years before the birth of Christ, and a second Lysanias is not mentioned either by Josephus or by any other writer on the period in question. Thus, not only is the time of his government earlier by 60 years than the 15th year of Tiberius, but it is also at issue with the other dates associated with it by Luke. Hence, it has been conjectured that Luke here speaks of a younger Lysanias, the descendant of the earlier one, who possessed Abilina under Tiberius, but who, being less famous, is not noticed by Josephus. We cannot indeed prove what Susskind demands for the refutation of this hypothesis, namely, that had such a younger Lysanias existed, Josephus must have mentioned him. Yet, that he had more than one inducement to do so, Paulus has satisfactorily shown, especially when in relation to the times of the first and second Agrippa he designates Abila he Lucianu. He must have been reminded that he had only treated of the elder Lysanias, and not at all of the younger, from whom, as the latter ruler, the country must at that time have derived its second appellation. If, according to this, the younger Lysanias is but an historic fiction, the proposed alternative is but a philological one. For when it is said, in the first place, Philippou tetrarchuntos tes Ituraias, etc., and when it follows,
kai Lucianu tes Abilenes tetrarchuntos,
we cannot possibly understand from this that Philip reigned also over the Abilene of Lysanias. For in that case the word tetrarchuntos ought not to have been repeated, and tes ought to have been placed before Lysanias, if the author wished to avoid misconstruction. The conclusion is therefore inevitable that the writer himself erred, and from the circumstance that Abilene, even in recent times, was called, after the last ruler of the former dynasty, He Lucianu, drew the inference that a monarch of that name was still existing, while in fact Abilene either belonged to Philip or was immediately subject to the Romans. The above chronological notation relates directly to John the Baptist alone. A similar one is wanting when Luke begins farther on, in verse 21 and following, to speak of Jesus. Of him it is merely said that he was about 30 years of age on his public appearance, but no date is given, while in the case of John there is a contrary omission. Thus, even if John commenced his ministry in the 15th year of Tiberius, we cannot thence gather anything as to the time when Jesus commenced his, as it is nowhere said how long John had been baptizing when Jesus came to him on the Jordan, while, on the other hand, although we know that Jesus, at his baptism, was about 30 years old, this does not help us to ascertain the age of John when he entered on his ministry as Baptist. Remembering, however, Luke chapter 1 verse 26, according to which John was just half a year older than Jesus, and calling to our aid the fact that Jewish usage would scarcely permit the exercise of public functions before the 30th year, we might infer that the Baptist could only have appeared half a year before the arrival of Jesus on the banks of the Jordan, since he would only so much earlier have attained the requisite age. But no express law forbade a public appearance previous to the 30th year, and it has been justly questioned whether we can apply to the freer office of a prophet a restriction which concerned the priests and Levites, for whom the 30th year was fixed for their entrance on regular service. Numbers chapter 4 verses 3 and 47. Compare besides 2 Chronicles chapter 31 verse 17, where the 20th year is named. This then would not hinder us from placing the appearance of John considerably prior to that of Jesus, even presupposing the averred relation between their ages. Hardly, however, could this be the intention of the evangelist. For to ascertain so carefully the date of the forerunner's appearance, and leave that of the Messiah himself undetermined, would be too great an oversight, and we cannot but suppose that his design, in the particulars he gives concerning John, was to fix the time for the appearance of Jesus. To agree with this purpose, he must have understood that Jesus came to the banks of the Jordan and began to teach shortly after the appearance of John. For that the above chronological determination was originally merely the introduction to a document concerning John, quoted by Luke, is improbable, since its exactness corresponds with the style of him who had perfect understanding of all things from the very first, and who sought to determine, in like manner, the epoch of the Messiah's birth. It is not easy, however, to imagine, in accordance with this statement, that John was by so little the predecessor of Jesus, nor is it without reason that the improbability of his having had so short an agency is maintained. For he had a considerable number of disciples, whom he not only baptized, but taught. Luke chapter 11 verse 1. And he left behind a party of his peculiar followers. Acts chapter 18 verse 25, chapter 19 verse 3. All which could hardly be the work of a few months.
There needed time, it has been observed, for the Baptist to become so well known that people would undertake a journey to him in the wilderness. There needed time for his doctrine to be comprehended, time for it to gain a footing and establish itself, especially as it clashed with the current Jewish ideas. In a word, the deep and lasting veneration in which John was held by his nation, according to Josephus, as well as the evangelists, could not have been so hastily won. But the foregoing considerations, although they demand, in general, a longer agency for the Baptist, do not prove that the evangelists err in placing the commencement of his ministry shortly before that of Jesus, since they might suppose the required prolongation as a sequel, instead of an introduction, to the appearance of Jesus. Such a prolongation of the Baptist's ministry, however, is not to be found, at least in the first two Gospels. For not only do these contain no details concerning John after the baptism of Jesus, except his sending 2 disciples in Matthew chapter 11, which is represented as a consequence of his imprisonment, but we gather from Matthew chapter 4 verse 12, Mark chapter 1 verse 14, that during or shortly after the 40 days' abode of Jesus in the wilderness, the Baptist was arrested, and thereupon Jesus went into Galilee and entered on his public career. Luke, it is true, from chapter 4 verse 14, does not mention the imprisonment of John as the cause of the appearance of Jesus in Galilee, and he seems to regard the commission of the 2 disciples as occurring while John was at large, from chapter 7 verse 18 and following. And the 4th evangelist testifies yet more decisively against the notion that John was arrested so soon after the baptism of Jesus. For in chapter 3 verse 24 it is expressly stated that John was actively engaged in his ministry after the first Passover, attended by Jesus during his public life. But, on the one hand, as it appears from Luke chapter 9 verse 9, Matthew chapter 14 verse 1 and following, Mark chapter 14 verse 16, that John was put to death long before Jesus, the continuance of his agency after the rise of the latter could not be very protracted. And, on the other hand, that which may be added to the agency of John after the appearance of Jesus will not make amends for that which is subtracted from it before that epoch. For apart from the fact implied by the 4th evangelist, in chapter 1 verse 35, that the Baptist had formed a definite circle of familiar disciples before the appearance of Jesus, it would be difficult to account for the firm footing acquired by his school if he had labored only a few months, to be, at their close, eclipsed by Jesus. There is yet one resource, namely, to separate the baptism of Jesus from the commencement of his ministry, and to say, it was indeed after the first half-year of John's agency that Jesus was so attracted by his fame as to become a candidate for his baptism. But for some time subsequently he either remained among the followers of the Baptist, or went again into retirement, and did not present himself immediately until a considerable interval had elapsed. By this means we should obtain the requisite extension of John's ministry prior to the more brilliant career of Jesus, without impugning the apparent statement of our evangelists that the baptism of Jesus followed close upon the public appearance of John. But the idea of a long interim between the baptism of Jesus and the commencement of his ministry is utterly foreign to the New Testament writers. For that they regard the baptism of Jesus as his consecration to the messianic office is proved by the accompanying descent of the Spirit and the voice from heaven. The only pause which they allow to intervene is the 6 weeks' fast in the wilderness, immediately after which, according to Luke, or after the apparently cotemporary arrest of the Baptist, according to Matthew and Mark, Jesus appears in Galilee. Luke, in particular, by designating, in chapter 3, verse 23, the baptism of Jesus as his archesthai, or his assumption of office, and by dating the intercourse of Jesus with his disciples from the baptisma Ioannou, from Acts chapter 1, verse 22, evinces his persuasion that the baptism and public manifestation of Jesus were identical. Thus, the gospel narrative is an obstacle to the adoption of the two most plausible expedients for the prolongation of John's ministry, viz., that Jesus presented himself for baptism later, or that his public appearance was retarded longer after his baptism than has been generally inferred. We are not, however, compelled to renounce either of these suppositions, if we can show that the New Testament writers might have been led to their point of view even without historical grounds. A sufficient motive lies close at hand, and is implied in the foregoing observations. Let the Baptist once be considered, as was the case in the Christian church, from Acts chapter 19, verse 4, not a person of independent significance, but simply a forerunner of the Christ. And the imagination would not linger with the mere precursor, but would hasten forward to the object at which he pointed. Yet more obvious is the interest which primitive Christian tradition must have had in excluding, whatever might have been the fact, any interval between the baptism of Jesus and the beginning of his public course. For to allow that Jesus, by his submission to John's baptism, declared himself his disciple, and remained in that relation for any length of time, was offensive to the religious sentiment of the new church, which desired a founder instructed by God and not by man. Another turn, therefore, would soon be given to the facts, and the baptism of Jesus would be held to signify not his initiation into the school of John, but a consecration to his independent office. Thus, the diverging testimony of the evangelists does not preclude our adopting the conclusion to which the nature of the case leads us, viz., that the Baptist had been long laboring anterior to the appearance of Jesus. If, in addition to this, we accept the statement of Luke, from chapter 1, verse 26, and chapter 3, verse 23, that Jesus, being only half a year younger than John, was about in his 30th year at his appearance, we must suppose that John was in his 20th year when he began his ministry. There is, as we have seen, no express law against so early an exercise of the prophetic office. Neither do I, so decidedly as Cludius, hold it improbable that so young a preacher of repentance should make an impression, or even that he should be taken for a prophet of the olden time, an Elias. I will only appeal to the ordinary course of things as a sanction for presuming that one who entered so much earlier upon the scene of action was proportionately older, especially when the principles and spirit of his teaching tell so plainly of a mature age as do the discourses of John. There are exceptions to this rule, but the statement of Luke, from chapter 1, verse 26, that John was only 6 months older than Jesus, is insufficient to establish one in this instance, as it accords with the interest of the poetical legend, and must therefore be renounced for the slightest improbability. The result, then, of our critique on the chronological data, Luke chapter 3, verse 1 and 2, compare verse 23 and chapter 1, verse 26, is this. If Jesus, as Luke seems to understand, appeared in the 15th year of Tiberius, the appearance of John occurred not in the same year, but earlier. And if Jesus was in his 30th year when he began his ministry, the Baptist, so much his predecessor, could hardly be but 6 months his senior. End of section 44. Part 2, Chapter 1, Section 45 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 1, Relations between Jesus and John the Baptist. Section 45, Appearance and Design of the Baptist, his personal relations with Jesus. John, a Nazarite according to our authorities, Matthew chapter 3 verse 4, chapter 9 verse 14, chapter 11 verse 18, and Luke chapter 1 verse 15, and in the opinion of several theologians, an Essene, is said by Luke, in chapter 3 verse 2, to have been summoned to his public work by the Word of God, which came to him in the wilderness. Not possessing the Baptist's own declaration, we cannot accept as complete the dilemma stated by Paulus, when he says that we know not whether John himself interpreted some external or internal fact as a divine call, or whether he received a summons from another individual. And we must add a third possibility, that his followers sought to dignify the vocation of their teacher by an expression which recalls to mind the ancient prophets. While, from the account of Luke, it appears that the divine call came to John in the wilderness, but that for the purpose of teaching and baptizing he resorted to the country about Jordan, Matthew, in chapter 3 and following, makes the wilderness of Judea the scene of his labors, as if the Jordan in which he baptized flowed through that wilderness. It is true that, according to Josephus, the Jordan, before emptying itself into the Dead Sea, traverses a great wilderness, but this was not the wilderness of Judea, which lay farther south. Hence it has been supposed that Matthew, misled by his application of the prophecy, the voice of one crying in the wilderness, to John, who issued from the wilderness of Judea, placed there his labors as a preacher of repentance and a baptizer, although their true scene was the blooming valley of the Jordan. In the course of Luke's narrative, however, this evangelist ceases to intimate that John forsook the wilderness after receiving his call, for on the occasion of John's message to Jesus, he makes the latter ask, "Whom went ye out into the wilderness to see?" from chapter 7 verse 24. Now, as the valley of the Jordan in the vicinity of the Dead Sea was in fact a barren plain, the narrow margin of the river excepted, no greater mistake may belong to Matthew than that of specifying the wilderness as the eremos tes Iudaias, and even that may be explained away by the supposition, either that John, as he alternately preached and baptized, passed from the wilderness of Judea to the borders of the Jordan, or that the waste tract through which that river flowed, being a continuation of the wilderness of Judea, retained the same name. The baptism of John could scarcely have been derived from the baptism of proselytes, for this rite was unquestionably posterior to the rise of Christianity. It was more analogous to the religious lustrations in practice amongst the Jews, especially the Essenes, and was apparently founded chiefly on certain expressions used by several of the prophets in a figurative sense, but afterwards understood literally. According to these expressions, God requires from the Israelitish people, as a condition of their restoration to his favor, a washing and purification from their iniquity, and he promises that he will himself cleanse them with water. From Isaiah chapter 1 verse 16, Ezekiel chapter 36 verse 25, compare with Jeremiah chapter 2 verse 22. Add to this the Jewish notion that the Messiah would not appear with his kingdom until the Israelites repented, and we have the combination necessary for the belief that an ablution, symbolical of conversion and forgiveness of sins, must precede the advent of the Messiah. Our accounts are not unanimous as to the signification of John's baptism. They all, it is true, agree in stating repentance to be one of its essential requirements. For even what Josephus says of the Baptist, that he admonished the Jews, practicing virtue, just towards each other, and devout towards God, to come to his baptism, has the same sense under the Greek form. Mark and Luke, however, while designating the baptism of John baptisma metanoias, add eis aphesin harmetion, from chapter 1 verse 4 and chapter 3 verse 3. Matthew has not the same addition, but he, with Mark, describes the baptized as confessing their sins, from chapter 3 verse 6. Josephus, on the other hand, appears in direct contradiction to them, when he gives it as the opinion of the Baptist that baptism is pleasing to God, not when we ask pardon for some transgressions, but when we purify the body, after having first purified the mind by righteousness. We might here be led to the supposition that the words for the remission of sins, as in Acts chapter 2 verse 38 and other passages, was commonly used in relation to Christian baptism, and was thence transferred unhistorically to that of John. But as in the passages quoted from Ezekiel, the washing typified not only reformation, but forgiveness, the probabilities are in favor of the evangelical statement. Moreover, it is possible to reconcile Josephus and the evangelists by understanding the words of the former to mean that the baptism of John was intended to effect a purification, not from particular or merely Levitical transgressions, but of the entire man, not immediately and mysteriously through the agency of water, but by means of the moral acts of reformation. The several accounts concerning John are farther at variance as to the relation in which they place his baptism to the kingdom of heaven. According to Matthew, the concise purport of the appeal with which he accompanied his baptism was, "Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand," from chapter 3 verse 2. According to Luke, the Baptist in the first instance mentions only repentance and remission of sins, but no kingdom of heaven, and it is the conjecture of the people that he might be the Messiah by which he is first led to direct them to one who was coming after him, from chapter 3 verse 15 and following. In Josephus there is no trace of a relation between the ministry of John and the messianic idea. Yet we must not therefore conclude that the Baptist himself recognized no such relation, and that its only source was the Christian legend. For the baptism of John, waiving the opinion that it was derived from the baptism of proselytes, is not quite explicable without a reference to the above-mentioned expiatory lustrations of the people, lustrations which were to usher in the times of the Messiah. Moreover, the appearance of Jesus is made more comprehensible by the supposition that John had introduced the idea of the proximity of the Messiah's kingdom. That Josephus should keep back the messianic aspect of this fact is in accordance with his general practice, which is explained by the position of his people with respect to the Romans. Besides, in the expression, to assemble for baptism, in his mention of popular assemblages, and in the fear of Antipas lest John should excite a revolt, there lies an intimation of precisely such religious and political movement as the hope of the Messiah was calculated to produce. That the Baptist should so distinctly foretell the immediate appearance of the Messiah's kingdom must create surprise, and, Luke's reference to a divine call and revelation being held unsatisfactory, might lead to the supposition that the Christian narrator, believing that the true Messiah was actually manifested in the person of Jesus, the contemporary of John, gave to the language of the latter a definiteness which did not belong to it originally, and while the Baptist merely said, consonantly with the Jewish notion already mentioned, "Repent, that the kingdom of heaven may come," a later edition of his words gave "for" instead of "that." But such a supposition is needless. In those times of commotion, John might easily believe that he discerned signs, which certified to him the proximity of the Messiah's kingdom. The exact degree of its proximity he left undecided. According to the evangelists, the coming of the kingdom of heaven was associated by John with a messianic individual to whom he ascribed, in distinction from his own baptism with water, a baptism with the Holy Ghost and with fire, from Matthew 3:11 and parallel passages. The outpouring of the Holy Spirit being regarded as a leading feature of the messianic times, from Joel 2:28 and Acts 2:16 and following. Of this personage he farther predicted, in imagery akin to that used by the prophets on the same subject, that he would winnow the people as wheat, from Malachi 3:2 and 3, and Zechariah 13:9. The synoptical gospels state the case as if John expressly understood this messianic individual to be Jesus of Nazareth. According to Luke, indeed, the mothers of these two men were cousins, and aware of the destination of their sons. The Baptist, while yet unborn, acknowledged the divinity of Jesus, and all the circumstances imply that both were early acquainted with their relative position, predetermined by a heavenly communication. Matthew, it is true, says nothing of such a family connection between John and Jesus, but when the latter presents himself for baptism, he puts into the mouth of John words which seem to presuppose an earlier acquaintance. His expression of astonishment that Jesus should come to him for baptism when he had need to be baptized of Jesus could only arise from a previous knowledge or instantaneous revelation of his character. Of the latter there is no intimation, for the first visible sign of the messiahship of Jesus did not occur till afterwards, while in the first and third Gospels, in the second the facts are so epitomized that the writer's view on the subject is not evident. John and Jesus seem to have been no strangers to each other prior to the baptism. In the fourth, the Baptist pointedly asserts that he knew not Jesus before the heavenly appearance, which, according to the synoptical Gospels, was coincident with his baptism, from chapter 1:31 and 33. Simply considered, this looks like a contradiction. By Luke, the previous acquaintance of the two is stated objectively, as an external matter of fact. By Matthew, it is betrayed in the involuntary confession of the astonished Baptist. In the fourth Gospel, on the contrary, their previous unacquaintance is attested subjectively, by his premeditated assertion. It was not, therefore, a very far-fetched idea of the Wolfenbüttel fragmentist to put down the contradiction to the account of John and Jesus, and to presume that they had in fact long known and consulted each other, but that in public, in order better to play into one another's hands, they demeaned themselves as if they had hitherto been mutual strangers, and each delivered an unbiased testimony to the other's excellence. That such premeditated dissimulation might not be imputed to John, and indirectly to Jesus, it has been sought to disprove the existence of the contradiction in question exegetically. What John learned from the heavenly sign was the Messiahship of Jesus. To this, therefore, and not to his person, refer the words, I knew him not. But it may be questioned whether such an acquaintance as John must have had with Jesus, presupposing the narrative of Matthew and Luke, was separable from a knowledge of his Messiahship. The connection and intercourse of the two families, as described by Luke, would render it impossible for John not to be early informed how solemnly Jesus had been announced as the Messiah, before and at his birth. He could not, therefore, say at a later period, that prior to the sign from heaven he had not known, but only that he had not believed the story of former wonders, one of which relates to himself. It being thus unavoidable to acknowledge that by the above declaration in the fourth gospel the Baptist is excluded, not only from the knowledge of the Messiahship of Jesus, but also from a personal acquaintance with him, it has been attempted to reconcile the first chapter of Luke with this ignorance, by appealing to the distance of residence between the two families as a preventative to the continuance of their intercourse. But if the journey from Nazareth to the hill country of Judea was not too formidable for the betrothed Mary, how could it be so for the two sons when ripening to maturity? What culpable indifference is hereby supposed in both families to the heavenly communications they had received? Nay, what could be the object of those communications, if they had no influence on the early life and intercourse of the two sons? Let it be granted that the fourth gospel excludes an acquaintance with the Messiahship only of Jesus, and that the third presupposes an acquaintance with his person only on the part of John. Still, the contradiction is not removed. For in Matthew, John, when required to baptize Jesus, addresses him as if he knew him, not generally and personally alone, but specially in his character of Messiah. It is true that the words, I have need to be baptized of thee, and comest thou to me? From chapter 3, verse 14, have been interpreted, in the true spirit of harmonizing, as referring to the general superior excellence of Jesus, and not to his Messiahship. But the right to undertake the baptism which was to prepare the way for the Messiah's kingdom was not to be obtained by moral superiority in general, but was conferred by a special call, such as John himself had received, and such as could belong only to a prophet, or to the Messiah and his forerunner. From John chapter 1, verse 19 and following. If then John attributed to Jesus authority to baptize, he must have regarded him not merely as an excellent man, but as indubitably a prophet, nay, since he held him worthy to baptize himself as his own superior, that is, since John conceived himself to be the Messiah's forerunner, no other than the Messiah himself. Add to this that Matthew had just cited a discourse of the Baptist, in which he ascribes to the coming Messiah a baptism more powerful than his own. How then can we understand his subsequent language towards Jesus otherwise than this? Of what use is my water baptism to thee, O Messiah? Far more do I need thy baptism of the Spirit. The contradiction cannot be cleared away. We must, therefore, if we would not lay the burden of intentional deception on the agents, let the narrators bear the blame, and there will be the less hindrance to our doing so, the more obvious it is how one or both of them might be led into an erroneous statement. There is, in the present case, no obstacle to the reconciliation of Matthew with the fourth evangelist, farther than the words by which the Baptist seeks to deter Jesus from receiving baptism, words which, if uttered before the occurrence of anything supernatural, presuppose a knowledge of Jesus in his character of Messiah. Now the Gospel of the Hebrews, according to Epiphanius, places the entreaty of John that Jesus would baptize him as a sequel to the sign from heaven, and this account has been recently regarded as the original one, abridged by the writer of our first Gospel, who, for the sake of effect, made the refusal and confession of the Baptist coincident with the first approach of Jesus. But that we have not in the Gospel of the Hebrews the original form of the narrative is sufficiently proved by its very tedious repetition of the heavenly voice and the diffuse style of the whole. It is, rather, a very traditional record, and the insertion of John's refusal after the sign and voice from heaven was not made with the view of avoiding a contradiction of the fourth Gospel, which cannot be supposed to have been recognized in the circle of the Ebionite Christians, but from the very motive erroneously attributed to Matthew in his alleged transposition, namely, to give greater effect to the scene. A simple refusal on the part of the Baptist appeared too weak. He must at least fall at the feet of Jesus, and a more suitable occasion could not be given than that of the sign from heaven, which accordingly must be placed beforehand. This Hebrew Gospel, therefore, will not help us to understand how Matthew was led into contradiction with John. Still less will it avail for the explanation of Luke's narrative. All is naturally explained by the consideration that the important relation between John and Jesus must have been regarded as existing at all times, by reason of that ascription of pre-existence to the essential which is a characteristic of the popular mind. Just as the soul, when considered as an essence, is conceived more or less clearly as pre-existent, so in the popular mind every relation pregnant with consequences is endowed with pre-existence. Hence the Baptist, who eventually held so significant a relation to Jesus, must have known him from the first, as is indistinctly intimated by Matthew and more minutely detailed by Luke, according to whom their mothers knew each other, and the sons themselves were brought together while yet unborn. All this is wanting in the fourth Gospel, the writer of which attributes an opposite assertion to John, simply because in his mind an opposite interest preponderated. For the less Jesus was known to John, by whom he was afterwards so extolled, the more weight was thrown on the miraculous scene which arrested the regards of the Baptist. The more clearly was his whole position with respect to Jesus demonstrated to be the effect, not of the natural order of events, but of the immediate agency of God. End of section 45. Part 2, Chapter 1, Section 46 of the Life of Jesus critically examined by David Friedrich Strauss, translated by George Eliot. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, History of the Public Life of Jesus. Chapter 1, Relations between Jesus and John the Baptist. Section 46. Was Jesus acknowledged by John as the Messiah, and in what sense? To the foregoing question, whether Jesus was known to John before the baptism, is attached another, namely, what did John think of Jesus and his Messiahship? The evangelical narratives are unanimous in stating that before Jesus had presented himself for baptism, John had announced the immediate coming of one to whom he stood in a subordinate relation, and the scene at the baptism of Jesus marked him, beyond mistake, as the personage of whom John was the forerunner. According to Mark and Luke, we must presume that the Baptist gave credence to this sign. According to the fourth Gospel, he expressly attested his belief, in chapter 1, verse 34, and moreover uttered words which evince the deepest insight into the higher nature and office of Jesus, in chapter 1, verse 29 and following, verse 36, chapter 3, verse 27 and following. According to the first Gospel, he was already convinced of these before the baptism of Jesus. On the other hand, Matthew, in chapter 11, verse 2 and following, and Luke, in chapter 7, verse 18 and following, tell us that at a later period, the Baptist, on hearing of the ministry of Jesus, dispatched some of his disciples to him with the inquiry whether he, that is Jesus, was the promised Messiah, or whether another must be expected. The first impression from this is, that the question denoted an uncertainty on the part of the Baptist whether Jesus were really the Messiah, and so it was early understood. But such a doubt is in direct contradiction with all the other circumstances reported by the evangelists. It is justly regarded as psychologically impossible that he whose belief was originated or confirmed by the baptismal sign, which he held to be a divine revelation, and who afterwards pronounced so decidedly on the messianic call and the superior nature of Jesus, should all at once have become unsteady in his conviction. He must then indeed have been like a reed shaken by the wind, a comparison which Jesus abnegates on this very occasion. From Matthew chapter 11, verse 7. A cause for such vacillation is in vain sought for the conduct or fortunes of Jesus at the time, for the rumor of the works of Christ, which in Luke's idea were miracles, could not awaken doubt in the Baptist, and it was on this rumor that he sent his message. Lastly, how could Jesus subsequently, in John chapter 5, verses 33 and following, so confidently appeal to the testimony of the Baptist concerning him, when it was known that John himself was at last perplexed about his messiahship? Hence, it has been attempted to give a different turn to the facts, and to show that John's inquiry was not made on his own account, but for the sake of his disciples, to overcome in them the doubt with which he was himself untainted. Hereby, it is true, the above-named difficulties are removed. In particular, it is explained why the Baptist should contrive to send this message precisely on hearing of the miracles of Jesus. He plainly, hoping that his disciples, who had not believed his testimony to the Messiahship of Jesus, would be convinced of its truth by beholding the marvelous works of the latter. But how could John hope that his envoys would chance to find Jesus in the act of working miracles? According to Matthew, indeed, they did not so find him, and Jesus appeals, in verse 4, only to his former works, many of which they had seen, and of which they might hear wherever he had presented himself. Luke alone, in giving his evidently second-hand narrative, misconstrues the words of Jesus to require that the disciples of John should have found him in the exercise of his supernatural power. Further, if it had been the object of the Baptist to persuade his disciples by a sight of the works of Jesus, he would not have charged them with a question which could be answered by the mere words, the authentic declaration of Jesus. For he could not hope by the assertion of the person whose messiahship was the very point in debate, to convince the disciples whom his own declaration, in other cases authoritative, had failed to satisfy. On the whole, it would have been a singular course in the Baptist to lend his own words to the doubts of others, and thereby, as Schleiermacher well observes, to compromise his early and repeated testimony in favor of Jesus. It is clear that Jesus understood the question proposed to him by the messengers as proceeding from John himself, from Matthew chapter 11, verse 4, and he indirectly complained of the want of faith in the latter by pronouncing those blessed who were not offended in him, from verse 6. If then it must be granted that John made his inquiry on his own behalf, and not on that of his disciples, and if, nevertheless, we cannot impute to him a sudden lapse into doubt after his previous confidence, nothing remains but to take the positive instead of the negative side of the question, and to consider its skepticism as the mere garb of substantial encouragement. On this interpretation, the time which Jesus allowed to escape without publicly manifesting himself as the Messiah seemed too tedious to John in his imprisonment. He sent, therefore, to inquire how long Jesus would allow himself to be waited for, how long he would delay winning to himself the better part of the people by a declaration of his Messiahship, and striking a decisive blow against the enemies of his cause, a blow that might even liberate the Baptist from his prison. But if the Baptist, on the strength of his belief that Jesus was the Messiah, hoped and sued for a deliverance, perhaps miraculous, by him from prison, he would not clothe in the language of doubt an entreaty which sprang out of his faith. Now the inquiry in our evangelical text is one of unmixed doubt, and encouragement must be foisted in before it can be found there. How great a violence must be done to the words is seen by the way in which Schleiermacher handles them in accordance with this interpretation. The dubitative question, ou ai ho ergomenos, he changes into the positive assumption, thou art he who was to come. The other still more embarrassing interrogatory, he eteron prosdokomein, he completely transfigures thus: Wherefore, seeing that thou performest so great works, do we yet await thee? Shall not John with all his authority command, through us, all those who have partaken of his baptism to obey thee as the Messiah, and be attentive to thy signs? Even if we allow, with Neander, the possibility of truth of this interpretation, a mere summons to action will not accord with the earlier representation of Jesus given by the Baptist. The two annunciations are at issue as to form, for if John doubted not the Messiahship of Jesus, neither could he doubt his better knowledge of the fitting time and manner of his appearance. Still farther are they at issue as to matter, for the Baptist could not take offense at what he termed the delay of Jesus in manifesting himself as the Messiah, or wish to animate him to bolder conduct if he retained his early view of the destination of Jesus. If he still, as formerly, conceived Jesus to be the Lamb of God that taketh away the sins of the world, no thought could occur to him of a blow to be struck by Jesus against his enemies, or in general, of a violent procedure to be crowned by external conquest. Rather, the quiet path which Jesus trod must appear to him the right one, the path befitting the destination of the Lamb of God. Thus, if the question of John conveyed a mere summons to action, it contradicted his previous views. These expedients failing, the original explanation returns to us, namely, that the inquiry was an expression of uncertainty respecting the messianic dignity of Jesus, which had arisen in the Baptist's own mind, an explanation which even Neander allows to be the most natural. This writer seeks to account for the transient apostasy of the Baptist from the strong faith in which he gave his earlier testimony, by the supposition that a dark hour of doubt had overtaken the man of God in his dismal prison. And he cites instances of men who, persecuted for their Christian faith or other convictions, after having long borne witness to the truth in the face of death, at length yielded to human weakness and recanted. But on a closer examination, he has given a false analogy. Persecuted Christians of the first centuries, and later, a Berengarius or a Galileo, were false to the convictions for which they were imprisoned, and by abjuring which they hoped to save themselves. The Baptist, to be compared with them, should have retracted his censure of Herod, and not have shaken his testimony in favor of Christ, which had no relation to his imprisonment. However that may be, it is evident here that these doubts cannot have been preceded by a state of certainty. We come again to the difficulty arising from the statement of Matthew that John sent his 2 disciples on hearing of the works of Christ, or, as Luke has it, because his disciples showed him of all these things. The latter evangelist has narrated immediately before the raising of the widow's son and the healing of the centurion's servant. Could John then believe Jesus to be the Messiah before he had performed any messianic works, and be seized with doubt when he began to legitimize his claim by miracles such as were expected from the Messiah? This is so opposed to all psychological probability, that I wonder Dr. Paulus, or some other expositor versed in psychology and not timid in verbal criticism, has not started the conjecture that a negative has slipped out of Matthew chapter 11, verse 2, and that its proper reading is ho de Ioannes uk accusas en to desmoterio ta erga tu Christu, etc. It might then be conceived that John had indeed been convinced, at a former period, of the Messiahship of Jesus. Now, however, in his imprisonment, the works of Jesus came no longer to his ears, and imagining him inactive, he was assailed with doubt. But had John been previously satisfied of the Messiahship of Jesus, the mere want of acquaintance with his miracles could not have unhinged his faith. The actual cause of John's doubt, however, was the report of these miracles, a state of the case which is irreconcilable with any previous confidence. But how could he become uncertain about the Messiahship of Jesus if he had never recognized it? Not indeed in the sense of beginning to suspect that Jesus was not the Messiah, but quite possibly in the sense of beginning to conjecture that a man of such deeds was the Messiah. We have here not a decaying, but a growing certainty, and this discrimination throws light on the whole purport of the passages in question. John knew nothing of Jesus before, but that he had, like many others, partaken of his baptism, and perhaps frequented the circle of his disciples, and not until after the imprisonment of the Baptist did Jesus appear as a teacher and worker of miracles. Of this John heard, and then arose in his mind a conjecture fraught with hope, that as he had announced the proximity of the Messiah's kingdom, this Jesus might be he who would verify his idea. So interpreted, this message of the Baptist excludes his previous testimony. If he had so spoken formerly, he could not have so inquired latterly, and vice versa. It is our task, therefore, to compare the two contradictory statements, that we may ascertain which has more traces of the other, of truth or untruth. The most definite expressions of John's conviction that Jesus was the Messiah are found in the fourth Gospel, and these suggest two distinct questions. First, whether it be conceivable that John had such a notion of the Messiah as is therein contained, and secondly, whether it be probable that he believed it realized in the person of Jesus. With respect to the former, the fourth gospel makes the Baptist's idea of the Messiah include the characteristics of expiatory suffering, and of a pre-mundane heavenly existence. It has been attempted, indeed, so to interpret the expressions with which he directs his disciples to Jesus, as to efface the notion of expiatory suffering. Jesus, we are told, is compared to a lamb on account of his meekness and patience. Airein tin harmartion tu kasmu is to be understood either of a patient endurance of the world's malice, or of an endeavor to remove the sins of the world by reforming it, and the sense of the Baptist's words is this: how moving is it that this meek and gentle Jesus should have undertaken so difficult and painful an office. But the best critics have shown that even if airein by itself might bear this interpretation, still amnos, not merely with the article, but with the addition tu theou, must signify not a lamb in general, but a special holy lamb. And if, as is most probable, this designation has reference to Isaiah chapter 53, verse 7, airein tin harmartion can only be expounded by what is there predicated of a lamb-like servant of God, that he tas hamartias himon pherai, kai per I himon odunatai, words which must signify vicarious suffering. Now, that the Baptist should have referred the above prophetic passage to the Messiah, and hence have thought of him as suffering, has been recently held more than doubtful. For so foreign to the current opinion, at least, was this notion of the Messiah, that the disciples of Jesus, during the whole period of their intercourse with him, could not reconcile themselves to it, and when his death had actually resulted, their trust in him as the Messiah was utterly confounded. Luke chapter 24, verse 20 and following. How, then, could the Baptist, who, according to the solemn declaration of Jesus, Matthew chapter 11, verse 11, confirmed by the allusions in the Gospels to his strict ascetic life, ranked below the least in the kingdom of heaven, to which the apostles already belonged, how could this alien discern, long before the sufferings of Jesus, that they pertained to the character of the Messiah, when the denizens were only taught the same lesson by the issue? Or, if the Baptist really had such insight, and communicated it to his disciples, why did it not, by means of those who left his circle for that of Jesus, win an entrance into the latter? Nay, why did it not, by means of the great credit which John enjoyed, mitigate the offence caused by the death of Jesus in the public at large? Add to this, that in none of our accounts of the Baptist, with the exception of the fourth gospel, do we find that he entertained such views of the Messiah's character, for, not to mention Josephus, the synoptical gospels confine his representation of the messianic office to the spiritual baptism and winnowing of the people. Still, it remains possible that a penetrating mind, like that of the Baptist, might, even before the death of Jesus, gather from Old Testament phrases and types the notion of a suffering Messiah, and that his obscure hints on the subject might not be comprehended by his disciples and contemporaries. Thus, the above considerations are not decisive, and we therefore turn to the expressions concerning the pre-mundane existence and heavenly origin of the Messiah, with the question, could the Baptist have really held such tenets? That from the words John chapter 1 verses 15, 27, and 30, he that cometh after me is preferred before me, for he was before me. Nothing but dogmatical obstinacy can banish the notion of pre-existence, is seen by a mere glance at such expositions as this of Paulus. He who in the course of time comes after me has so appeared in my eyes, emprosthein mu, that he deserves rather from his rank and character to be called the first. With preponderating arguments, more unprejudiced commentators have maintained that the reason here given why Jesus, who appeared after the Baptist in point of time, had the precedence of him in dignity, is the pre-existence of the former. We have here obviously the favourite dogma of the fourth evangelist, the eternal pre-existence of the Logos, present indeed to the mind of that writer, who had just been inditing his proem, but that it was also present to the mind of the Baptist is another question. The most recent expositor allows that the sense in which the evangelist intends protos mu must have been very remote from the Baptist's point of view, at least so far as the Logos is concerned. The Baptist, he thinks, held the popular Jewish notion of the pre-existence of the Messiah as the subject of the Old Testament theophanies. There are traces of this Jewish notion in the writings of Paul. For example, 1 Corinthians 10, verse 4, Colossians 1, verse 15 and following, and the rabbins, and allowing that it was of Alexandrian origin, as Bretschneider argues, we may yet ask whether even before the time of Christ, the Alexandrian Judaic theology may not have modified the opinions of their mother country. Even these expressions, then, taken alone, are not conclusive, although it begins to appear suspicious that the Baptist, otherwise conspicuous for exhibiting the practical side of the idea of the Messiah's kingdom, should have ascribed to him by the fourth evangelist solely two notions which at that time undoubtedly belonged only to the deepest messianic speculations, and that the form in which those notions are expressed is too peculiarly that of the writer, not to be put to his account. We arrive at a more decisive result by taking into examination the passage John 3, verses 27 through 36, where John replies to the complaints of his disciples at the rival baptism of Jesus, in a way that reduces all commentators to perplexity. After showing how it lay at the foundation of their respective destinies, which he desired not to overstep, that he must decrease while Jesus must increase, he proceeds, in verse 31, to use forms of expression precisely similar to those in which the evangelist makes Jesus speak of himself, and in which he delivers his own thoughts concerning Jesus. Our most recent commentator allows that this discourse of John seems the echo of the foregoing conversation between Jesus and Nicodemus. The expressions in the speech lent to the Baptist are peculiarly those of the Apostle John, for instance, to seal, testimony, the antithesis of from above and of the earth, the phrase to have eternal life. And the question presents itself, is it more probable that the evangelist, as well as Jesus, in whose mouth these expressions are so often put, borrowed them from the Baptist, or that the evangelist lent them, I will only at present say, to the latter? This must be decided by the fact that the ideas, to which the Baptist here gives utterance, lie entirely within the domain of Christianity, and belong specially to the Christianity of the Apostle John. Take for example the antitheses of from above and of the earth, the designation of Jesus as he that cometh from above, as he whom God hath sent, who consequently speaketh the words of God. The relation of Jesus to God as the Son, whom the Father loveth. What can be characteristic of Christianity and of the Apostle John's mode of presenting it, if these ideas are not so? And could they belong to the Baptist? Christianismus ante Christum. And then, as Olshausen well observes, is it consistent for John, who, even on the fourth evangelist's own showing, remained separate from Jesus, to speak of the blessedness of a believing union with him? From verses 33 and 36. This much, then, is certain, and has been acknowledged by the majority of modern commentators. The words, verses 31 through 36, cannot have been spoken by the Baptist. Hence, theologians have concluded that the evangelist cannot have intended to ascribe them to him, but from verse 31 speaks in his own person. This sounds plausible, if they can only point out any mark of division between the discourse of the Baptist and the addenda of the evangelist. But none such is to be found. It is true that the speaker from verse 31 uses the third person, and not the first, as in verse 30, when referring to the Baptist. But in the former passage, the Baptist is no longer alluded to directly and individually, but as one of a class, in which case he must, though himself the speaker, choose the third person. Thus there is no definite boundary, and the speech glides imperceptibly from those passages which might have been uttered by the Baptist, into those which are altogether incongruous with his position. Moreover, in verse 30, Jesus is spoken of in the present tense, as the evangelist might represent the Baptist to speak during the lifetime of Jesus, but could not in his own person have written after the death of Jesus. In other passages, when presenting his own reflections concerning Jesus, he uses the preterite. Thus, grammatically, the Baptist continues to speak from verse 31, and yet, historically, it is impossible that he should have uttered the sequel, a contradiction not to be solved, if it be added that, dogmatically, the evangelist cannot have ascribed to the Baptist words which he never really pronounced. Now, if we do not choose to defy the clear rules of grammar and the sure data of history for the sake of the visionary dogma of inspiration, we shall rather conclude from the given premises, with the author of the Probabilia, that the evangelist falsely ascribes the language in question to the Baptist, putting into his mouth a Christology of his own, of which the latter could know nothing. This is no more than Luca confesses, though not quite so frankly, when he says that the reflections of the evangelist are here more than equally mixed with the discourse of the Baptist, in such a way as to be indistinguishable. In point of fact, however, the reflections of the evangelist are easily to be recognized, but of the fundamental ideas of the Baptist there is no trace, unless they are sought for with a good will which amounts to prejudice, and to which, therefore, we make no pretension. If, then, we have a proof in the passages just considered, that the fourth evangelist did not hesitate to lend to the Baptist messianic and other ideas which were never his, we may hence conclude retrospectively concerning the passages on which we formerly suspended our decision, that the ideas expressed in them of a suffering and pre-existent Messiah belonged not to the Baptist, but to the evangelist. In giving the above reply to our first question, we have, in strictness, answered the remaining one. For if the Baptist had no such messianic ideas, he could not refer them to the person of Jesus. But to strengthen the evidence for the result already obtained, we will make the second question the object of a special examination. According to the fourth evangelist, the Baptist ascribed to Jesus all the messianic attributes above discussed. If he did this so enthusiastically, publicly, and repeatedly, as we read in John, he could not have been excluded by Jesus from the kingdom of heaven, from Matthew chapter 11, verse 11, nor have been placed below the least of its citizens. For such a confession as that of the Baptist, when he calls Jesus the vios tou theou, who was before him, such refined insight into the messianic economy, as is shown by his designating Jesus ho amnos tou theou, ho iron tin hamartian tou kosmou, Peter himself had not to produce, though Jesus not only receives him into the kingdom of heaven for his confession, Matthew chapter 16, verse 16, but constitutes him the rock on which that kingdom was to be founded. But we have something yet more incomprehensible. John, in the fourth gospel, gives it as the object of his baptism, ina phanerothi to Israel, from chapter 1, verse 31, and acknowledges it to be the divine ordinance, that by the side of the increasing Jesus he must decrease, chapter 3, verse 30. Nevertheless, after Jesus had begun to baptize by the instrumentality of his disciples, John continues to practice his baptism, chapter 3, verse 32.
Why so, if he knew the object of his baptism to be fulfilled by the introduction of Jesus, and if he directed his followers to him as the Messiah? Chapter 1, verse 36 and following.
The continuance of his baptism would be to no purpose, for Luca's supposition that John's baptism was still of effect in those places where Jesus had not appeared, he himself overthrows by the observation that at least at the period treated of in John chapter 3, verse 22 and following, Jesus and John must have been baptizing near to each other, since the disciples of John were jealous of the concourse to the baptism of Jesus. But the continuance of John's baptism appears even to counteract his aim, if that aim were merely to point out Jesus as the Messiah. He thereby detained a circle of individuals on the borders of the Messiah's kingdom, and retarded or hindered their going over to Jesus, and that through his own fault, not theirs alone, for he nullified his verbal direction to Jesus by his contradictory example.
Accordingly, we find the party of John's disciples still existing in the time of the Apostle Paul,
from Acts chapter 18, verse 24 and following, and chapter 19, verse 1 and following. And if the Sabaeans are to be credited concerning their own history, the sect remains to this day. Certainly, presupposing the averred conviction of the Baptist relative to Jesus, it would seem most natural for him to have attached himself to the latter. This, however, did not happen, and hence we conclude that he cannot have had that conviction. But chiefly, the character and entire demeanor of the Baptist render it impossible to believe that he placed himself on that footing with Jesus, described by the fourth evangelist. How could the man of the wilderness, the stern ascetic, who fed on locusts and wild honey, and prescribed severe fasts to his disciples, the gloomy, threatening preacher of repentance, animated with the spirit of Elias, how could he form a friendship with Jesus, in everything his opposite? He must assuredly, with his disciples, have stumbled at the liberal manners of Jesus, and have been hindered by them from recognizing him as the Messiah. Nothing is more unbending than ascetic prejudice. He who, like the Baptist, esteems it piety to fast and mortify the body, will never assign a high grade in things divine to him who disregards such asceticism. A mind with narrow views can never comprehend one whose vision takes a wider range, although the latter may know how to do justice to its inferior. Hence Jesus could value and sanction John in his proper place, but the Baptist could never give the precedence to Jesus, as he is reported to have done in the fourth gospel. The declaration of the Baptist, from John 3:30, that he must decrease but Jesus must increase, is frequently praised as an example of the noblest and sublimest resignation. The beauty of this representation we grant, but not its truth. The instance would be a solitary one, if a man whose life had its influence on the world's history had so readily yielded the ascendant in his own area to one who came to eclipse him and render him superfluous. Such a step is not less difficult for individuals than for nations, and that not from any vice, as egotism or ambition, so that an exception might be presumed, though not without prejudice, in the case of a man like the Baptist. It is a consequence of that blameless limitation which, as we have already remarked, is proper to a low point of view in relation to a higher, and which is all the more obstinately maintained if the inferior individual is, like John, of a coarse, rugged nature. Only from the divine point of view, or from that of an historian bent on establishing religious doctrines, could such things be spoken, and the fourth evangelist has in fact put into the mouth of the Baptist the very same thoughts concerning the relation between him and Jesus that the compiler of the second book of Samuel has communicated as his own observation on the corresponding relation between Saul and David. Competing judges have recently acknowledged that there exists a discrepancy between the synoptical gospels and the fourth, the blame of which must be imputed to the latter, and this opinion is confirmed and strengthened by the fact that the fourth evangelist transforms the Baptist into a totally different character from that in which he appears in the synoptical gospels and in Josephus. Out of a practical preacher he makes a speculative Christologist, out of a hard and unbending, a yielding and self-renunciating nature. The style in which the scenes between John and Jesus, from John 1:29 and following, verse 35 and following, are depicted, shows them to have originated partly in the free composition of the imagination, partly in a remodeling of the synoptical narratives with a view to the glorification of Jesus. With respect to the former, Jesus is walking, verse 35, near to John. In verse 29 he is said to come directly to him. Yet on neither occasion is there any account of an interview between the two. Could Jesus really have avoided contact with the Baptist, that there might be no appearance of preconcerted action? This is Lampe's conjecture, but it is the product of modern reflections, foreign to the time and circumstances of Jesus. Or shall we suppose that the narrator, whether fortuitously or purposely, omitted known details? But the meetings of Jesus and John must have furnished him with peculiarly interesting matter, so that, as Luca allows, his silence is enigmatical. From our point of view, the enigma is solved. The Baptist had, in the evangelist's idea, pointed to Jesus as the Messiah. This, understood as a visible pointing, required that Jesus should pass by or approach John. Hence, this feature was inserted in the narrative. But the particulars of an actual meeting being unnecessary, were, though very awkwardly, omitted. The incident of some disciples attaching themselves to Jesus in consequence of the Baptist's direction seems to be a free version of the sending of 2 disciples by John from his prison. Thus, as in Matthew 11:2 and Luke 7:18, John dispatches 2 disciples to Jesus with the dubitative question, Art thou he that should come? So in the 4th Gospel he likewise sends 2 disciples to Jesus, but with the positive assertion that he, that is Jesus, is the Lamb of God. As Jesus in the former case gives to the disciples after the delivery of their message the direction, Go and tell John the things ye have seen and heard. So in the latter he gives to the inquiry concerning his abode the answer, Come and see. But while in the synoptical Gospels the 2 disciples return to John, in the 4th they permanently attach themselves to Jesus. From the foregoing considerations, it is inconceivable that John should ever have held and pronounced Jesus to be the Messiah. But it is easy to show how a belief that he did so might obtain, without historical foundation.
According to Acts chapter 19, verse 4, the Apostle Paul declares what seems sufficiently guaranteed by history, that John baptized eis ton erchomenon, and this coming Messiah, adds Paul, to whom John pointed, was Jesus. This was an interpretation of the Baptist's words by the issue, for Jesus had approved himself to a great number of his contemporaries, as the Messiah announced by John. There was but a step to the notion that the Baptist himself had, under the erchomenos, understood the individual Jesus, had himself the to testin, etc., in his mind, a view which, however, unhistorical, would be inviting to the early Christians, in proportion to their wish to sustain the dignity of Jesus by the authority of the Baptist, then very influential in the Jewish world. There was yet another reason, gathered from the Old Testament. The ancestor of the Messiah, David, had likewise in the old Hebrew legend a kind of forerunner in the person of Samuel, who by order from Jehovah anointed him to be king over Israel, 1 Samuel chapter 16, and afterwards stood in the relation of a witness to his claims. If then it behooved the Messiah to have a forerunner, who besides was more closely characterized in the prophecy of Malachi as a second Elias, and if, historically, Jesus was preceded by John, whose baptism as a consecration corresponded to an anointing, the idea was not remote of conforming the relation between John and Jesus to that between Samuel and David. We might have decided with tolerable certainty which of the 2 incompatible statements concerning the relation between the Baptist and Jesus is to be renounced as unhistorical, by the universal canon of interpretation, that where in the narratives having a tendency to aggrandize a person or a fact, a tendency which the Gospels evince at every step, 2 contradictory statements are found, that which best corresponds to this aim is the least historical. Because if, in accordance with it, the original fact had been so dazzling, it is inconceivable that the other less brilliant representation should afterwards arise, as here, if John so early acknowledged Jesus, it is inexplicable how a story could be fabricated which reports him to have been in doubt on the same subject at a very late period. We have, however, by a separate examination of the narrative in the 4th Gospel, ascertained that it is self-contradictory and contains its own solution. Hence our result, found independently of the above canon, serves for its confirmation. Meanwhile, that result is only the negative, that all which turns upon the early acknowledgment of Jesus by John has no claim to be received as historical. Of the positive we know nothing, unless the message out of prison may be regarded as a clue to the truth, and we must, therefore, subject this side of the matter to a separate examination. We will not extend our arguments against the probability of an early and decided conviction on the part of the Baptist to a mere conjecture awakened in him at a later period that Jesus was the Messiah, and therefore we leave uncontested the proper contents of the narrative. But as regards the form, it is not to be conceived without difficulty. That the Baptist in prison, en to desmoterio, should have information of the proceedings of Jesus, that he should from that locality send his disciples to Jesus, and that these, as we are led to infer, should bring him an answer in his imprisonment. According to Josephus, Herod imprisoned John from fear of disturbances, allowing this to be merely a joint cause with that given by the evangelist. It is yet difficult to believe that to a man, one motive of whose imprisonment was to seclude him from his followers, his disciples should have retained free access, although we cannot prove it an impossibility that circumstances might favor the admission of certain individuals. Now that the message was sent from prison, we learn from Matthew alone. Luke says nothing of it, although he tells of the message. We might hence, with Schleiermacher, consider Luke's account the true one, and the desmoterio of Matthew an unhistorical addition. But that critic has himself very convincingly shown, from the tedious amplifications, partly betraying even misunderstanding, which the narrative of Luke contains, chapter 7, verses 20, 21, 29, and 30, that Matthew gives the incident in its original, Luke in a revised form. It would indeed be singular if Matthew had supplied the desmoterio when it was originally wanting. It is far more natural to suppose that Luke, who in the whole paragraph appears as a reviser, expunged the original mention of the prison. In judging of Luke's motives for so doing, we are led to notice the difference in the dates given by the evangelists for the imprisonment of John. Matthew, with whom Mark agrees, places it before the public appearance of Jesus in Galilee, for he gives it as the motive for the return of Jesus into that province. Matthew chapter 4, verse 12, and Mark chapter 1, verse 14. Luke assigns no precise date to the arrest of the Baptist, chapter 3, verse 19 and following, yet it is to be inferred from his silence about the prison, in connection with the sending of the two disciples, that he regarded it as a later occurrence. But John expressly says that after the first Passover attended by Jesus in his public character, John was not yet cast into prison. Chapter 3, verse 24. If it be asked, who is right? We answer that there is something on the face of the account of the first evangelist which has inclined many commentators to renounce it in favor of the two last. That Jesus, on the report of John's imprisonment in Galilee by Herod Antipas, should have returned into the dominions of that prince for the sake of safety, is, as Schneckenburger well maintains, highly improbable, since there, of all places, he was the least secure from a similar fate. But even if it be held impossible to disassociate the anekόρησεν, or he withdrew, from the cognate idea of seeking security, we may still ask whether, disregarding the mistake in the motive, the fact itself may not be maintained. Matthew and Mark connect with this journey into Galilee after John's imprisonment the commencement of the public ministry of Jesus, and that this was consequent on the removal of the Baptist, I am quite inclined to believe.
For it is in itself the most natural that the exit of the Baptist should incite Jesus to carry on in his stead the preaching of μετανοεῖτε ήγγυγαι γαρχη βασιλεία των ουρανών, and the canon cited above is entirely in favor of Matthew. For if it be asked which fiction best accords with the aggrandizing spirit of the Christian legend, that of John's removal before the appearance of Jesus, or that of their having long labored in conjunction, the answer must be the latter. If he to whom the hero of a narrative is superior disappears from the scene before the entrance of the latter, the crowning opportunity for the hero to demonstrate his ascendancy is lost. The full splendor of the rising sun can only be appreciated when the waning moon is seen above the horizon, growing paler and paler in the presence of the greater luminary. Such is the case in the Gospels of Luke and John, while Matthew and Mark rest satisfied with the less effective representation. Hence, as the least calculated to magnify Jesus, the account of Matthew has the advantage in historical probability. Thus, at the time when the two disciples must have been sent to Jesus, the Baptist was already imprisoned, and we have remarked above that he could hardly, so situated, transmit and receive messages. But popular legend might be prompted to fabricate such a message, that the Baptist might not depart without at least an incipient recognition of Jesus as the Messiah, so that neither the one nor the other of the two incompatible statements is to be regarded as historical. End of section 46.